Item Number SCP-1004. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. All copies of SCP-1004-1 and -2 are to be kept in Secure Containment Locker 17 at Site-37. At no point are any copies of SCP-1004 to be used for recreational purposes. Following the events of Incident 1004-Dale, researchers are no longer allowed to view the output of SCP-1004, even when filtered or via secondary source. Only D-Class are allowed to view the output of SCP-1004. Use of SCP-1133-7 and SCP-894 instances by researchers and control subjects has been approved where deemed appropriate in preventing undesired spread of SCP-1004's effects. The Foundation has set out to prevent anyone from receiving copies of SCP-1004 by a planned and ordered process of unrequested electronic mailings, many of which include computer viruses, malware, or electronic worms. A program has also been designed and disseminated to all electronic mail providers to help prevent SCP-1004 from spreading. Description: SCP-1004 is a computer program found on either a CD, SCP-1004-2, or a 3.5-inch diskette, SCP-1004-1, either of which will be hand-labeled with the words "factory porn." Contained on these disks is a single executable file, labeled the factory.exe, a 1 kilobyte program. The program runs perfectly on all platforms. Running the program results in a window opening on the computer, within which the factory logo is displayed. The logo fades to black and is replaced by the words, "What would you like to see?" At this point, the user may input any selection of words, from the ambiguous to the precise. Once a request has been input, the program will pull up several dozen images of pornographic content, each of which leads to a full video on the subject. Many of these videos appear to have never been made in real life. Watching videos on SCP-1004 has a cumulative effect. The more pornography a user views, the more disturbing their sexual desires become, and the harder sexual gratification becomes. After approximately 100 straight hours of viewing pornography on SCP-1004, even the most normal of viewers will display an interest in scatology play, the torture and murder of living beings, bestiality, pedophilia, and combinations of the previous. The deadening of reactivity to sexual gratification will encourage them to either seek out such things with other people or to mutilate themselves and their genitalia. It should be noted that SCP-1004 displays no compulsive properties. Users are free at any time to stop using the program. The majority of users continue to use SCP-1004 because it is the easiest way to find the desired pornography. As stated above, any word or combination of words may be entered. This has been used by many victims to view popular members of high social standing in the bedroom, giving rise to many rumors of celebrity sex tapes. The thought has been posited that such videos could be used for the blackmailing of politicians who are antithetical to the Foundation cause. Unfortunately, at this time, all attempts to make recordings of SCP-1004 have resulted in only taped static. Several researchers have claimed to be able to see humanoid shapes moving in the static, but this effect has not been seen on subsequent playthroughs. SCP-1004 appears to spread through the use of electronic messages, sent seemingly at random. Messages generally claim to have certain celebrities performing sexual acts, or to have certain depraved acts on tape that are illegal in many jurisdictions. A link included in the message requests users to enter their home address. The resulting copy of SCP-1004 will show up in a plain brown wrapper within 3 days through bulk mail with no return address. The Foundation currently contains 37 copies of SCP-1004-1 and 23 copies of SCP-1004-2. Incident 1004-Dale. Researcher Adam Dale was found to be encouraging D-Class subjects to watch SCP-1004 and copulate with each other for his pleasure. It was determined researcher Dale had been affected by SCP-1004 despite never having watched it directly, only monitoring the tests through a video feed. Any and all indirect viewing of SCP-1004 has been cancelled. Item Number SCP-1000. Object Class Keter. Special Containment Procedures. All media reports related to SCP-1000 are to be examined for potential verifiability. All organizations and individuals investigating SCP-1000's existence are to be kept under surveillance by Mobile Task Force Zeta-1000 and discredited or administered amnestics. All physical signs of SCP-1000's existence must be retrieved and kept in Foundation custody, and replaced with decoy items if necessary. Alleged sightings of SCP-1000 must always be investigated by MTF Zeta-1000, however trivial the claim. Absolutely no contact with wild or captive instances of SCP-1000 is allowed without prior approval by Director Jones. Any interaction between SCP-1000 and humans, including Foundation personnel, must be reported to Director Jones immediately. Description: SCP-1000 is a nocturnal, omnivorous ape, classified in the Hominini branch along with genera Pan and Homo. Adults range in size from 1.5 to 3 meters, 5 to 10 feet, in height, and weigh between 90 and 270 kilograms, 200 to 600 pounds. They have gray, brown, black, red, and occasionally white fur. They possess large eyes with good vision, a pronounced brow ridge, and a sagittal crest on the forehead, similar to that of the gorilla, but present in both sexes. Their intelligence is on par with that of Pan troglodytes, the common chimpanzee. SCP-1000 evolved alongside Homo sapiens, existing contemporaneously with proto-humans and humans in large numbers until 10 to 15,000 years ago, when an extinction event eliminated all but 1 to 5% of their population. This event was triggered by SCP-1000 contracting an anomalous pseudo-disease, classified as SCP-1000-F1. This disease is passed on at the genetic level and affects every present-day instance of SCP-1000. The majority of SCP-1000 instances are born immune to the effect. Those who are not born immune quickly die. The effect of SCP-1000-F1 is as follows. Any hominid, including humans, chimpanzees, bonobos, and non-immune instances of SCP-1000 that directly or indirectly observes any instance of SCP-1000 has a minimum 2% chance of being instantly killed through anomalous means via permanent cessation of brain function. This percentage is cumulative, and the longer a human views SCP-1000, the higher the chance of instantaneous death increases, at a rate of 1% chance per 20 minutes of viewing. This effect varies between individual members of SCP-1000 species, with some individuals carrying a death chance of 90%. The effect is also produced by dead individuals, though small fur samples do not exhibit the effect. Known means of preventing this effect are small-scale only, and include: see attached documentation, Level 3 clearance required. Because of SCP-1000's close relation to humanity, it is considered likely that SCP-1000-F1 could eventually transfer to human carriers. Any instance of SCP-1000 finding its way to a major population center could constitute a class end-of-the-world scenario with a minimum death toll of and possible extinction of humanity. Fortunately, SCP-1000 appears to instinctively avoid human contact. It is not currently feasible to exterminate SCP-1000 entirely. The highest known population concentrations of SCP-1000 are at present located in the Pacific Northwest region of North America and the Himalayan mountain range in Asia. As of these populations remain extant. SCP-1000's presence and have also been documented within the past 5 years on every continent. All known significant populations of SCP-1000 located near human population centers have been eliminated. SCP-1000 came to the attention of the Foundation via contact by Dr. Franz in 14 with the Children of the Sun, who identified themselves as outcast members of the Serpent's Hand. This group has been completely destroyed by the Foundation due to their reluctance to surrender information about SCP-1000, SCP, and SCP, since reclassified as SCP-1000- and SCP-1000-. Remaining members have either joined the Foundation or have gone into hiding, presumably as members of the Serpent's Hand. Weapons, tools, and other unique pseudo-technological resources in possession of the organization have been classified as SCP-1000-001 through SCP-1000-. These resources have been made of use by the Foundation in multiple instances. For a full list, see Document 1000-3534-Y, Level 3 clearance required. Access to surviving ex-members of the Children of the Sun is restricted to personnel with clearance Level 4-1000, unless given direct authorization for contact by Director Jones. Further information is available to personnel with clearance Level 3-1000 or above. Personnel with clearance level 3-1000 or above are required to read document Alpha-1596-1000. Addendum 1000-466-X. Update to Special Containment Procedures. As of SCP-1000 Special Containment Procedures no longer include Procedure 516 Lumina. Indicates that SCP-1000 may be developing a resistance to the sonic element will not develop further, so that Procedure 516 Lumina can still be used in emergency situations. Investigation into alternate means of reliably keeping SCP-1000 away from human population centers is underway. Whether SCP-1000 resistance to Procedure 516 Lumina was calculated, and in such may be a sign of SCP-1000 or coincidental by chance of natural species variation, is not known at this time. Level 3 clearance is required beyond this point. Document Alpha-1596-1000. Missive from Director Jones. You've probably heard the rumors before now. Everyone without the clearance level to know better wants to get their dig in. Did you hear Sasquatch is an SCP? Are we gonna capture and contain Batboy next? Yes. SCP-1000 is Bigfoot. I'm sure you've snickered. Don't worry. Contrary to rumors, we don't actually assign you to Keter duty for finding something humorous. You think Bigfoot is funny because we want you to think Bigfoot is funny. We've bankrolled Hollywood comedies and farcical documentaries, paid off men in gorilla suits, perpetrated hoaxes with bear prints and goat fur, bribed and brainwashed cartoonists to get especially silly depictions on children's television. Even the term Bigfoot comes from us, planted in the media in 1958. A term people would find even harder to take seriously than Sasquatch. Why? We'll get to that. The information in the article you've already read isn't entirely true. There are 2 direct lies, and plenty of lies of omission. There's no such thing as the anomalous pseudo-disease, referred to as SCP-1000-F1. SCP-1000 does not possess a magical death aura. In fact, SCP-1000 doesn't directly exhibit any anomalous effect whatsoever. We also lied about SCP-1000's intelligence level. SCP-1000 are not chimp-level smart. They're smarter. To be precise, they're exactly as smart as us. That brings us to the lies of omission. That's what this letter is for. The lies came from me, so I figure the truth should come from me as well. This is the story we got from the Children of the Sun who defected to us. It's a story we didn't believe, refused to believe at first. As you've already read, the apes we call SCP-1000 evolved alongside us. We walked in the daytime, they walked in the nighttime, our nocturnal siblings in the shadows. But while we were still wandering hunter-gatherers, they changed. Like we would a few thousand years later. Tools, weapons, agriculture, domesticated animals, stable settlements. As humanity blinked in the Pleistocene sun, SCP-1000's population exploded across the night. They blanketed the planet in the tens of billions. They made things that we still can't comprehend, even though we've thoroughly studied the surviving pieces. Organic technology. They made trees and birds of prey grow into fast-moving ships, herds of animals that became trains, bushes that became flying vehicles. From insects and pigeons, they made things equivalent to cell phones, televisions, and computers. Atomic bombs. The children describe vast shining cities, stretching across glaciers and penetrating the deepest caverns, growing skyships of ivory and spider silk, creatures tending them with hundreds of blinking eyes. We were rare, like gorillas now, a few 100,000 left at best. We avoided their settlements just like wild animals today avoid ours. SCP-1000 understood we were intelligent like them, but avoided us just as we avoided them, saw us as fairies, as gnomes, ascribed us supernatural powers, said we ate bad children when they slept in daylight. They fenced off our dwindling wild populations in conservatories, outlawed poaching, but in the underground consumed our bones as aphrodisiacs. Then their civilization fell, and we did it. By we, I don't mean the Foundation. By we, I mean humanity. The story's muddy. Supposedly a trickster forest god showed humanity favor, showed us the master's tools and how to use them. Why we did it, we don't know. Perhaps they hunted us. Perhaps we were simply afraid. Perhaps it was just that they fenced us in, unintentionally or not. We simply don't know what the truth is. Somehow, we acquired SCP-1000's own technology, and with it we instigated an SK-class dominance shift in which humanity became the dominant species of Earth. We wiped out 70% of SCP-1000's population in a single day. The Day of Flowers, the children called it. Supposedly every flower bloomed that day, while our enemies died in their sleep. Then we hunted the rest down, but we went further than just killing them. With a few of the more twisted of SCP-1000's devices, we drove the survivors mad, even those hiding beyond our reach. We trapped them in their own minds, blocking higher functions and leaving their bodies to fend for themselves like any ordinary ape. We slaughtered their living machines and burned their vast shining cities with SCP-1000's bioweapons that reduced everything to slurry and dust that washed or blew away in spring rain and wind. We left no traces, not even our own memory. We turned one of the weapons on ourselves, wiped out any knowledge of SCP-1000 in the greatest civilization the planet has ever seen. Only a few humans protected themselves from the effect, kept the forbidden knowledge, just in case. The rest of us went back to being hunter-gatherers, none the wiser. Which brings us to today. You're going to read all about this in the Level 3 documentation, but I'll give you the short version here. SCP-1000 are somehow regaining their forgotten intelligence and knowledge. Maybe they never truly lost it. We don't know. This is why the ever-increasing number of Bigfoot sightings is so worrying. Why the attempts at contact, however indecipherable, are even more worrying. Yes, SCP-1000 are just like us. That's what makes them so dangerous. We wiped them from history and memory. We dissolved their civilization, and we slaughtered most of their species. Just ask yourselves, if they got the chance, what more would they do to us? Addendum 10056-D. Instances of SCP-1000 have tried to make contact with Foundation personnel on multiple occasions. Most of these attempts at contact have untranslated, though recent attempts show that some instances of SCP-1000 are capable of communicating in English. Log 1000 AD-065-X1. The following is a rough translation of recent SCP-1000 attempt at communication with Foundation personnel on... See attached documentation. We forgive you. Given choice for now, not forever. Let us back in. Item number, SCP-3300. Object Class, Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. Containment of SCP-3300 is focused on observation and ensuring it does not spread from the affected area. A mobile observation post has been set up 5 kilometers outside the town of Clearwater, Montana for this purpose. Any attempts at manned exploration of SCP-3300 events are currently suspended. When the SCP-3300 event begins, the observation team will fall back to a point 10 kilometers from the town border and continue observation. Any unusual activity is to be noted. Any attempts made by outsiders to enter or exit the area will be halted. Non-lethal force is authorized for this purpose. Instances of SCP-3300-1 attempting to leave Clearwater will be detained and interviewed under the pretense of a police search. Following this, they will be allowed to continue their travel under Foundation observation. All personnel involved in the containment of SCP-3300 are prescribed a weekly dose of Class Y amnestics. Description: SCP-3300 is an annual event in which the populace of Clearwater, Montana, henceforth SCP-3300-1, disappears and is replaced by a new set of citizens. The SCP-3300 event typically occurs in the mid-portion of June and lasts 6 to 18 days. The first 48 hours of each event are marked by a light, continuous rain over the entire city. The rain is stationary and appears regardless of the weather in the surrounding area. This portion of the event ends when the rain transitions to a severe thunderstorm, lasting for the remaining duration of SCP-3300. The interior of an SCP-3300 event past this point has never been observed. Any attempt by the Foundation to explore the event has ended in either a total loss of personnel and equipment or a failure to even enter the phenomena. Several times, personnel entering SCP-3300 have emerged instantaneously on the other side. When the SCP-3300 event ends, all previous SCP-3300-1 instances will have been replaced by new iterations with completely new appearances, personalities, and memories. Beyond remarking on the unusually severe nature of the storm, new instances show no recollection of the event. Instances of SCP-3300-1 behave identically to baseline human beings. However, no record of any instance prior to their appearance from an SCP-3300 event exists. Instances will occasionally share names, professions, certain memories, and broad personality traits with those from previous iterations of SCP-3300. However, no SCP-3300-1 instance has been observed repeating from previous events. SCP-3300-1 instances are unaware of their anomalous nature and the circumstances surrounding their existence. Physical and post-mortem examinations reveal no differences from baseline humans. Instances of SCP-3300-1 outside of the town when SCP-3300 occurs will disappear several days after the event begins. All attempts to observe this disappearance have failed. SCP-3300 is accompanied by a moderate cognitohazardous effect. Outside citizens learning about the existence of the town of Clearwater or its citizens will give little thought to them unless the subject is brought to their direct attention. This effect affects focus rather than memory. Those affected do not forget that Clearwater exists, but rather show difficulty paying attention to it. Outside citizens familiar with disappeared instances of SCP-3300 will not comment on their absence unless reminded, and even then show little concern. The history of SCP-3300 is unknown. Records of its existence go back to the beginning of the Foundation. Despite this, almost no progress has been made in attempts to research the phenomena. Addendum. The following journal was recovered in the aftermath of the SCP-3300 event ending on June 30th, 1995, and represents one of the few descriptions of what occurs during the phenomena. The writer of the document has been identified as SCP-3300/1995/4307, aka Margaret Lane. The events described in the journal are unverified. Attempts to automatically observe the interior of an SCP-3300 event are still underway. Hey, if Kurt Cobain kept a journal, it can't be that bad of an idea, right? Help express my artistic side or something. Finally get all the writing I've wanted to done. I don't know. Mom said it might be a good way for me to focus things, which means she just wants an easy way to snoop and make sure I'm staying clean. Joke's on her, though, if she ever thinks she's gonna be able to find this. Still, I guess it could be nice to have something to look back on. Hopefully to remind myself that things get better. There's a dream I've been having, which is weird because I don't usually remember my dreams, but I've had this one like 3 times in the past week. In it, I'm not myself. I'm in a small hut, standing above the bed where my daughter lies. Her skin is red, blotchy, hot. I'm praying that the disease won't take her, praying that she'll recover or that this is some other sickness. It's no use, I know. The corpse of my husband won't let me forget. Another of the healthy, a boy who thinks himself a man, calls us together, the few that remain. I gaze around the room and see the same expressions on their faces that I feel in my heart. Except the boy's. He grins as we enter and gestures to the bowl of water in front of him. I have found it, he says. The key to our salvation. And then it ends. Weird, right? No idea what to make of it. Anyway, I'm heading down to Sam's, so this'll be it for the day. Gray clouds on the horizon. We need the rain. I can't remember what the sun looks like. Joking. But it's been drizzling for 3 days, and it doesn't look like it's gonna let up soon. Phones are patchy as hell, too. Radio says we can expect the weather to continue for at least a week. David tried to come earlier today, and I told him to fuck right back off to the ditch he crawled out of. That I didn't care how good the shit he'd gotten his hands on was. He did his whole kicked puppy dog routine, but eventually left before Mom noticed, thank God. The rain's kind of relaxing, actually. It's got a rhythm to it. I could get used to this. I don't think it's ever stormed this hard in my life. It's 2 in the afternoon, but looking outside, you'd swear it was midnight. My throat is starting to get sore from shouting over all the noise. No idea what the hell happened. One minute it was drizzling, the next someone flipped a switch to dump the entire Pacific Ocean onto our heads. Internet and phone are completely down. The few seconds of clear radio we can get is just a barrage of tornado and flood warnings. Nothing to do but hole up inside and see how many games of Monopoly we can play until Mom kills me, or I kill myself. I swear, some of the people in this town must be absolutely insane, because sometimes when the lightning flashes I can see them walking around outside. Some of them just standing there. I'm writing this from the back of Jared's van, and we're going like 80 miles an hour down the highway, and Isabel's crying next to me, and I don't know what the fuck is going on. I think I'm gonna die. I'm gonna keep writing though, my hand shakes less when I write. It couldn't have been more than an hour ago that this happened. We were all at my place. Sam, Jared, Mike, and Isabel had all come over. I hadn't expected them, but Jared insisted he wasn't going to let something tiny like a biblical flood stop us from exploring the bottom levels of the Dreadlich Arzganoth's domain. Stupid. So we rolled up and started playing like everything was normal. Sam DMing with the stupid little monster accents she does. Isabel and Mike arguing over every scrap of treasure and possible trap we came across. Jared struggling just to keep us all from killing each other. Mom in the other room pretending she wasn't listening in. It was Isabel who first noticed the banging on the door, like someone trying to break it down. At first we weren't sure what to do. I mean, anyone banging that hard on your door so late is gonna be suspicious even if there's not a fucking hurricane outside, right? So we just sort of sat there staring at each other until Jared got up and grabbed a poker from the fireplace and went to check the peephole. I wonder what his first thought was. Surprise? Confusion? Did he just accept it like I did? Too stunned by the weirdness to question when he opened the door and saw a family on our porch? A mom, dad, 2 kids. I've never seen any of them before. For a second we all just stared at each other, and then the dad shoved past Jared and said, "Why are you in my house?" Mom had come out of her room when she first heard knocking. When the guy said that, she flipped out instantly. "What do you mean your house, asshole? This is my house. What the hell are you doing just barging in here? I swear to God, you've got 10 seconds before I get the cops over here." Oh, God. I remember being annoyed, embarrassed, wishing she wouldn't flip out over everything. The dad's expression didn't change. He stepped forward again and Jared tried to hold him back. When he did, the dad just flung him. Snagged Jared by the collar and tossed him through the living room into the kitchen. Jared smacked into a counter and went limp. And the dad said again, in the exact tone, "Why are you in my house?" That was when Mom charged him with a golf club. He barely had time to react before she swung it into his chest. For a second she looked pleased with herself. I'm sure she was already forming the story to tell all her friends about how she fought off the home invader. When she tried to pull the golf club back and she couldn't, the expression disappeared. The guy didn't look a little bit hurt, not even fazed. The club was stuck in his chest and the skin around it was rippling, like when you throw a stone into a pond. Water dripped out from where the metal entered the skin. Mom stared, then she screamed, fell back scrambling at the floor to get away. The man looked down at the club with the same expression you might look at a dead cockroach. He grabbed it right below where it speared into him, yanked it from his chest, held it as he walked towards Mom. She stopped moving the first time he hit her in the head. She just fell like a rock. And he hit her again, and again, and again, and the whole time he was saying, my house, in the same fucking tone, the only fucking way he knew how to speak, and the kids were standing in the door just watching, and the wife was holding them close, and I swear to God she was smiling. Sam stood up like she was gonna charge the guy, but Mike wrapped himself around her and said don't, that we had to run, so we did. Mike and Sam grabbed Jared even though he wasn't moving, and I grabbed the journal without even thinking about it, and I don't really remember anything after that except Sam driving and crying and Mike screaming, and all I could think about was the way Mom's body looked as she fell, the light disappearing from her eyes before her body hit the floor. We drove right to the police station. Me and Mike decided to go inside while Sam and Isabel watched Jared. The lights were on, but the station was locked with no one inside. We walked around, looked through every window, nothing. When we got back to the car, Jared still wasn't awake, and his breathing was all fucked up, so we discussed it and decided to take him to the hospital in Landhart. It's only a 2-hour drive. We should be there soon. It'll be okay. We've been driving for 6 hours now. We're almost out of gas. Jared still isn't awake, and we haven't made it to Landhart yet. We've doubled back twice, looked for road signs, building lights, anything to tell us where the fuck we are, but there's nothing. No signs, no cities, not even a gas station. We haven't passed another car since we left my house. The rain's falling just as hard out here. Mike says we need to turn around, try to get back to town before we get stranded. Isabel says that's crazy. We need to keep looking for the hospital and we don't have enough to make it back anyway. Sam says she's gonna keep driving. That's all we can do at this point. Jared's dead, and we're out of gas. The car died maybe an hour ago. Jared maybe a half hour after that. No idea where we are. We decided to double back, see if we had passed the hospital again, but there was nothing. Isabel and Mike are going at it, each convinced that this is the other's fault. Sam's ignoring them. She's sitting by Jared, holding his hand. She hasn't looked away from him since he stopped breathing. Hasn't said 10 words since we left town. I must have fallen asleep, because I had another dream. I knew instantly it was a continuation from before. It was too clear, too substantial to be anything else. And even though I knew it was a dream, I couldn't do anything but watch. I stand ankle deep in a vast, clear river. I'm holding the corpse of my daughter. I'm not sure how I recognize her, as taken by the sickness as she is. Her hair is fallen out. Her skin is entirely covered in black scabs that hid even her eyes. Flecks of cracked skin fall away as my arms rub against her body. But for some reason, as I look at her, I don't feel sorrow. I feel hope. I kneel and place her body into the water. It drifts on the surface. Then the water engulfs her, makes her a part of it. She becomes the current that takes her, and I know it will sweep her to the sea, where she can finally be at peace. But the work isn't done. I turn, wade back to the shore where the blackened body of my husband waits. As I do, I become cognizant of the others, the survivors. Each has with them the bodies of their children, families, friends. 18 survivors, hundreds of bodies. One by one, we take them to the river, until only we remain. I woke up to the sound of Jared evaporating. It took me a moment to realize what was going on. The others were all scrambling around the body and I couldn't get a good look. All I could see was the steam filling the car. When I pushed my way through, I saw his body was boiling. That's the best way to describe it. Bubbles writhing and popping across the surface of his skin. Drops of water leaping off of him and burning where they touched us. The shape of him almost completely gone, aside from a vaguely human-looking lump within his clothing and some ridges that might have been facial features. Sam tried to touch the water to, I don't know, stop it, save him, catch him, but the heat of the steam pushed her back. All we could do was watch as Jared fizzled away, until the only thing left of him was vapor and soaked clothing. We decided to leave. Or Mike and Sam decided to leave, and Isabel and I realized we didn't have any choice but to follow. I mean, what difference did it make? Stay or go, the outcome would be the same. But I figured trying to find something out there might be better than staying in the car until we all starved to death. We grabbed the flashlight from the glove box and headed out. We couldn't have walked more than a mile before we reached the town. I almost bumped into Mike when he stopped walking after shining the light onto the "Welcome to Clearwater" sign. He didn't say anything. What could he say? We turned around, started walking the other way. Not sure how far. 2 miles? 3? We didn't pass the car, but it didn't matter. We ended up back at the sign. The city. Sam turned, walked off the highway and into the farmland surrounding it. We followed. We knew it wouldn't work, but we followed anyway. On the other side of the field, we found ourselves back on the highway, in front of the sign. Mike insisted he wasn't going back in. No fucking way. He'd rather take the risk out in the rain than spend another second with whatever was in that city. We pointed out that whatever was in that city was pretty clearly outside of it too, and at least the city had food. He wouldn't listen. So we started walking, and 3 minutes later he caught up. Didn't say a word. The lights in the town were all on, but there were no people, no cars. A few times I thought I saw movement, but it was always just a branch or piece of trash picked up by the wind. We were on alert the whole time, but nothing happened. We decided to hole up in Dirk's Sporting because it had guns and was right next to the grocery store. Sam and Mike went and grabbed food while Isabel and I, meaning just I, took stock of the store. When the others came back, we started working out shifts to sleep in. 2 awake at the same time. I volunteered for the first shift even though I felt like I wanted to collapse. I just couldn't stand to dream again. Mike shot himself, and we're a lot more fucked than I first thought. For a while I was still holding on to the idea of survival, that there was some sort of exit to whatever fucked up situation we found ourselves in. there isn't. I don't think there ever was. This is the only ending I could have hoped for. But if I keep thinking about that, I'm gonna go fucking insane. So, Mike, he's dead. We were on shift together when he got up and said he'd be back in a minute. Figured he was just going to the bathroom, until I heard the gunshot. I got there about 20 seconds before Sam and Isabel. His body was slumped against a wall, shotgun barrel stuck in his mouth. There was no blood, and I thought he'd missed or accidentally discharged it until I saw the hole in the back of his skull. Then I realized there was something splattered on the wall behind him, but it wasn't blood. It was water. Isabel screamed when she saw the body. I heard her gasping and ignored her. Sam knelt next to me, close enough that I could feel her trembling. For a moment, the only noise was her ragged breathing and Isabel's whimpers. Then Sam reached out and ran her fingers along the rim of Mike's skull. She drew them back, stared. A small noise rose from the back of her throat. Her fingertips were coated in water. Before I could react, she thrust more fingers into the wound. Water ran down her hands as she dug through what should have been his brain. Water sloshed around in the chalice of his skull. When we lowered his body to rest on the floor, it was water that pooled on the wood. Sam leapt up, ran to the counter, snatched a knife from its sheath and held it to her arm. We stared at each other. I didn't want her to do it. Didn't want to see what would happen. She sliced open her arm, and water spilled from the wound. We stared at the injury, too distracted to notice Isabel calling to us. It wasn't until she ran over and yanked on my sleeve that I even remembered she existed. Outside, was all she said. Hundreds of people had gathered outside the window. Unmoving silhouettes staring through the darkness, filling the street. When lightning flashed, I saw the faces of strangers, soaked by the rain. They've been there for 2 hours now. Haven't moved an inch. They're outside every window and every exit. I don't know how long they're willing to wait, but I'm damn sure it's longer than we have. Maybe Mike had the right idea. Sam left, and we didn't bother to stop her. She muttered something before she stood and marched out the door. I remember thinking as I watched her leave that I should do something. I should reach out or call to her or block the exit, but the thought wouldn't make it past my brain, like there was a wall between my nerves and my body. So I just stared as she stepped into the rain. The silhouettes shifted as soon as she was outside. They opened up to let her through and she vanished into them, into the dark. I don't want to go back. That's what she said before she left. In my dream, I am the storm, and I am screaming. The wind whips at me like razors raking through my body. The frozen rain bites at my skin. Except I don't have a body. I don't have skin. The wind is a part of me. The rain is from me. Every second I rip myself apart and reform, rip and reshape until I'm scattered over miles of storm. Trapped in the roil. Around me I hear the screams of my village. I feel their presence against mine, just as much a part of the storm as I. We fight, struggle, but the storm cannot be broken. It hurtles over the land, dragging us in its wake. And then I'm falling, rushing to meet the ground. For a moment the earth embraces me. I remember what it felt like to feel the dirt beneath my feet, and the sun on my skin, and the crisp air in my lungs. Until the storm steals me again, and I'm pulled back into the screams of my comrades. I woke up and Isabel was gone. Just a puddle of water on the floor. I think the rain is speaking to me. I can hear it ever since I woke up. I don't know what it's saying, but the whispers in my ear are getting louder. When I cover my ears, it's still there. If I scream, it rises over the screaming. I'm trying to write just to focus on anything, but the fucking voice is still there, and I know what it wants me to do. It wants me to join it. I'm its child, and it misses me. It can't bear to be apart. What can I do? What can I do? The strangers are still outside watching me, waiting for my choice. Because they know what my choice will be, don't they? There's only one way this can end. I can wait and starve or shoot myself or slice my wrists or walk out into the rain, but it's all gonna end the same way. The water is eternal. The water will remain no matter how polluted it becomes. At the end, we all become rain. I don't want to go back. Item number, SCP-3426. Object Class, Keter. Special Containment Procedures. Until the nature of SCP-3426 can be definitively ascertained, containment should focus on preventing as many of the theorized conditions for its occurrence as possible. As such, scientific progress into a unified physics hypothesis and the creation of infinitely sustainable energy should be heavily impeded. Other areas of social and technological progress that could potentially result in an occurrence of SCP-3426 on Earth must be prevented by any reasonable means currently available. Additional measures may be taken in the event that the collective human race approaches attainment of Type 1 civilization status, as defined on the Kardashev scale. Investigation of phenomena related to SCP-3426 will take place under Operation Grey Voices. Mechanical probe surveys to a maximum range of 100 light-years will attempt to ascertain the commonality and range of SCP-3426, and manned excursions of post-3426 planets are currently in the planning process. Operation Grey Voices will centralize the relevant collected data and collaborate with other Foundation internal research divisions, including the Memetics and Infohazards Division, Temporal Anomalies Department, Thaumatological Department, and Biological Containment and Research Division, for the purpose of attaining a greater understanding of SCP-3426. Civilian surveys of exoplanets and cosmological imaging projects will be strictly monitored for images or data that show evidence of SCP-3426. Upon discovery, data of SCP-3426 is to be erased or edited as necessary, and amnestics administered to persons involved. Description: SCP-3426 is a phenomenon that is responsible for the total extinction of a technologically and socially advanced planetary civilization. SCP-3426 may be an event, entity, process, object, or concept. To date, there exists no definitive hypothesis on the attributes of the anomaly. However, it is known that the conditions for manifestation of SCP-3426 are self-consistent and follow an established pattern. It is believed that SCP-3426 manifestation is widespread and possibly universal. A planet that has been affected by SCP-3426 is termed Post-3426. Post-3426 planets and civilizations share a number of common characteristics. 1. The civilization must have achieved a relative degree of global socio-political stability. 2. A limitless or indefinitely sustainable source of worldwide energy is in use, for example nuclear fusion, hydrogen mining, orbital solar collection, or enhanced geothermal systems. 3. This energy must be widespread and plentiful enough for the civilization to qualify as a Type 1 civilization or higher on the Kardashev scale. 4. A unified scientific theory or model of the universe must have been developed. 5. Space travel is commonplace and is advanced enough to allow for detailed exploration of the local solar system. And 6. There exists an organization whose purpose it is to catalog and contain as many anomalous phenomena as possible. Post-3426 planets display widespread anomalous material corrosion, reality distortion, complete or near-complete corruption of information and information media, and the pervasive presence of visual cognitohazards and abnormalities. Sapient lifeforms on a post-3426 planet appear in 2 stages based on the time since SCP-3426 took place. If it has been 1 year or less since the occurrence of SCP-3426, such organisms appear suspended or frozen in place, lack any consciousness, and display total cell death. In some cases, they may appear translucent or blurred to cameras and to the eye. Afterwards, intelligent life is apparently completely spatially erased. While possessions, information, and structures created as a result of the species remain present, if highly deviated, no physical remains of the species itself exist. Data, items, and artifacts were collected primarily through the mass usage of drones, orbital probes, and imaging sensors deployed onto post-3426 planets. Further information on the exact properties or effects of SCP-3426 has been difficult to recover. Probes that enter the atmosphere of a post-3426 planet quickly deteriorate within 24 hours, becoming affected by the space-time distortion and material corrosion permeating the planet's surface and surroundings. As a result, recovered data on post-3426 planets is extremely limited. Based on data and related analysis from Operation Grey Voices, it is believed that SCP-3426 induces a slow collapse of the consistency of universal constants and stable states within the planet. This collapse weakens force interactions between elementary particles, creates extreme planet-wide ontokinetic and material distortion effects, and gradually prevents any information or conscious thought from being distributed. This process culminates in all matter on the planet reaching a state of catastrophic incoherence, theoretically resulting in the slow erasure of objects, concepts, and life forms originating from it. This phenomenon has been provisionally classed as a ZK Lambda-class cosmic fragmentation scenario. While research into SCP-3426 has yielded a vast variety of information regarding its nature and end results, the mechanism by which SCP-3426 acts remains unknown. Addendum 3426-1 Incomplete list of post-3426 planets. At present, Operation Grey Voices has examined all exoplanets within a 75 light-year radius of Earth. From this current exploration area, 16 planets have met the hypothesized conditions required for the occurrence of SCP-3426. All 16 were affected by SCP-3426 either upon discovery or within 5 years of detection. A partial list of post-3426 exoplanets and their characteristics is shown below. Gliese 1214b, post-3426-2. Traits: Ocean planet, hydrogen and helium atmosphere. Dominant life forms were aquatic non-humanoids with primary settlements underneath the ocean. Technologically advanced society organized into strict unified social hierarchies. Outposts existed both in the atmosphere and in space, used for the purpose of research into the local star system. The civilization had no clear leader of governmental system, rather computers dispensed resources distributed according to caste. Post-3426 characteristics. After SCP-3426, Post-3426-2 had approximately half of its water transmuted into deuterium and tritium oxide. Consciousness in all sapient life forms spontaneously stopped. Computers and other data storage devices underwent apparent global information corruption, with only 15% of the civilization's information remaining readable. Water molecules no longer flow. The substance acts as a single, rigid, continuous solid. Notes: None. Kepler 443b, Post-3426-5. Traits: thick atmosphere, strong gravitational field, and cold average temperatures. Dominant life forms had mammalian characteristics, such as body hair and live birth, but possessed ectothermic circulation in the same fashion as reptiles. Dominant religion involved the worship of an entity ascribed to the planet's star, which was said to be responsible for continually rebuilding and moving the universe. Post-3426 characteristics. Post-3426-5 experienced a form of catastrophic reality degradation, in which the formation of chemical compounds became impossible due to weakening of the electrostatic force. An additional anomalous effect causes all native living organisms to be perceived as a two-dimensional, shimmering gray film. This effect is both present in photographs and video from the planet and physical artifacts collected from it. Notes: None. Luden B, Post-3426-10. Traits: rocky planet with Earth-like composition, orbiting a red dwarf. Mild temperatures and nitrogen-oxygen atmosphere. Dominant intelligent life was humanoid. The planet had recently survived the effects of a catastrophic nuclear war, which subsequently led to a current period of utopian peace and social stability. Primary energy source was obtained through large-scale drilling into the planet's mantle. Post-3426 characteristics. All events taking place on Post-3426-10 occur in apparent disjointed slow motion. Movement, interaction, and even thought are anomalously decelerated. This deceleration is inconsistent among the surface, with some regions being slower than others. This effect can also manifest as a complete and total stopping of time, with all particle movement in an affected region ceasing. Analysis of the mantle of the planet revealed that it had been transformed to a perfectly smooth, transparent layer of pink glass. Interaction with this glass results in malfunction of any nearby electrically powered devices and an intense feeling of vertigo. Notes: the dominant life forms inhabiting Post-3426-10 appear to communicate in an undocumented Indo-European language with significant similarities to Hittite. The status of this phenomenon as an anomaly is currently under review. Trappist-1F, Post-3426-13. Traits: orbits ultra-cool dwarf star, rocky Earth-like composition with large high-pressure water vapor envelope covering planet. Similarly to Earth, planetary society consisted of a multitude of separated geopolitical states coexisting in a roughly capitalist system. Analog of the SCP Foundation, notably, was a peacekeeping organization that traded anomalies and used them strategically to prevent wars, research medical and scientific advances, or expose social and economic injustices. Post-3426 characteristics: extreme spatial distortion. Entire regions are displaced from the rest of the surface, while a low static blur is visible across most of the planet. It is unknown whether this is a visual or ontokinetic effect. On occasion, a sudden tear in the space-time continuum within the planet's atmosphere is detected, followed by the appearance of black mist. This mist will usually move towards an unconscious sentient life form or data storage device and enter it. Once this has been completed, it becomes impossible for any being to comprehend any concepts related to or contained in the affected object. This has made data gathering from Post-3426-13 extremely difficult. Notes: all containment sites operated by Post-3426-13's SCP Foundation analog have been replaced by large spheres of total darkness. Mechanical probes entering these regions of total darkness experience an unusual form of breakdown. See Addendum 3426-3. Addendum 3426-2. Recovered data and artifacts list. Rough translations of recovered data were provided by the Linguistics Department under request by Operation Grey Voices. Translations are not guaranteed to be accurate. Item source: computer terminal drive on space station orbiting Post-3426-2. We are on the verge of finally discovering it. Equation of everything. The mathematics is working perfectly, too perfectly perhaps, for me to remain comfortable with this experiment much longer. Natural laws, behaviors, and forces? I cannot help but fear at what these findings imply. I cannot keep this secret. This conclusion is something that affects everything, not just on the planet, everywhere that exists. We are And as I stare further and further into the sand grains that make this world, I am further convinced that they are built out of mist and magic. Item source: emergency message found playing on repeat in all structures in Post-3426-2. Attention. Worldwide informational, physical, and chemical hazards. Please remain calm and take note of the following precautions to ensure your safety. Once this message completes, shut off all electronic devices you currently possess. Close all openings or viewings from outside the building you are currently in. If you are not currently inside an enclosed building, seek shelter in one immediately. Cover up or illuminate all sources of darkness in your location of shelter. Destroy any reflective surfaces in your location of shelter. Destroy any transparent surfaces in your location of shelter. If you begin witnessing bizarre, disturbing, or unsettling effects occurring in your location of shelter, do not report or point them out to any other person. Doing so will allow to spread. When you begin to hear the screaming in your mind, move to a room or place where you can be alone. Darken the room completely. This will allow the fading to happen most quickly. Bring any possessions of sentimental value with you. The screams will become overpowering. Do not panic. Focus on a memory of great intensity to you, and be silent until you do not exist. If at any point you feel that you cannot continue, remember that a society-issued weapon should be available in every facility. Your death will be quick and painless. This message will continue until nothing is left to hear it. This message will continue until nothing is left to hear it. Item source: a native plant from Post-3426-5. As far as can be ascertained, the plant is approximately 0.75 meters tall and is most likely a flowering plant. This plant was common across Post 3426-5's ground and was pollinated by many native fauna on Post 3426-5. Within the first 15 minutes of viewing, the object is perceived by all intelligent life as a plant-shaped mass of static. This static appears two-dimensional from all sides, despite existing in a three-dimensional space. Extended observation of the static tends to cause discomfort in all observers. After 15 minutes have passed, the plant is no longer able to be perceived by the observer. The observer's memories of the plant are immediately retained, but physical viewing of the plant's location presents itself as if the object itself was not present. Testers could describe an unknown object perfectly, even if it was presumably obscured by the plant. This effect changes after an additional 2 to 3 days have passed. All people who are affected by the property that prevents perception of the plant begin to see the plant as a miscellaneous flower that the observer attaches emotional value or meaning to. The flower type that is perceived varies greatly from person to person. Foundation AICs, upon being presented with the plant, appear to perceive it as a random pattern of shapes and colors. The reason for this effect is undetermined. Item source: official internal statement from the SCP Foundation equivalent from Post 3426-10. To all that remain, we, the Conclave of Six, reveal our words to you today because Celsig will soon cease to exist, and it must come to pass because of our doing. We delved too far, knew too much. We wanted to know secrets which were not meant for the mortals to know, questions of gods and creators, questions of the elementary makeup of everything. Now we face the apocalypse, divine punishment for our transgressions. We have little left to say. In the coming days, you will find that the domain of physical meaning will shatter into a billion pieces. Specifically, this planet will be ravaged, both by a massive upheaval in universal laws that is roughly equivalent to the entire planet becoming a high-intensity hostile matter-affecting anomaly, or as you also know it, a Segment M threat RH phenomenon, and by a vast number of incorporeal entities, we believe they're entities but we're not sure, that will attempt to slowly erase and corrupt all sources of information and knowledge originating from Celsig. Yes, this includes you. You have two choices. If you stay on Celsig, your consciousness will be ripped apart from you and leave only a pale image of anything you were. Time and space will blend their twisted forms into each other until everything and nothing happens at once, every second squished together and lengthened into eternity. Communication and thought will die a slow death. Eventually, everything that originates from our world will collapse into itself and be erased from the universe. The only fragments of our legacy will be warped to be unrecognizable. Alternatively, you can take the preliminary space shuttle we've made out of all the anomalous material we still have left. It'll get you far, but not much farther. From what we understand, it is the very fabric of the multiverse itself that is coming to blot us out. Long live Celsig. May its death not be in vain. Item source: handwritten note scrawled into the inside back cover of a book on Post 3426-13. The world is on slow fire. Swarms of bitter void break apart from the sky and attack. I don't think there's time left to escape. I think even if we did, they would follow. I looked upwards and in a moment the sky was suddenly black and the sun was even darker, all filaments and strands of infectious shadows. I don't even know how they got here, why they chose us, why they sent the flying things, signals. I can't recall the names. But as it hit the black barrier, they simply disappeared. We're going away too. Everything I know is fading. I look at the world and half of the words I use for things have been blocked out by my memory. The computers don't work anymore. When I open this book, the words are replaced by bars of white and black, and that's what they're doing, don't you see? They're nothing but nothing, and they want to make us unreal and time and space unreal. As I look out of this window, the top half of the building next to me is disjointed from the bottom half. The people in the window across are frozen. Then they flash and move for an instant and are frozen once more. Every time they move, the color of everything turns red and blue and green in a strobe of terror. Reality is coming apart at the seams. My sister is in the house with me. We are trying to keep out of reach of the unreal darkness. She has... She has told me that there is a voice in her head. I asked her what the voice was saying. She said it was only a wailing. It is the end for her then. I will watch as the wailing overpowers her mind, and she forgets everything she is. She'll forget she was ever an intelligent being. She will forget all of the world, and all of the past and the present and the future, the little of it we have left. She'll then become unregisterable to me in my mind or to anyone's mind. Her consciousness and her identity will be severed from the rest of our knowledge until she dissolves alone in a universe of one and becomes an object eaten by the all-consuming unreality. She was too young. I hear something in my head. The light. Terrace Mons is under siege. It began with a pamphlet containing unspeakable secrets passed from Terran to Terran in a small building. The experiments conducted that night would have been considered impossible eons ago, even more so considering its conclusions. Retries of various kinds were performed again and again in an attempt to disprove the results, to no avail. The knowledge they gained, unknown to the world at the time, cursed all who learned about it. Scientists and medical men were baffled at the perplexing and horrific results they were shown. Scuffles of infighting and theories plagued the scientific community for days on end. Chaos, a new beginning to some, unraveled all science that was held as unfaltering fact for so long. Not much time was left to contemplate the meaning of this before the preliminary siege had begun. As the news disseminated to a wider audience, events with terrifying implications occurred. The Spire of Yeon, a magnificent testimony to world unity, ceased to exist in a brief flash. My eldest son was there, as a maddening scream echoed from the tower. Then the structure disappeared entirely. All weather of any kind ceased, causing worldwide water and crop shortages. Countries began to reform amidst the conflict, and tensions began to rise in competition over resources. My husband was forced by lottery into the newly founded militia of the Better Terrace Mons Union. I received barely enough electro tokens from the quasi-government to support my family. I was crippled and couldn't work, relying entirely on my spouse to bring in income. I was indebted to him for helping me so much, but could do nothing as he was taken away. I remember staring out the window towards the purple waves, wondering how the world went mad so rapidly. It was stupid of me not to connect the dots earlier. More strange things occurred. At first it was only big things. The planet Terrace Mons orbited would change color, a number of lightning bolts repeatedly struck in the same spot. Nobody could remember visiting specific areas. But as time went on, I too began to experience them. Clouds disappeared at random, books had their words shuffle randomly, and clumps of sand at the beach outside my home would fling themselves at me sporadically. It was the 22nd night of Presque Vu when we finally crossed the threshold of damnation. A thick silence, quite literally unbreachable, encompassed our entire world. The quiet suppressed all noise, no matter how loud one's voice was. Hours passed, but nothing happened, and the world seemed to slow down briefly. I went outside to relieve myself of stress, only to discover the sky was completely empty. The siege began. The screaming of millions ruptured the shield instantaneously, a piercing wail that could be heard for light years. A wave of something slammed me backwards, forcing me to retreat inside, unrelenting in its persistence, with screeches from every direction invading my senses. I couldn't handle leaving my house. I laid in my bed and cried as my sons and daughters sobbed, begging to something that I did not have the strength to get up and see. I do not know what happened in the following hours, but when I awoke, only my youngest daughter, Ellie, had remained of my children. What happened to the others, I don't know. She lay huddled next to me, tears leaking from her eye, and her choked cries mingling with the screaming. The painful wails in my head had moved beyond the walls of the home, yet I understand that at any moment it could breach the vestibule and enter. I shuddered. My daughter began to speak to me, but I quieted her down, afraid to answer whatever she would ask. I listened intently and heard pleading, as well as cries in languages I did not understand. They were close. I thought of my family, wondering where they were and what happened to them. I prayed not to know. "Mommy," Ellie had abruptly said to me, "Are we going to be okay?" "Yes," I lied. "We will." She didn't believe me, of course, and buried herself within my embrace. A sporadic sob joined hers, and it was only then I realized that it was my own. Faced with an impossible threat, by both definitions, I had resigned myself and all I knew to death. My ears filled with a faint static, no doubt from the dimming of the energyless lights. It has been 4 days since then. I'm writing this by candlelight for no reason other than peace of mind. The screaming has not stopped, and I doubt it ever will. My rations have run down, and there are no substances left to sustain me. A gaping wound of reality in the shape of my daughter beckons towards me from the unlit corner of my room, smiling a smile which does not exist, and that I can only assume is my fractured mind creating order of chaos. In just a few moments, I will join her. Our limited minds were not made to deal with the horrors of unreality. From the first day we discovered forbidden knowledge, they had begun to seep into the cracks of our consciousness. We stopped to gape and mock at all that was, congratulating ourselves on conquering a mountain, though we merely stood at the edge of a slope. Our predecessors pushed us forward, and the ancestors of an unknown kind dragged us back into the abyss. Much can be learnt from this encounter with a kind from beyond the veil of reality, if only there was anyone left to analyze it. Unbidden, we tread into the territory of the unknown, and unbidden these non-creatures arose to defend it. Perhaps they were like us, alien to a universe of cosmic horror, though no one had stopped them. I don't know, nor do I want to. Once I have gone, they will return to their slumber, and madness shall end until the cycle repeats. Henceforth, I, Whipoi, mother of none, shall scream until the ends of time. Warning: the following is Level 4-3426 classified. Addendum 3426-3 Post 3426-13 Exploration Log. Enter Level 4 clearance now. Credentials accepted. Exploration Log 3426-UA-13C. The following log depicts the received camera feed of the exploration of the void regions of Post 3426-13, involving the usage of an unmanned drone. This file is limited to personnel Level 4 clearance or higher. While neither info hazards nor cognitohazards have yet been detected to be present in this transcription, all personnel viewing this file must undergo a Level 2 hazardous meme scan before proceeding. In order to further investigate the widespread regions of void present across Post 3426-13, the SCP's Stern Inlet, an unmanned exploration vessel, drops out of FTL in the upper atmosphere of Post 3426-13. The Stern Inlet simultaneously launches a close-range automated drone, SKF-070, with camera feed connected to the main ship. Begin log. Time: 1 minute 27 seconds. The drone enters the lower atmosphere and deploys parachute. Drone registers minor surface damage. Later analysis shows that a thin layer of the material surrounding the drone had been transformed into balsa wood. Cause of this event is unknown. Time: 4 minutes 50 seconds. The drone lands on the surface of Post 3426-13. Video feed shows that the sky appears to be phasing in and out, making formations such as clouds in the sun periodically look transparent. The sky is a pinkish red color with a dark hue, caused by the low brightness of the red dwarf star, TRAPPIST-1. A number of avian life forms appear to be frozen in the sky. Time: 5 minutes 1 second. Drone begins movement towards the point of target. From its altitude, the camera can see the regional landscape. The area appears to be a coastal grassland plain. Ocean water drifts towards the shoreline in misshapen angular waves. As the waves break onto the beach, they are suddenly turned into what are apparently perfectly cut diamonds. The diamonds fade away a few seconds after they are deposited on the beach. Camera pans 180 degrees. A number of vaguely humanoid life forms are frozen in place along the shore, thin white wisps evaporating off of their forms. Debris is strewn about the area, and small fires burn in the distance. Time: 5 minutes 11 seconds. Abruptly, there is a flash on the camera feed that blinds the view momentarily. After a few seconds, the view returns, revealing that the entire sky appears to have lost all color contrast. There is a crackling noise, and the color of the sky returns to normal. Drone begins heading towards target location. Time: 14 minutes, 8 seconds. Drone passes over planet's surface for approximately 4 kilometers. Video feed notes the appearance of several more anomalous features. Several structures and buildings appear to be completely flattened into the ground, creating two-dimensional images of the structures and their contents on the surface. The drone passes by a number of posters, billboards, and other signage. However, all words and iconography on the signs appear as unreadable black bars. Many of the objects, flora, and fauna on Post 3426-13 are warped or disjointed in some way, and some are translucent or nearly transparent. Time: 17 minutes, 35 seconds. Drone approaches target. Camera shows a completely dark sphere, completely static, emitting no sound or light. The sphere is roughly estimated to be about a quarter mile in radius. Drone activates several sensors to scan anomaly, including light, sound, sentience, matter scattering, and conceptual identity. All sensors return negative. Time: 17 minutes, 59 seconds. Drone breaches the barrier of the void. Time: 18 minutes, 36 seconds. Camera feed begins to play faint sounds of static. A pristine, non-anomalous planetary landscape is seen, about 50 yards ahead. There is an industrial building with large glass windows and unreadable insignia branded on the front. Drone enters an open door on the first floor of the complex. Time: 18 minutes, 55 seconds. Static slightly increases in volume. Drone emerges in a clean bluish-white office space with a large plastic counter on the far side, decorated with potted plants. A sign is hung on the back of the wall behind the counter. Normally, this sign would be illegible or obscured by sensory bars. However, there are words on the sign reading, "Nothing is here. Lock yourself inside." Time: 21 minutes, 40 seconds. Drone proceeds down open corridor. To one side, there are large glass windows open to the sky. As the drone continues down the corridor, the windows appear to grow and shrink in dimension. There is a small object at the end of the corridor, which terminates in a dead end. The corridor is not lit well enough for the object to be identified. Time: 22 minutes, 23 seconds. Set onto the floor of the corridor is what is evidently a television set. The television has the same shape and dimensions to match a typical CRT television from the late 1970s. As the drone approaches, it turns on. Time: 22 minutes, 31 seconds. The drone stops despite the control systems from the stern inlet being completely severed. The sound of static on the video feed suddenly increases in volume, nearly drowning out any other noise. The television shows a series of sounds and images, including clips of asteroids floating through space, large networks of massive supercomputers, crowds of people going about their daily activities, the drone itself hovering in front of the television screen, and an endlessly brightly lit corridor. These images cycle through each other, interspersed with flashes of white light. The cycling becomes faster, and the flashes of light last longer and longer. Faintly visible in the light now are outlines of shapes, amorphous forms that move about the screen. The amorphous forms combine and reform until they create the vague outline of a human head. The human head is looking directly into the drone's camera. Time: 24 minutes, 57 seconds. The drone is suddenly propelled forward towards a collision course with the blank wall. The wall appears to fall away, and the drone is pushed forward into an empty white space and begins to fall. Time: 34 minutes, 57 seconds. After exactly 10 minutes of continuous falling, the drone suddenly emerges in the office lobby at the entrance of the building. The lobby is nominally the same in organization, appearance, and features. The sign behind the counter has changed words. It now reads, "Go back to sleep, go back to sleep, go back." Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the entire sky has acquired a dull red glow. Time: 37 minutes, 9 seconds. The camera notes the presence of a new hallway to the other side of the previous hallway that was not present before. As the drone approaches, faint sounds of mechanical operation, such as electrical beeps and running motors, become faintly audible. Just as the drone is about to enter the hallway, the video feed suddenly emits the sound of screaming, and the drone appears again in the center of the office foyer. For approximately 2 hours, the drone continuously attempts to enter the newly made hallway, with the same events occurring each time. Time: 2 hours, 32 minutes, 32 seconds. Over the next 2 hours, the sun sets and night falls. There is knocking on the windows, but no movement is registered from the outside. The knocking from the windows becomes more and more frantic. From the outside, the stars appear to be blood red. The drone approaches the hallway and is this time not impeded. The static in the background swells and crackles, and a faint voice can be made out just underneath the interference. The voice says, "The universe is an infinite staircase, but it is shattered. You will shatter it." The drone proceeds down the hallway. Time: 2 hours, 38 minutes, 15 seconds. The hallway is an endless, brightly lit corridor with no exits or side doors. Fluorescent lights are positioned on the ceiling at regular intervals. After a few minutes of travel, it is impossible to tell how far the drone has moved. The featurelessness of the hallway prevents any kind of relative positioning. Time: 3 hours, 50 minutes, 49 seconds. After about 1 hour of travel, the static slowly begins to quiet and is replaced with the growing sound of high-pitched wailing coming from thousands of sources. Time: 4 hours, 1 minute, 50 seconds. Dark wisps are emitted from the lamps, swarming together and flowing through the air. The audio is interspersed with intense high-frequency sound. When the sound is emitted, the video feed suddenly pixelates and shows random patterns of vivid colors. This pattern continues for a little less than 2 days. Time: 51 hours, 37 minutes, 4 seconds. A subtle change is now added to this pattern of data. Every time a pixelation event occurs, one of the pixels in the camera remains dead, sticking to the camera screen. Over time, the dead pixels fill the entire camera view. Time: 78 hours, 23 minutes, 30 seconds. The video feed has now been completely obscured by a variety of dead pixels. The sound of screaming has reached approximately 150 decibels, intense enough to cause rupturing of the eardrums. Shapes appear to form in the dead pixels, as if the pixels were moving through a field or an outline of static. The hallway shape is vaguely visible in the static as the drone continues to move through it, but now visible are hundreds of distorted human figures that stand still in the hallway, extending indefinitely through the corridor. Their faces are featureless except for eyes and a mouth. Time: 78 hours, 25 minutes, 41 seconds. The high-frequency pitches cease. The audio feed is now completely silent. Time: 78 hours, 25 minutes, 48 seconds. The swarm of humanoid faces all simultaneously turn towards the drone's camera. The figures disintegrate into black minute particles. The pixelation effect on the camera clears. The lights in the hallway all go out, leaving the drone in complete darkness. Time: 78 hours, 25 minutes, 53 seconds. The drone activates its searchlight and shines it into the hallway. The hallway begins to spin and reflect in on itself. Different sections of the hallway seem to cross over each other, rotate and reverse until it creates a kaleidoscope-like pattern in place of the original corridor. The hallway splits in half repeatedly into sections separated by cracks of blinding white light. The hallway then appears to unravel and coil itself around the probe until it has no room left to move. The cracks in the hallway expand and the light spilling out of it grows brighter. Time: 78 hours, 26 minutes, 36 seconds. The camera view switches abruptly to a continuous white field. Time: 84 hours, 11 minutes, 47 seconds. Nearly 6 hours later, change is detected in camera view. The white field begins to gradually fade into total blackness. As this occurs, systems on the drone progressively shut down in sequence, and the probe begins to lose capabilities. Time: 84 hours, 14 minutes, 21 seconds. The drone shakes violently as its processing systems completely fail. A dark red flash is briefly seen permeating the camera's view before the feed cuts out. End log. Addendum. The transcription of this camera feed is based on general consensus from a variety of viewers of the drone's camera recordings. The accuracy or reality of this transcription is currently not known. Re-recordings or attempts at computer analysis of this exploration log indicate that all reception ends past the timestamp at 17 minutes and 59 seconds. Past this point, the recording apparently consists entirely of static. Item number: SCP-507. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-507 is allowed free roam of the facility, obviously barring anything that would breach security or safety protocols. Anytime SCP-507 leaves its private quarters, it must be accompanied by an agent, mostly at this point to make sure that it does not shift without the facility's knowledge. SCP-507 should not be physically touched if there have been more than 2 weeks since its last shift. The risks inherent in disobeying this protocol make the action its own punishment, should the issue of disciplinary measures ever come up. When SCP-507 undergoes a shift, faculty will be informed to keep an eye out for its eventual reappearance. It also has a tracking device implanted into it, and a daily signal check should verify whether or not SCP-507 has returned from its trip. If it reappears in or nearby the facility, SCP-507 will return to its quarters on its own. Otherwise, a retrieval team of 3 plainclothes agents may be sent to provide transportation back. Upon successful return, SCP-507 can be the subject of various physical tests, up until 2 weeks after each shift. It is worth noting that SCP-507 is allowed a computer with an internet connection via a proxy which strictly limits what information can be uploaded and to where in its room, and it may petition to use or meet with or act as a test subject for safe or Euclid SCPs that do not affect mental functions negatively or carry an infectious trait. This is a result of SCP-507's persistently clean record, and the implication that if SCP-507 was ever going to be a security leak, it would have used its faux teleportation powers to do so already. It is also worth considering that SCP-507 is actually below average in most physical traits, and that even in the worst case scenario, any SCP agent should be more than capable of carrying out a termination order. Description: SCP-507 is a Caucasian male with blonde hair and green eyes, sporting no other outstanding characteristics besides being somewhat overweight and speaking with a vague accent of disputable origin. Although SCP-507 has an already established name due to its unremarkable upbringing, it seems to find entertainment in forcing those it meets to give it a nickname in lieu of divulging this information. Thus, SCP-507 will now respond to the names Tommy, Steve, Bruto, Guy, Houdini, and Grabnock the Destroyer. SCP-507 was originally recovered from the asylum when standard surveillance following repeated successful escape attempts brought its abilities to light. All records of this incident were confiscated, and SCP-507 was taken into custody under the pretense of moving it to a more secure facility. The original theory was that SCP-507 possessed some form of teleportation ability, as it would suddenly disappear and eventually reappear in a different location. Subsequent interviews with the subject did verify that its ability could be used in such a manner, but that it was merely a side effect for its main affliction. SCP-507 holds that during its periods of disappearance, it is actually displaced into a random alternate reality. The landscape generally stays the same, but the inhabitants and climate of the parallel world often do not. SCP-507 also insists that it has no control over the time and duration of these shifts. This has more or less been confirmed by the subject being known to displace at inconvenient times, such as mid-sentence, while sleeping, or even while using on-site public facilities. If SCP-507 moves about in the alternate world, the eventual shift back will then place it at the corresponding area in our reality. A sample list of SCP-507's descriptions of alternate realities can be found in Document 507-00. Mentally, SCP-507 shows no large deviations from the psychological profile for a normal person. It has confessed to have always had a great interest in the paranormal and mythological, which has directly led to its eventual permission to interact with relatively harmless SCPs. SCP-507 especially enjoys meeting with other sentient SCPs, once going so far as to request a small vacation to visit SCP-082. The request was eventually granted after persistent pleading from SCP-507, and the meeting was thankfully uneventful. Document 507-00, a sample list of SCP-507's supposed extradimensional travels, along with any demands made by it after returning. The subject arrived in complete darkness, leading it to assume that the current location was indoors or subterranean. After fumbling about for a possible way out, subject heard a sound akin to muted breathing nearby. Subject then decided to curl up in the nearest corner and wait it out, instead of risking a blind confrontation with an unknown creature. Request: a standard flashlight, which it now always carries on its person. Subject appeared in a replica of the facility, although apparently fallen into disuse. Further exploration led to the discovery of various corpses strewn about the area, all heavily decayed and covered in an odd type of mold. Upon noting that the corpses seemed to rhythmically expand and contract as if still breathing, subject attempted to leave the facility. This idea was quickly discarded when it opened an exit and found that the outside world was apparently coated with the same odd growth. Request: heavy doses of voriconazole and a fungal expert to help ascertain the nature of the mold. No exact match of the described mold was found, but it was noted to share many attributes with certain types of cordyceps fungi, see Addendum 507-02. Upon reappearing, subject was reported to mutter, "So many spiders." Subject refused to elaborate. Request: a handheld firearm of any type. Request was granted under the stipulation that said firearm is specifically built to only use rubber bullets. Subject once again appeared in a pitch-black location with breathing nearby. Upon turning on its flashlight, subject was surprised by a man wearing a black business suit and sunglasses with an impossibly wide smile. Said smiling man was apparently leaning in toward SCP-507 when it turned on the light, the end result being that their faces were almost touching. Smiling man then remarked, "Back so soon?" before subject switched the light off again, discharged all the rounds in its firearm at the general vicinity of the man, and once more curled up into the nearest corner until shifted back into our reality. Request: none. Those with level 2 security clearance may read a full list by accessing document 507-3B. Those with level 2-507 security clearance should also see interview 507-G for evidence of a particularly noteworthy shift. Addendum 507-00. Agent went missing at the same time as SCP-507. A full-scale search was launched to find either of them, only for SCP-507 to appear a week later. When questioned, it said that was holding onto its shoulder when it shifted, leading to both of them to appear in an alternate dimension where, during the ensuing chaos, SCP-507 lost contact with and could not relocate him before it shifted back into standard reality. A new protocol has been placed in light of this. No one is to come in physical contact with SCP-507 after 2 weeks following a displacement. Reevaluation of previous incidents has shown that there has always been at least 2 weeks between each, so this time frame will be the only safe time to touch SCP-507 until further notice. Addendum 507-01.
I don't care how much he grumbles about it. SCP-507 is not to be cleared for challenging SCP-076-2 to 50 rounds of tic-tac-toe. Just no.
Dr. Addendum 507-02. Fungus encountered by SCP-507 seems similar to that resulting from experimentation with SCP-407. Document 507-3B. Forward. Below is an archive of all documented shifts undergone by SCP-507. Each of these entries is presented with their contents in the following order. Universe designation. Retrieval. Used for the documentation of any complications or anomalies in the recovery of SCP-507 post-shift. Description. Description of reality and description of any after effects caused by visiting said reality. Requests. Listings of any special requests made by SCP-507 upon return, or for noting any souvenirs retrieved from the shift. For ease of reference, this is a list of equipment granted to SCP-507 thus far. Handgun, loaded with rubber bullets. Only one magazine, which is carried in the gun. Knife with sheath and belt. Tank of air. High-intensity flashlight. 1 week of vegetation ration packs. Waterproofed set of binoculars. Tracking collar. Camera. Universe 1B755E728. Retrieval uneventful. Description. Subject arrived in a desert environment and wandered around for roughly an hour before encountering another human. Said human was wearing a tanned leather overcoat and was described as completely unshaven. Man was extremely surprised to find the subject and demanded that the subject follow him in order to lead it back to food and shelter. Subject originally began to follow the man, but intentionally lost contact with him upon noticing that his leather coat contained no seams or stitching. Requests. None. Universe 9E266V7HG. Retrieval uneventful. Description. Subject arrived in a forest habitat with no signs of previous or current industrialization. No further anomalies were perceptible until the subject grew hungry, at which point it discovered that harvesting or eating the plant life would cause them to emit telepathic screams. Subject abstained from eating for the first day as a result, but became hungry enough on the second day onward to consume the flora in spite of the screams. Testing has shown no biological changes in the subject from this, but subject repeatedly affirms that it felt horrible for doing so. Requests. None specifically, but the subject adopted a gelatin and pudding-based diet for 2.5 weeks after returning from the shift. Universe J75R633TF. Retrieval uneventful. Description. Subject arrived in a dimension with flipped genders. No noticeable differences beside this were discovered, although subject found issue with the fact that its female counterpart looks pretty much the same as the standard version. Requests. None. Universe 000000000. Invalid. Retrieval. Via tracking device. Plainclothes agents found subject sitting in an alleyway at... Description. Subject was largely unresponsive upon retrieval and remained so until the standard questioning phase. When asked where it went this shift, subject answered, "Nowhere. I think I missed it this time." Subject experienced minor motor skill impairment and decreased activity levels for roughly a month after this shift. Requests. A wristwatch which makes an audible tick as the second hand moves. Both were approved. Universe J7Q53Y8ST. Retrieval. Subject was found in its quarters, sprawled on the floor, attempting to chew through the sleeves of a straitjacket it was wearing. The jacket, leg restraints, and the loss of motor skills still present from the last shift led to the subject being unable to stand up or open the door to find assistance. Description. Subject shifted while sleeping and awoke restrained and lying in a hospital-grade bed. A nurse informed the subject that he was still a patient at the asylum and was currently suffering from advanced stages of dementia. Subject was then sedated and spent the rest of the shift alternating between semi-consciousness and total unconsciousness. Requests. None. Universe 9E266V7HG-2. Retrieval uneventful. Description. Subject once again arrived in the forest habitat from 9E266V7HG. The flora seemed to have remembered the subject's last visit though, and they reacted by screaming for its entire 4-day shift. Requests. A hug. Approved. Universe 6K3-21B iOS. Data expunged under the direct order of the O5 Council. Level 5 clearance required. Universe BN2 AL6 CTE. Retrieval uneventful. Description: Subject arrived in a derelict metropolitan area. Subject was unable to locate any other humans, but noted an overabundance of cats in every area it visited. Said felines seemed no different from normal house cats though, and subject spent most of this shift petting any who came near. During the standard examination procedures after retrieval, trace amounts of a Toxoplasma gondii variant were discovered on the subject's clothing, as well as larger amounts on its shoes. Further testing showed that the subject had not yet been infected with the toxoplasmosis variant, most likely attributed to the short time frame of this shift, not allowing the subject to grow hungry and seek out food. All clothing and belongings that were on the subject's person during this shift were incinerated, and the subject was forced to undergo special decontamination procedures in order to prevent any possibility of contagion. Requests: a pair of rubber gloves. Denied, on the basis that hand protection would not have protected the subject from infection in any way. Universe 12528P OS4-3. Retrieval via tracking device. Subject was attempting to return on its own, but was making less progress than usual due to the discomfort of doing so. Description: Subject once again arrived in a pitch-black area with muted breathing nearby. Subject decided to seek out an exit this time via blind wandering. Subject eventually found itself at the mouth of a corridor with what appeared to be a light source at the end. Subject began running toward the light source upon noticing this. As it grew closer, the light suddenly grew in intensity and the subject was exposed to searing pain. Subject passed out at this point and only awoke after it had shifted back. Examination upon retrieval revealed that the subject's epidermis had been cleanly stripped down to the stratum granulosum in all areas open to sunlight, and down to the stratum lucidum in all areas covered by clothing. Requests: none, but the subject reappeared wearing a pair of large, heavily tinted sunglasses. Subject did not notice that it was wearing these until they were pointed out, and supposed that they were probably why its eyes did not undergo the same process as its skin. Universe 7F2 WA3193. Retrieval uneventful. Description: Subject arrived in an urban area with no major changes as far as it could tell. Subject used the public computers of a library to search for differences between this dimension and ours, eventually finding that Abraham Lincoln was assassinated by his vice president in order to claim his position. This ultimately led to the presidency becoming a tribe leader-like position, where the current holder is legally allowed to be challenged and overthrown by other suitable candidates. Subject noted with great surprise that this change did not do much to alter most major presidents taking office. Many minor and/or detrimental presidencies tended to end via bullet wounds, often in unlikely locales or from improbable angles, which deterred most from attempting coups at all. Requests: none. Universe WS6 ECU 83D. Retrieval uneventful. Description: Subject arrived at the mouth of a cave with intense heat. Subject walked outside of the cave for further investigation, only to find that the area around it was a wasteland. Most of the heat appeared to emanate from two suns in the sky. The subject could not discern whether they were extremely large or extremely close to the planet. Upon further examination, the suns blinked and turned away, and the heat subsided. Subject spent the rest of the shift within the cave. Requests: none. Universe Q56DRU865. Retrieval. Subject found in the cafeteria, masticating on what appeared to be. Description: Upon containment of. Subject uttered the words "more, more, more" before losing consciousness. Subject regained consciousness 2 hours later, expressing a strong desire for pudding. When questioned, subject claimed to see the biggest mound of pudding ever. When questioned as to why it was masticating on. Upon arrival, subject claimed to be eating a glob of pudding at the time. Subject reported seeing rolling around the hallways. Hallucinations passed within 24 hours. Requests: pudding. Request granted. Universe F249S633C. Retrieval. Subject found in Service Tunnel 6R3BK without original equipment. Subject was wearing a simple uniform with a similar design to the current Foundation D-Class uniform. Description: Subject shifted while dining in the cafeteria. Destination Dimension had an analog to the Foundation with a facility in the same location, although internal layout had significant differences. Security responded to the subject as an intruder and detained it immediately. During this process, the subject was imprisoned and stripped of all equipment, including the tracking device. For the remainder of this shift, the subject underwent repeated questioning. The Foundation analog refused to accept the subject's explanation of dimension hopping. Information gleaned from post-shift debriefing indicates that F249S633C has a Foundation analog in the Society for Containment of the Paranormal. This analog has a strong British influence and is opposed by the Covert Occult Group and the Church of the Mending God. Further details remain unclear, as the Society refused to answer the subject's questions and only slipped details by assuming it knew them already. Requests: replacement equipment. Request granted. Universe 4GT F1QH17. Retrieval. Subject was found by the cafeteria kitchen staff of Site, drenched, covered in mud, and suffering from severe hypothermia. Description: Subject arrived in a large field during a rainstorm. Subject attempted to find shelter from the rain, but found none, remaining in the rain for the entire shift. After an unknown length of time, the subject reported seeing entities in the distance. Although the heavy rain obscured the subject from obtaining a detailed report of their appearances, the subject described them as being vaguely humanoid in shape. The entities began to slowly move towards the subject from all directions. Near the end of the shift, the subject reported hearing labored breathing from the nearest entities. Requests: a set of warm clothing. Approved. Universe 28W9U2E5T. Retrieval: uneventful. Description: Subject arrived in midair, falling from an outdoor environment into a subterranean body of water at the bottom of a large cavern. Though admittedly experiencing a strong surge of adrenaline from this event, subject reported swimming a long way before reaching land. Subsequent observation revealed a giant hole in the ceiling of the cavern, through which the subject had apparently fallen. Also reported were archways to other large caverns, most with shafts of sunlight visible, indicating other surface collapses. Regular vertical grooves in the walls indicate possible excavation, despite the cavern's immense size. No other sign of life was observed. Before returning, subject realized that the possibility of shifting back to our reality so far underground might cause it to be displaced in solid rock, and spent its remaining time frantically searching for a way back to the surface. When subject succeeded, it discovered that the sinkholes were much more widespread than what had been visible from below ground. Requests: diving lessons. Denied. Universe 2UU5I9Q3D. Retrieval via tracking device. Description: the length of time the subject was absent from our reality was notable, being roughly 3 months in length. However, during this time it made several notable discoveries, including several SCPs uncontained by our reality's SCP Foundation, but contained by Universe 2UU5I9Q3D's equivalent. These SCPs have now been contained. Through this 3-month time frame, the subject managed to become a member of 2UU5I9Q3D's SCP Foundation equivalent, working its way up the ranks far faster than what would have been anticipated, assuming it was made a member of Foundation personnel on the same day. At the time of its return, he was apparently in the field, working to contain 2UU5I9Q3D's equivalent of SCP. Curiously, our Foundation had sent out a task force for precisely the same reason, on the same day. Further links between Universe 2UU5I9Q3D and our reality are being investigated. Requests: to be made a member of Site personnel. Denied. Universe 3JT3MD-DIG. Retrieval: subject retrieved via implanted tracker, medevac required to Site. Description: subject was immobile upon retrieval due to greatly increased body mass, measured at kilograms. Lead researcher approved emergency use of SCP-394 to keep it alive in order to obtain a report. Upon recovery, subject reported being surrounded by really f***ing big creatures resembling. They quickly trapped him in a transparent container. It was then transported an unknown distance to a shiny surface, whereupon the creatures began to observe him. After approximately 1 day, tubes were inserted into unknown fluid which was not found upon examination. Subject reported that the tubes were removed shortly before the shift, and it observed approaching it, presumably for the purpose of extraction. Requests. Services of a personal trainer. Dr. has agreed to let the subject borrow her workout tapes. Subject now displays a strong aversion to pudding. Universe 9J3Y6XGTY. Retrieval. The subject was found hanging from its ankles in a tree on site. Subject was partially encased in insulated, reflective titanium armor upon retrieval. Description. The subject described the world it had arrived in as extra shiny and stated that it was apprehended by law enforcement officers upon arrival. After being apprehended, the subject was transported to a nearby manufacturing facility and placed upside down on an assembly line where a series of metal sheets were shaped and cut to fit its body. It briefly had time to ask for clarification and was informed that the radiation from the sun was extremely dangerous and titanium reflective suits were required by law to prevent thermal radiation damage to any person or structure. Requests. Sunscreen and an eye exam. Granted. Universe 52J0793GH. Retrieval. Via tracking device. Subject was found inside a padlocked metal shed behind an abandoned house on the outskirts of. Description. Subject arrived in a small room housing several dried corpses. Besides said corpses, the room was mostly bare. The only things the subject noted were a single paneless window and a light fixture on the ceiling which occasionally flickered. Subject attempted to rise to his feet but had difficulty doing so due to repeated and unpredictable surges of motion. Subject eventually made its way to the window, at which point it discovered that its room was actually a container suspended in midair by a large chain. Subject watched as similar containers passed by him and as it passed by others, via a complex web of rails above it, which the chains were attached to. Subject could see nothing besides this but darkness in all directions. The subject then tried to wait out its time in this dimension by falling asleep, but found it difficult due to a newly discovered quality of the corpses. During moments of darkness caused by flickering, the corpses rearrange themselves into poses which would be logical for living people during that particular moment. If the subject was looking out the window, the corpses would be crowded around him in an attempt to get a better view. If the subject was sitting, they would also be seated in a pattern to form a full circle. If the subject attempted to reach the light fixture, they would act as a support or seem to be in the process of pushing him upwards, etc. Requests. None. Universe YTF5N2Q00. Retrieval. Uneventful. Description. Subject arrived in a crowded casino-like area. Subject noted that the only type of machine available was something similar to slots, but they apparently required no money to play and gave out nothing upon a win. Upon actually sitting down in front of one and trying it, the subject discovered that the machine dispensed a small slip of paper with writing on it upon every pull of the lever and spin of the symbols it displayed. Subject could discern no real pattern to what symbol would produce what type of note, but wrote down a list of its attempts and what it received from each, just in case. Open list of results. Jewel Crescent Claw. If given a slice of death, could you tell how large it was? Hammer Crescent Crescent. A poor base leads to rushed patch jobs. Crescent Hammer Jewel. Deja Vu. Claw Circle Hammer. There are things worse than death. For one, not dying. Crescent Hammer Crescent. There will always be someone to look after you. Crescent Jewel Crescent. They're not that jolly. It's just stuck that way. Hammer Crescent Hammer. There will always be something to look after. Claw, claw, claw. The future's looking bright. Requests. None. Universe FN3-05P-KHC. Retrieval, uneventful. Description: subject appeared in a white corridor with steel doors lining both walls. Each door had a keypad, a small speaker system, and a clipboard containing forms written in undecipherable characters. As the subject approached one door to examine said clipboard, the door's attached speaker turned on and began to address it. Subject was informed that the voice belonged to the person locked behind that specific door, and that he was wrongfully imprisoned, then left to die. The prisoner then pleaded with the subject to release him from his cell. Subject jokingly replied that he would free the prisoner if he promised not to stab the subject upon release. There was roughly a 7-second pause before the prisoner asked what stabbing was. After a moment of deliberation, the subject defined stabbing as putting a hole in someone. Another pause followed. The prisoner eventually affirmed that he could not stab the subject because all of his objects were very blunt. Subject did not open that door or any of the others. Requests: none. Universe I5237G-Z8M. Retrieval via tracking device. Subject was in a holding cell of the police station under charges of public indecency. Extraction was successfully made with no complications. Description: subject arrived in an area apparently undergoing a large snowstorm. Subject attempted to find shelter but could not find its way in the storm, and had almost succumbed to exposure by the time it was located and pulled into a cave by a man covered in protective furs. The man helped the subject out of its wet clothing. Although he did not have an extra set of garments, he led the subject to an underground hot spring his cave was connected to. When the man was sure that the subject was regaining its strength, he removed his furs and entered the spring as well. Subject was extremely surprised to discover that the man was a second SCP-507. Subject noticed no obvious physical differences between itself and the double, although the alternate 507 had a pattern of tribal scarring across his torso, as well as at the bases of some of his limbs. Subject and the double remained in the cave and conversed with each other until the subject shift ended. Requests: subject drew a replica of the alternate 507 scars from memory, and asked for any information on possible cultural or symbolic meaning behind the patterns. None have been found so far. Universe S4351U-P09. Retrieval via tracking device. Subject recovered in a cornfield and with unidentified brown liquid splattered on its cheek. A human heart with the words "I need you" written with the same liquid was discovered in the subject's hand. Subject claimed that said object was not in its possession during the shift and does not know how it came into its possession. Researchers are attempting to identify the liquid. Description: subject arrived in pitch black darkness with the sound of crying nearby. Upon activating its flashlight, subject discovered the smiling man from previous shifts leaning towards him. Brown liquid leaked from around its sunglasses. Smiling man pushed its face closer to subject's and uttered the phrase, "Why did you do this?" Smiling man then wiped off a portion of the brown liquid from its eyes with its hand and began caressing the subject's cheek with it. Subject forcefully pushed Smiling Man away. Subject observed that the Smiling Man's business suit contained several holes, with brown liquid trailing down from them. Subject drew its firearm and pulled the trigger. However, for unknown reasons, the pistol did not fire. Smiling Man began slowly walking towards Subject. Subject ran for approximately 10 minutes and spent the rest of the shift huddled in a corner. Requests: a more reliable pistol. Denied, as the cause of the error is unknown. Universe 9E266V7HG53. Retrieval via tracking device. Subject was discovered 7 kilometers, 4.3 miles northeast of the facility. Description: subject shifted while reading in its quarters. Subject found itself returned to the forest habitat containing telepathic trees. The trees remained silent upon its entry to the environment. The subject admitted that despite its previous experiences within the environment, it was curious about the absence of any human habitation. The subject propelled itself to the highest ground it could find in order to see over the tree canopy. The subject found a clearing on top of a hill. The subject reported seeing a huge semi-translucent blue dome covering the entire forest. The tree canopy extended out to the edge of the dome, with foliage so thick that looking up and through it was unfeasible. Subject reported itself to see the dome slightly off-center, suggesting it was not underneath the direct middle. Requests: none. Universe 5Z475T7YB. Retrieval. Subject was found prone and unresponsive in its quarters. Subject was bleeding significantly. Several deep gashes were discovered in the left side of the subject, just under the armpit. The claw marks extended to the bottom of the rib cage. Subject received traditional first aid and was committed to the on-site infirmary. Description: the subject woke up on a snow-covered plain. Subject did not have its backpack on hand at the time of the shift, having been asleep. All that went with it was its bed sheets and pajamas. Subject reported having seen a TV show of how to survive in a cold environment before the shift. It attempted to build a crude snow cave using its hands when it was interrupted by a large white bear. This is the extent of its recollection. Requests: a proper weapon. Granted. Losing subject to a non-anomalous polar bear would be a waste of Foundation resources and an embarrassment. Subject shall receive a knife, sheath, and belt, and is required to keep these items on its person at all times. Universe 3G814H9UX. Retrieval. Recontained in the kitchen, missing left hand, and using expletives in an uncontrolled fashion. The subject was returned to the infirmary. Description: the subject transitioned into a dimension very similar to our own at first glance. The subject was apprehended by Foundation personnel in the infirmary and questioned about his small canines. The subject admitted to not knowing what that meant, but quickly worked it out after his interviewer opened its mouth and pointed to its set of large fangs located either side of its incisors. The interviewer also commented on the subject's roundish body shape, which was considered unusual and fascinating in this dimension. Despite these differences, the subject described the creatures who interviewed it as kind. They proceeded to bring the subject a large amount of food. The subject noted a distinct lack of anything green in the meal offered to him. When later told to elaborate by Foundation personnel, he stated, "It was all meat." After eating the meal, two of the creatures containing the subject in their equivalent of the infirmary escorted him into a small room nearby, containing a locket hanging on the opposite wall. They told the subject to remove its clothes and stand in front of the locket. After the subject had done as ordered, they opened the locket and exposed it to a green orb for approximately 8 minutes. The subject noted the lack of any scar tissue on his left side and a strong feeling of general well-being. The next day, a creature came to him and asked for a small portion of his skin and musculature in order to study genetic differences. To this, the subject responded with, "Only if you provide me with another delicious meal." The creature was visibly excited by this outcome. A small biopsy was conducted on the subject's upper right thigh. The subject described this experience as painful, but totally worth it. A huge amount of unspecified meat was delivered to the subject upon completion of the biopsy. The subject was then released to explore the facility. For the next month and a half, the creatures continued to supply the subject with mounds of meat and engage it in amiable conversation. The subject acquired 14 kilograms or 30.8 pounds of fat during this time. On April 16, 2015, the subject was escorted to the kitchen equivalent. It was then put on a chopping block and its left hand was removed. Requests: a replacement hand. Granted. Universe 8A891T710. Retrieval: uneventful. Description: subject arrived in a large opaque dome filled with plants without any signs of human habitation. Subject stated that walking was difficult and uncomfortable. Upon further investigation, the subject found a window displaying what was described as pitch black with Earth on the horizon. Several minutes later, a tall humanoid encountered the subject, inquiring about his comparative short stature. Subject replied asking where he was. The humanoid stated that they were in Base 12, Oxygen and Vegetable Wing. Subject asked what Earth was doing in the sky. Humanoid appeared puzzled and responded, "That is the moon," gesturing to Earth. A short argument ensued and the humanoid departed. Subject noted that after the Earth set, a rocky gray landscape became visible, becoming identifiable as the lunar surface after an hour or so. Subject attempted to explore more of his surroundings, but shifted back to our reality shortly after setting out. Requests: 1 camera. Denied. Universe 7JO17535X. Retrieval uneventful. Description: Subject shifted while attempting to fall asleep. Subject arrived in a large body of fresh water. Subject swam upward an estimated 35 meters before reaching the surface of the water and beginning to tread. Subject noted several dark shapes moving in the water beneath it and bright lights in the distance, but did not attempt to approach either. Subject reportedly found breathing extremely difficult. Subsequent physical tests indicated that the subject had ingested substantial amounts of methane during the shift. Requests: a tank of breathing gas as part of its equipment. Approved. Universe 99P-UT124J. Retrieval: subject was found in the location in which it had left, curled up and crying violently. Subject screamed, "Why did I have to go?" when an attempt was made to interact with it, and suffered from severe depression for several days thereafter. Agents described a beautiful smell coming from it. Description: subject landed in a place it could only describe as impossibly beautiful. Subject stated that it was like the best parts of every place all put together, and that the beauty was so overwhelming that the subject had no desire to move. When it began to become thirsty and hungry, plants apparently extended vines and shot a liquid into its mouth, which it described as the best anything I have ever drunk ever, sweet and rich and everything all at once. After roughly 1 day, subject having never looked at his watch during this time had no clear knowledge of the duration, a humanoid female close to the subject's age unexpectedly encountered the subject as she walked over a hill. Subject claimed that they had a long conversation, despite not speaking the same language, and was unable to explain how this was possible or the form their communication had taken. Subject claimed that he understood her answers to his questions about her and their location, but was unable to articulate them. Subject described her with, "I know I'm sounding repetitive here, but she was the most amazing person I've ever met." With some reluctance, subject stated that they had been about to kiss when the shift ended. Subject then had to be prevented from committing suicide. Tests after successful psychiatric treatment indicated subject was considerably more physically fit and had gained roughly 8 IQ points despite having done no significant exercise during the shift. Requests: various foods, beverages, and pictures of women widely regarded as very physically attractive. The subject considered all granted requests unsatisfactory, making statements such as, "It's not the same," and "No, not like that." Subject then requested a way to stay in a universe permanently after having arrived there, and was reminded that that was impossible. Universe 6A593W132. Retrieval: subject returned malnourished and suffering from the effects of an unknown toxic substance from which it soon recovered. Later analysis showed the substance to be a venom containing a high level of silicon. A small silicon-based crystalline creature was hanging from the subject's finger when the subject returned. The specimen subsequently died of unknown causes, possibly starvation. Description: subject shifted into a dimension which primarily contained crystals of varying sizes and hues. The sun was described by the subject as smaller and bluer than ours. The ground was covered in sand, also of various dull colors. The subject noted that many of the larger crystals were moving slowly and appeared to be alive. It also saw smaller creatures which scuttled around quite rapidly and seemed to be composed of crystal. The subject spent some time searching for water, which it found. It noted that there seemed to be considerably more of the smaller crystalline animals near the water. Shortly before the subject returned, it was attacked by one of the small creatures. The subject described both the larger and smaller creatures as both looking and behaving similarly to crustaceans. Requests: food and water that doesn't taste like sand. Granted. Universe T34DE204F. Retrieval: subject was found in Sector, a highly restricted area. Subject was swiftly removed. Description: subject shifted into a dimension with a world covered in salt water. Subject then equipped its scuba gear and decided to see what was below the water. Subject ascended for approximately 3 minutes and believed it had traveled 50 meters down before seeing the ocean floor. The floor was covered with abandoned buildings and rubble, corroded and covered with aqueous plant life. Several skeletons could be seen. Subject had searched the underwater city for 3 minutes when he spotted 3 black fish-like creatures moving towards it. Subject drew his knife and firearm before shifting back into our dimension. Requests: a pair of waterproof binoculars. Approved. Universe CZE 5827DG. Retrieval uneventful. Description: subject appeared in the bedroom of a suburban home and was greeted by several people of varying age and race. They welcomed him to their home and showed him around the building. Subject noted an abundance of windows in the building. Upon looking outside, subject noticed that the house was encased in a large glass dome and was being viewed by several cameras, and the residents explained that they were a part of a zoo-like enclosure. Requests: none. Universe DRK 038891. Retrieval: SCP-507 was found in Dr. King's office. Description: subject appeared in what seemed to be an endless forest of apple trees. It was inhabited by a race of humanoids, all of whom appeared identical to Dr. King. The entity seemed to recognize SCP-507 and gave him a message to pass on to Dr. King.
Come home, lost child. We have sent you the signs countless times, yet still you do not come. Do you not remember the holy orchard of your birth? The wind through the trees, the crisp delight of her holy fruit? Please come home. We miss you.
Requests: to pass the message on to Dr. King. Denied, for the safety of SCP-507. Universe SCP LD-9431. Retrieval uneventful. Description: subject appeared in a highly furnished version of its containment chamber. After leaving the chamber, it discovered that the facility was inverted from the main reality, in the sense that all of the offices were replaced with containment chambers and vice versa. Further inquiry revealed that Foundation staff were being contained due to their ability to create dangerous experiments. The primary containment staff consisted of more docile versions of the baseline reality's humanoids in containment. Notably, less hostility did not make their lack of containment any safer, causing the facility to be filled with biological, memetic, and other hazards. It is unknown how a K-class scenario has not occurred, despite the apparent lack of containment. D-class and non-research staff were unchanged. Requests: heightened psychological evaluations on staff. I swear you guys aren't telling us something about 507. It didn't bring anything dangerous back somehow, and never does. Not to mention it was in a mental institution and aspires to be a researcher. Agent McDaniels. Universe WQK 112994. Retrieval uneventful. Description: subject appeared in the middle of a large, dense forest. The forest showed no signs of life beyond plant life, including insects or animals. Subject attempted to leave the forest on foot, but despite traveling for over 3 weeks on foot, subject was unable to locate an end to the forest. Subject was forced to scavenge edible-seeming nuts and fruit in order to survive. Requests: that enough non-perishable rations to last a week be added to its gear. Granted. Universe CDY 745924. Retrieval uneventful. Description: subject appeared in a world entirely made out of candy. It described it as Willy Wonka's factory, but on steroids. Upon reappearing, subject appeared to have gained 6.8 kilograms, 15 pounds. Requests: more candy. Denied. Universe 12N U67722F. Retrieval uneventful. Description: subject arrived in an urban area in a reality which appeared at first to be modern-day Japan. Subject figured out that it had not left the Western Hemisphere through attempts to gather information, including successfully accessing the internet on a tablet computer it found in an internet cafe. Subject spent several days without issue in the alternate reality before shifting back. Based on subject's research and limited conversations with locals, it figured that the point of divergence from our universe was that Japanese sailors discovered a way to America in the 14th century. As a result, America's western coast was colonized by the Japanese, and the influx of food and natural resources to Japan resulted in Japan's dominance first in Asia, then globally. The Japanese Empire and European powers apparently waged several wars in America and Western Asia. The most recent war with the British Empire in 1932 resulted in a Cold War that lasted until Britain's bankruptcy and the independence of its overseas territories in 1977. Requests: none. Universe 92P15292FJ. Retrieval via tracking device. Subject appeared in with severe lacerations covering its left side and arm. Description: subject appeared in a pitch-black space, with lights floating at head level. Closer examination of these lights revealed them to be a type of fruit, hanging from trees with a black bark. The flashlight was noted as being less effective than before. A distant light moved steadily towards the subject. Upon closer inspection of this light, subject reported it to be a humanoid figure, glowing brightly. The entity was non-hostile and preferred to follow subject. After 2 hours, the entity left the vicinity of the subject and disappeared among the strange fruit. Subject noted heavy breathing approximately 1 hour after the entity's departure. Subject used the flashlight to illuminate the source of breathing, which proved to be a pitch-black entity, making it almost invisible in the dark. Subject fled from the entity, which gave chase and attacked subject, causing lacerations down subject's left side. Requests: medical attention and a stronger flashlight. Approved. Universe HYO 772939. Retrieval. Subject appeared in its quarters, bleeding from the eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Subject remained in a coma in Medical Base C for 42 days after returning. During this time, subject did not shift or change position at all. Description: subject recalled appearing in a shifting white landscape, looking upon a city made of pure light. The buildings of this city were built into impossible shapes and forms that rendered subject incapable of describing it in any detail. Out of the city came 2 massive beings who approached the subject. The very presence of these beings, presumably the inhabitants of the city, caused extreme pain and rapid blindness to the subject. The beings attempted to speak to the subject, only for the subject's eardrums to rupture under the force of their words. Subject's last reported feeling is a sense of coming undone before it blacked out. Note: despite reporting massive injuries, subject was completely uninjured when it awoke from its coma. An inquiry into this is ongoing. Requests: none. Universe HYX 32421K9. Retrieval via tracking device. Subject was discovered in National Park, in the back of a cave halfway up the mountain. Subject was dressed in animal skins and was clutching a crude crossbow. Description: subject was transported to a world where human beings never became the dominant species on Earth. The ruling species was a form of reptile, possibly a descendant of the larger dinosaurs. Subject was immediately apprehended upon arrival, stripped of its clothes and gear, and placed on a human reservation. These reservations were used for hunting the remaining humans for sport. Subject was able to survive due to its higher reasoning skills and ability to hide. Subject spent the remainder of this shift hiding in the trees in order to survive the various hunting parties. Requests: replacement gear. Granted. Universe H37U24M13. Retrieval. SCP-507 appeared nude in basement hallway 4C, although it still had its belt, knife, and flashlight. Description: subject arrived in an environment where all artificial objects and structures were replaced with living, deformed humans. Subject conjectured that the population took turns performing various mundane jobs along with acting as its own infrastructure and food source. Subject's clothes were stolen by other people, although it did not have to complete any jobs in its time there, about 7 days. Requests: to not have to see any people it does not need to for a few weeks. Granted for 3 weeks. Universe G31E20I14. Retrieval found approximately 120 kilometers away from original location. Description: subject appeared in a dimension made of varying forms of gelatin. The area appeared to be a flat plain, stretching to the horizon with occasional small hills about 20 kilometers apart. The subject traveled for about a day before climbing a hill and noticing a metal object glinting in the distance. The subject continued to travel for several days, occasionally sipping from puddles of liquid gelatin or sleeping, and was still several kilometers away from the metal object before returning to our dimension. Requests. Subject refused to consume soft foods for nearly a month. Universe S33-4G3-BG4. Retrieval. Appeared about 15 feet above the ground in the site cafeteria. Description. Subject appeared in a large basketball court, which was occupied by 6 individuals playing basketball. This group included 2 humans, 2 trilaterally symmetrical insectoid beings, 1 squid-like organism with a sharp, rough brown skin, and 1 hovering yellow spherical being with 8 triple-jointed arms. Subject asked where he was and was told he was in an all-species sports center. Subject then checked several rooms with various games, most of them unknown and several unplayable by humans, before being taken to a locked room by 2 creatures wearing orange and pink uniforms. When the subject asked why he was brought there, one of the creatures claimed that he was being held until closing time for sneaking into the sports center. Subject stayed there for about 7 hours before shifting back. Requests. None. Universe A10-ER5436. Retrieval. Uneventful. Description. Subject arrived in a dimension where everything was frozen in place as it was on December 24th, 2012, according to computers found there. Subject found it easy to find food and water, but noted the sky was red and pink and displayed a message reading, "Error 14528, loading time, expected 228 to 342 years. Subject spent nearly 2 months there before shifting back. Requests. None. Universe AQL58H99M. Retrieval via tracking device. Subject appeared in Idaho. Description. Subject appeared in a dimension where the average human lifespan was around 24 hours. Despite their short lifespan, citizens would still obtain jobs and marry, except at an accelerated pace. Subject personally witnessed a couple meet, get married, and have 2 children within the space of 3 hours. Subject remained in this dimension for 2 months. Because of his normal lifespan, he witnessed several generations live, and became internationally famous as the person who doesn't die. Subject reported that it was treated as a wise elder, and consulted for advice on world events. Requests. None. Universe JDP-HOV-KRZ. Retrieval. Appeared in a janitorial closet in the site basement. Description. Subject appeared 2 meters above the stands in a very large indoor sports arena of approximately 4 kilometers in length and half a kilometer in height. At the center of the arena were 4 teams wearing orange, yellow, pink, and purple body armor and fatigues respectively, engaged in combat. Each team possessed 4 members, armed with 2 anti-tank rocket launchers, 4 assault rifles, and 1 tank. Subject was unable to ascertain the approximate amount of people watching the event, but he claimed every seat was full. After 3 minutes, Subject was apprehended by 2 guards and escorted to a cell. When Subject asked why he was being held, a guard responded, "You have disrupted the daily games and will be held as a player for a future game." Subject was allowed to watch the games on an old-fashioned television in his cell, and learned that all games are controlled by someone called the Master 024, who regularly interrupted with rule changes. During the 3rd game the subject watched, several researchers wearing outfits bearing an Altered Foundation logo were forced to play in obstacle courses. Subject returned after approximately 36 hours. Requests. Access to the site gym in case of a similar circumstance. Denied, on the grounds that 507 revisiting this dimension in the future is unlikely, and that it would not offer a substantially higher chance of winning. Universe 4H678V-FG9. Retrieval. Subject was found in the on-site break room, with what first appeared to be a series of deep gashes running down the subject's right cheek, neck, and shoulder. Subject informs that the gashes are actually stage makeup. Description. The subject appeared in a site break room, appearing identical to the one of his retrieval at first glance. Researcher and Dr. had been talking about nothing in particular. Equipment seen on a television show set production was present, along with men in uniforms resembling those of a TV show set worker uniform managing the equipment. Upon taking a closer look, the subject realized that the break room was actually just a set for a television show or movie. The two doctors replied to the subject's sudden appearance by expressing surprise at his entrance, but for the reason that the subject's shift back to our reality scene wasn't for another 10 minutes. Dr. also informed the subject that he needed to stop by the makeup department. Subject notes that after this, researcher then tells the men managing the equipment to start the scene over from the top. Subject had just returned from the makeup department back to the apparent set when it shifted back into our reality. Requests: none. Universe 3LE 4NN OUT. Retrieval. Subject was found approximately 20 kilometers from the site. Description: subject appeared in what was first thought by subject to be a forest. Subject quickly determined that the forest was in a concrete heptagonal tunnel lit by an unknown brand of blue fluorescent lamp, with each side approximately 8 meters long. Subject then discovered that the tunnel contained an incredibly diverse amount of plants, containing many that do not naturally grow even on the same continent. Subject soon found the phrase 043 warning written in yellow spray paint exactly every 100 meters, with an abnormally large bloody handprint on the wall near each message. Subject attempted to find an end to the tunnel, eating many of the recognizable plant species he could find, but did not reach the end. Subject shifted back after 6 days. Requests: none. Universe TE2-001-AN9. Retrieval. Subject fell approximately 9 meters to the site's roof and broke his leg. Subject is currently healing in the site infirmary. Description: subject woke up in a dark room with a clock displaying the time and date as 7:33:84:31:20 GAN01. Subject quickly found a staircase and ascended 8 levels of stairs before reaching what the subject described as an airplane control room overlooking a destroyed airfield, with several dozen stone statues standing in various poses outside. After the subject blinked, it was noticed that almost every visible statue had moved. Subject spent the remaining 4 days of the shift hiding in the stairwell with his flashlight, attempting to read magazines and flight manuals in an unknown language. Subject noted no people during the shift, but claims to have heard explosions in the distance 3 days into the shift. Requests: none. Universe YQ6-927-DH7. Retrieval. Subject was retrieved in a large blue dog costume, with large patches anomalously fused to the subject's skin. The costume was removable, but large portions of the subject's skin had to be taken off, prompting a skin graft. Description: subject arrived in a building exactly like the Foundation's site, excluding that all staff seemed to be wearing anthropomorphic animal costumes. The staff quickly tried to corner the subject, talking about something called being furred. The subject escaped and ran off in a different direction, but due to its broken leg sustained during the last shift, was caught by a different staff member, who then put a large blue dog costume on the subject, who then felt a large amount of pain and shifted back. Requests: a thin skin suit. Granted. Universe N30-MSI-R1C. Retrieval. Uneventful. Description: subject appeared in an alternate Foundation site where everything was a shade of red, including all living organisms. Subject was contained and designated as an anomalous object due to his strange appearance. Subject was contained for about 20 hours before shifting back. Requests: a green blanket instead of its current red blanket. Granted. Universe M7E F52198. Retrieval. Uneventful. Description: subject appeared in a featureless white room containing nothing but the subject and the late 41st President of the United States, George H.W. Bush. George H.W. Bush proceeded to produce wet broccoli from an unknown location and continually throw it at the subject while repeatedly saying 1992. Requests: none. Universe 2Q2-W1E-R18. Retrieval. Uneventful. Description: Subject appeared in a room with entirely black walls, ceiling, and floor. After the subject got its bearings, it attempted to knock on several walls. After knocking a few times, the subject noticed a humanoid entity standing in the corner. Said entity was wearing a standard Foundation D-Class uniform and appeared human from the neck down, but the entity's head was that of a domestic house cat, complete with fur and whiskers. The entity then proceeded to hit 507 in the stomach with a baseball bat it had been holding. When asked why it did this, the entity responded, "You know damn well, punk. Don't leave." The entity then walked through one of the room's walls. Subject spent the remainder of its shift unsuccessfully attempting to break out of the room. Requests: none. Subject's bruised abdomen taken care of. Universe 493 SPA 4D8. Retrieval. Subject recovered 17 kilometers away, riding to the site with a recovered bicycle-like vehicle. See below. Description: subject woke up in a field near a farmhouse and a barn. The subject went to the farmhouse to attempt to find signs of life and was greeted by an elderly Caucasian man and the man's family. The man was able to somewhat communicate with the subject using a book that the subject later found to be a Spanish to English dictionary. The subject gave a cover story of having developed partial amnesia and managed to find that he was in a country that had rebelled from the prominent Spanish Empire. The subject was given a ride into a nearby town and some money, and spent most of the remainder of its shift in the town's public library, using an advanced computer system that offered English as a language. The subject managed to find a vehicle resembling a bicycle in a trash can, and was riding said vehicle when it shifted back to our reality. Retrieved items: one vehicle resembling a bicycle, but with 3 wheels in a row, a seat with a backrest, and a broken brake system. Several paper bills printed with purple ink depicted various unknown individuals and Spanish phrases. Requests: none. Universe 952 7YD ABBA. Retrieval. Subject appeared in the medical wing of site in screaming and wildly swinging a chair. Description: subject appeared in the maternity ward of a large hospital. Subject was discovered by a being dressed as a nurse checking on the infants. Subject was unable to describe the appearance of the nurse as the subject began screaming every time it tried. Subject submitted what it claimed was a drawing of the creature, but it was merely a wild mass of jagged lines. The creature spoke to the subject in a pleasant voice that it had been upsetting the other patients with its strange appearance and that it was time to start the operation. The nurse then pounced on the subject and wrapped him in a straitjacket before wheeling him into an operation room. When the straitjacket was removed, subject jumped off the table and attempted to fend off the creatures when it shifted back. Retrieved items: one chair. It appears to be a normal office chair, but further tests must be performed. Requests: a memory wipe. Denied. Universe QAZ 568 PLM. Retrieval via tracker. Subject found unconscious several hundred meters from the site, lying on the ground with various burns on its chest and face. Subject was determined to be under the effect of a high-grade sleeping medication, which wore off 9 hours later. Description: subject is incapable of remembering anything that occurred in the 25-hour duration of the shift. Attempting to remember this results in the subject rapidly losing consciousness and bleeding from various orifices. Giving the subject Class W amnestics had no effect. Retrieved items: a blue bathrobe worn by the subject upon return. Requests: replacement tools. Granted. Universe BE4 5YH009. Retrieval. Subject found in a locked storage freezer next to the cafeteria. Subject released from the freezer. Description: subject shifted to a near-identical version of its containment chamber with a male skeleton wearing SCP-507's jumpsuit and utility belt nearby on the floor. After this, the subject found a loaded pistol nearby on the floor and used it to shatter the window to the observation room overlooking the containment chamber. This resulted in a deluge of water flowing into the room and the subject losing consciousness. Subject then awoke wearing a diving suit in a dark room with nearly waist-high water and several crates scattered around. Subject then spent the next several minutes attempting to leave the room, but found all doors were locked. After waiting several more hours, a trapdoor in the floor opened and 3 humanoid creatures with fish-like skin emerged. One of the creatures offered Subject several dozen wet pieces of seaweed and various meats. Following this, all 3 vocalized, "Don't smile back. Smiles hide lies. Stay here," in unison, before leaving through the trapdoor. Subject spent the next several days in the room not wearing the diving suit. One of the creatures returned briefly after 2 days to remove several rusty medieval weapons from one of the crates. The creature did not vocalize anything during this time, but hummed an unknown song. Following the departure of the creature, 507 attempted to find what was in the various crates and found several items, including bags of microwave popcorn, laundry, toy kaleidoscopes, and various machine parts. However, upon opening a crate labeled G-4567-A2, Subject found a corpse highly resembling, but not perfectly matching, the Smiling Man encountered on previous trips. Subject spent the remainder of the shift avoiding that part of the room. Retrieved items. A November 1996 Boy's Life magazine issue found in a crate. The magazine has not been found to contain any differences from the baseline issue beyond word choice in certain articles. Requests. A warm blanket. Granted. Universe SKS 45K923. Retrieval via tracker. Subject was found buried in a grave in India. Description. Subject spent the entire shift free-falling through the air as if it had jumped from a plane. During the entire shift, Subject was unable to see any kind of solid ground, only more sky. The only other notable feature, according to the Subject, were immense birds in the distance. Requests. None. Universe TR3 APP6ED. Retrieval. Subject appeared in its chamber, hyperventilating and collapsed to the floor. Description. Subject manifested within a cramped crawl space between 2 walls, unable to move. Subject attempted to call for help, but heard no noises beyond a dripping noise and an unknown creature scurrying nearby on 2 occasions. Subject shifted back after approximately 24 hours. Requests. None. Universe 773 URC-332. Retrieval. Uneventful. Description. Subject manifested in a large auditorium containing an estimate of 50,000 identical 507 objects. Objects seem to be having an analog to a political rally, advocating for the overthrow of the government under the organization name of the People's Dimension Hopper Republic. Within the 2 weeks of the duration of the subject's shift, the PDHR overthrew the United States government, establishing their own government in the form of a republic entirely composed of 507 objects. Subject was elected to the office of Representative of Massachusetts and was about to introduce its first piece of legislation when Subject shifted back into prime reality. Requests. None. Universe 812 BCF-121. Retrieval. Subject reappeared within its containment chamber without its handgun or knife. Description. Subject manifested in a train-like vehicle. Upon manifesting, it noticed several other individuals seated at various locations along the carriage, who did not remark upon his sudden appearance. The subject noted that the train appeared to be in some kind of black void, with nothing visible out the windows. After 30 minutes, a humanoid creature without facial features spotted the subject and asked him for his ticket. Upon the subject reporting his lack of tickets, he was searched and his weapons were confiscated. The subject was told they would have to leave the train at the next stop, and they would be fined 10 minutes. The subject began to explore the train, but shifted back after walking approximately 3 kilometers and finding no end. Requests. Replacement gear. Granted. Universe 5H4 2KP NCH. Retrieval. Subject appeared in its containment chamber with multiple deep bite wounds in the forearms. Description. Subject arrived in a facility identical to Site. Intercom warnings stated that SCP-507 had displaced. If spotted, the object is to be punched immediately and returned to containment. Subject reported fearing for his safety until the alternate Dr. entered its containment chamber to reassure it that it was not the one to be punched back into this world. Subject stayed in containment for 3 hours before a fucking huge shark materialized in containment with it and proceeded to attack the subject. 2 guard personnel entered the subject's containment and proceeded to punch the shark in its stupid shark face multiple times. Requests: shark repellent. Denied on the grounds that site has no non-anomalous shark repellent. Addendum 507-3B-00. Due to a particularly trying encounter with several documents in the archives have been altered, corrupted, or technically never existed. Document 507-3B appears to have been affected by this and is currently being rebuilt using backup files, references, and respectively. Subject matter may occasionally increase, decrease, or undergo modifications in light of this. Dr. Interview 507-G. Interviewed SCP-507 and SCP-507. Interviewer Dr. Forward. During a daily signal check for SCP-507, 2 independent verifications were returned. The following investigation led to the discovery of identical SCP-507 duplicates in its assigned quarters. Both apparently made their way to the room by themselves and had spent at least half an hour conversing with each other upon meeting. The following interview took place between them and the first informed employee to reach their location. The duplicates have been each given an alphabetical notation for the purpose of readability. Begin log. SCP-507-A. Hey, Doc. SCP-507-B. Welcome to the party. Doctor.
I am afraid you are going to have to explain this to me.
There's apparently more than one version of me with this problem. Should have seen this coming, honestly. There's so many ways an alternate reality could differ without affecting my personal life, you know?
So, which one of you is the visitor? Is something wrong?
We've actually been talking about this for a bit. Now, you guys have been real nice to us. More than we might deserve, really. But we also know that this could be a rather enticing opportunity for your research department. It'd probably be best if you didn't know which one of us was
Temporary.
expendable.
I don't know what kind of stories you two have been sharing, but our job is to secure and protect the likes of you. Perhaps this other reality has a less benign code of conduct?
And perhaps I can shoot fireballs from my mouth.
We don't mean to be hurtful, but this place isn't the best source of human compassion. I'm sure there's at least one person on staff who would love breaking me open attempting to find out how all this freaky stuff works, if it wasn't for the fact that you couldn't keep studying me afterwards.
Do you have to put it like that? I have enough things that keep me awake at night.
Oh, good God, I know. Once there was this guy with a huge-ass smile.
You met him too?
Nearly soiled myself.
I wish I was that lucky.
You know, this could be interpreted as a security breach.
Who's the doppelganger gonna report to? Alternate SCP? I'm fairly sure that there's a better chance of a meteor striking this place than successful cross-dimensional sabotage.
I've actually come across at least 3 dimensions where something fell from.
You're not helping.
I rarely do.
Anyway, where were we?
507-B disappears mid-sentence. Roughly 5 seconds of silence follows.
Well, now that our visitor has left, I have a question.
All right.
Did you two figure out the difference between your realities?
Actually, I think we did. In his world, Abraham Lincoln was killed while sleeping by his vice president, instead of by General Lee.
In this reality, Booth assassinated Lincoln.
Oh, bugger. End log. Closing statement. Subsequent testing revealed that SCP-507's abilities have no biological basis, and that severed pieces will still shift along with the main body. The SCP-507 of this reality reappeared 3 days later, and has not been informed of this incident. Item number: SCP-1562. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-1562 is currently quarantined in Testing Lab 46-V in Site-24. The door to the lab is to remain locked at all times. As testing is currently suspended, all access is denied unless special clearance is granted by Dr. Carver. Description: SCP-1562 is a metal playground slide measuring 2.2 meters high and 3.4 meters long. SCP-1562 was acquired from an abandoned playground on the outskirts of after several children in the area went missing. The object's anomalous effects only manifest when a person slides down head first on their stomach, with their arms tucked down at their sides. Any other orientation of the body or limbs while sliding results in no effect, and only human beings are affected. When a person slides down SCP-1562 in the aforementioned manner, they will disappear instantly and completely at approximately 15 centimeters before the end of the slide. So far, no one who has disappeared while using SCP-1562 this way has been recovered. Attempts to tie safety lines to test subjects in an effort to pull them back have ended in failure, as the tether is severed at the moment the test subject disappears. Communication with test subjects that have disappeared is possible and ongoing, and detailed in the logs below. Audio Log 1562-A1. Forward. D-2445 was given a two-way radio earpiece to communicate with researchers observing the test. Communication began immediately after D-2445 disappeared from SCP-1562. Begin log. Dr. Darretts.
D-2445, can you hear me?
D-2445. Yes, Doctor, I can hear you.
Where are you now?
I don't know. Some sort of very small tunnel. It's really cramped. Can you get me out now?
Can you describe it to me?
No, it's too dark. I can't see anything and I'm stuck.
Stuck how?
I'm still head first on my stomach, and my body's at an angle, but I'm in some sort of small tunnel and I'm stuck. I'm completely surrounded by rock or dirt on all sides. I don't have enough room to raise my head or move my arms, and I can't move forward. I really want to get out of here now.
We're going to try. Can you see anything? Anything at all?
No, I told you I can't see anything. I'm getting kind of freaked out now. I'm not really claustrophobic, but this is pretty fucking uncomfortable. Pull me out of here.
Unfortunately, your safety line was severed when you disappeared, so we can't pull you out. We'll try and figure out another way to retrieve you. For now, just stay calm and keep talking to me.
No, you need to get me out now. I can't handle much more of this.
Please stay calm. We will have you out of there as soon as we can.
Okay. I was able to worm my way forward a little bit, but my head hit something.
What did you hit?
It's a shoe, I think. It's small. Jesus.
What's wrong?
Get me out of here, Doctor. Get me out of here, now.
Calm down. We'll get you out of there as soon as we can.
No, you need to get me out of here right now. The shoe, it's so tiny. End log. Communication was suspended with D-2445 while researchers discussed possible methods of retrieval. A consensus was reached to send down another D-Class attached to a tether, with additional video and audio recording equipment, a GPS tracker, and a headlamp. Communication was re-established with D-2445 to inform him of the plan. Audio Log 1562-A2. Begin log.
Are you still there, D-2445?
Please, I don't want to be in here anymore.
We're going to send someone in to pull you out.
It started talking.
What started talking?
The little boy did, but it didn't make any sense.
Tell me what he said.
He just kept asking where he was, and I told him I didn't know, but I don't think he was really talking to me, because he didn't respond to my voice, and he told me to stop crying when I was actually sort of calm.
What else? Was he moving at all during this?
I don't think so. He started screaming, and I told him to shut up, but he just kept screaming and crying and asking for his mommy. Then he finally stopped, and shortly after that, you contacted me again. Please get me out now.
Okay. We're sending someone in. Don't panic if you hear or feel something behind you.
Please hurry. My chest is... End log. Shortly after this, D-8600 was sent down SCP-1562 with the equipment noted above. D-8600 was selected for his small stature and thin body shape, in hopes he would be able to move more easily than D-2445. The rope used to tether D-8600 was severed at the same moment D-8600 vanished from SCP-1562, and the GPS tracker's signal could not be traced. The following audio was recorded after contact was established with D-8600. Audio log 1562-B. Begin log.
D-8600. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Doctor.
What is your situation? We're not getting anything on the video feed.
I'm in some sort of cave or tunnel. It's really small and dark. My headlamp stopped working as soon as I got here.
Are you able to move at all?
I'm not sure I can get my arms up in front of me, but I can sort of wiggle my way forward. Wait, what is this? Hey, are you alright?
D-8600?
I just bumped into someone's foot. They're not moving at all. Hey, are you okay down there?
That could be D-2445. Davies, try D-2445's radio.
I can hear his radio, I think. I can hear Davies' voice.
D-2445 isn't responding. And we're not picking up Davies' voice on your radio through our end.
Yes, Doctor. I can hear you.
Davies, turn that off. I can hear him through D-8600's.
Hey man, I'm glad
I
you're...
don't know. Some sort of very small tunnel. It's really cramped. Can you get me out now?
D-2445, listen to me. D-8600 is behind you, and is there to help you get out.
No, it's too dark. I can't see anything, and I'm stuck.
Hey man, it's okay. We know you're stuck and we're both gonna get out of here.
I'm still head first on my stomach, and my body's at an angle, but I'm in some sort of small tunnel and I'm stuck. I'm completely surrounded by rock or dirt on all sides. I don't have enough room to raise my head or move my arms, and I can't move forward. I really want to get out of here now.
Okay man, it's okay. I'm gonna try to get my arms up and I'll grab a hold of your ankles. They should be able to pull us out of here then.
No, I told you I can't see anything. I'm getting kind of freaked out now. I'm not really claustrophobic, but this is pretty fucking uncomfortable. Pull me out of here.
I'm working on it. Have some...
D-8600, stop talking. Something isn't right here. D-2445 is just repeating everything he said to me when we initially made radio contact with him.
No, you need to get me out now. I can't handle much more of this.
It's okay, just calm down. Doctor, I think he's just freaking out. I've almost got my arms in front of me.
Okay. I was able to worm my way forward a little bit, but my head hit something.
No. He's literally repeating his side of the conversation word for word. Did he actually move at all, like he just said he did?
I don't think so. Okay, this is getting kind of creepy, but I've got his ankles. See if you can pull us out now.
It's a shoe, I think. It's small. Jesus.
Doctor, what's he talking about? Can you just pull us out of here?
Get me out of here, Doctor. Get me out of here now.
We can't pull you out. I'm sorry.
No, you need to get me out of here right now. The shoe, it's so tiny.
What the fuck are you talking about? Why can't you pull us out? What does he mean the shoe is so tiny? What the fuck is going on, Doctor?
Please, I don't want to be in here anymore.
D-8600, unfortunately, the rope we tied to you was severed as soon as you vanished. We didn't realize that would happen.
It started talking.
Fuck. Okay then, I'll try inching my way backwards. I won't be able to bring him with me though.
The little boy did, but it didn't make any sense.
Good luck, D8600. We'll stay in contact with you for the time being.
He just kept asking where he was, and I told him I didn't know, but I don't think he was really talking to me, because he didn't respond to my voice, and he told me to stop crying, and I was actually sort of calm.
This would be a lot easier if you would just shut the fuck up.
I don't think so. He started screaming, and I told him to shut up, but he just kept screaming and crying and asking for his mommy. Then he finally stopped, and shortly after that, you contacted me again. Please, get me out now.
Just shut the fuck up already. Creepy asshole.
Please hurry. My chest is...
Are you making progress, D8600?
A little. It's not easy, but I'm getting there. The air's getting kind of stale in here. I hope there's enough air for me to make it back. Hey, did he finally shut up?
I'm not hearing him on my end anymore either.
Well, thank God for that. I was starting to think that...
What is it? You were starting to think that? D8600? Are you still there? What happened?
End log. No further response from D8600 was recorded. Subsequent attempts to re-establish radio contact with D8600 and D2445 were unsuccessful. Testing has been suspended indefinitely. Item number, SCP-5040. Level 2 restricted. Containment class, Euclid. Disruption class, Kennick. Risk class, Notice. Special containment procedures. Foundation web crawler Kappa-08 Sinagami is to seek and suppress all references to SCP-5040 in online discussions and entertainment news. Anti-memetic inoculations against the propagation of SCP-5040 are in development. Description: SCP-5040 is a non-existent Japanese horror film entitled Tears of Blood, which spontaneously manifests in human memories. Those affected by SCP-5040 will remember going to see the film, even when their supposed attendance would contradict empirical evidence. SCP-5040 afflictions may occur in any place where movies are shown, including cultures where its content would usually be prohibited. Subtitles and/or dubbing will be used when appropriate. Descriptions of the film are always similar in nature, as are the circumstances and events surrounding the viewing. However, reports of SCP-5040's story and characters are never fully consistent, and the film's setting, subplots, character names, and much of the dialogue will be different for each viewer. Casting also varies and appears largely arbitrary. A broad variety of Japanese performers and entertainment personalities, both living and deceased, have been said to star in the film, even when the actor in question has no real-life associations with the horror genre. Despite these differences, the film's beginning, climax, and ending consistently hew to the same general plot. See Document 5040-Prime. After conducting more than 300 interviews, researchers have constructed a detailed synopsis of SCP-5040's most consistent story elements, and the most common sequence of events associated with the viewer's memory of their screening attendance. See Document 5040-Prime. Addendum 5040-Prime. Screenings always begin at sunset. If a subject had prior commitments for that day and time, they learn that the commitment was abruptly canceled or resolved through unforeseen circumstances. The subject decides to spend their free time by seeing a movie at a local theater. Upon arrival, they see a large crowd gathered at the box office and learn the entire theater has been reserved for a special event, a one-time only screening of a rare, critically acclaimed film. Admission is free. Drawn in by the excitement, the subject indulges their curiosity and gets in line for a ticket. Most seats are already occupied when the subject reaches the auditorium, but they find an empty space in the back. They notice that a large number of people throughout the audience wear disposable face masks, even if this practice is not common in the local culture. The woman who takes the seat next to the subject wears one such mask, as does the woman beside her. The remaining seats are quickly taken, but patrons continue to file in. By the time the lights dim, the audience completely fill the aisles and stairs, leaving the areas around the exits standing room only. An IV pole carrying a bag of unknown fluid may be seen protruding from the crowd, but with no clear indication of who it is connected to. The subject might also notice that elsewhere in the theater, one of the masked audience members wears a hospital gown. There are no trailers or advertisements before the film. The theater goes silent when it begins. The film opens with the female protagonist going about mundane activities in her day-to-day life. She is interrupted by a phone call from an unknown party who tells her that a loved one has been hospitalized. When the protagonist leaves her apartment to go to the hospital, she is attacked by a male assailant and loses consciousness. When the protagonist wakes up, she finds herself in an unfamiliar building with her arms and legs bound. She's accompanied by a number of other female captives, some of whom still remain unconscious. The women briefly discuss the possibility of an escape, but are interrupted when the kidnapper appears. He sees one of the women crying and kills her without hesitation. The kidnapper explains that he intends to release the captives after 24 hours, but only under the condition that they do not cry. Throughout the film, the kidnapper exacts various forms of physical and psychological torture on the group. Despite their best efforts, captives prove unable to hold back their tears, and they are murdered one by one until only the protagonist remains. Frustrated by the protagonist's resolve, the kidnapper gradually escalates her torture. However, the protagonist only responds with rebukes, which angers the kidnapper even further. As the protagonist makes a speech against the kidnapper, the subject notices what seems to be a slight echo to the dialogue. They eventually realize that the two masked women sitting beside them are softly repeating every line of dialogue as it occurs. If they look further, they will see that the lower half of the women's masks are saturated with saliva, and their hands are held together so tightly that their fingernails have begun to draw blood. At the film's climax, the kidnapper approaches the protagonist with a double-edged razor blade and announces that even if she is freed, she will spend the rest of her life horribly disfigured. This leads to an argument between the two, which touches on themes such as the nature of inner and outer beauty, the value of women in society, and the societal stigma against expressions of vulnerability. Eventually, the kidnapper loses patience, throws the protagonist to the floor, and grabs her face. From this point onward, the subject hears groans from unidentified members of the audience. Gripping the protagonist's lower lip between his thumb and forefinger, the kidnapper takes the razor blade and cuts a deep fissure from the corner of her mouth to her chin. He works the blade across her face using a rough sawing motion until her lower lip is partially amputated. He pauses to mock the protagonist, and she uses the opportunity to grab the razor from him with her teeth. Before the kidnapper can react, she slices his left eye open. The kidnapper screams as blood and vitreous humor spill from his face, allowing time for the protagonist to maneuver the razor to her fingers and cut through her bindings. Enraged and half-blind, the kidnapper grabs the remaining flap of the protagonist's lower lip and pulls sharply, tearing it from her face, along with a large strip of her right cheek. As the kidnapper expresses his satisfaction, the protagonist finishes freeing herself and slits the kidnapper's throat with the razor. Whereas the film's previous murders often differ between manifestations, all interviewees gave consistent descriptions of the violent climax and displayed a greater degree of clarity in their recollection of this scene than at any other point in the film. Roughly 80% of subjects also reported that the movie's climax was accompanied by a profound sense of dread, but did not attribute the feeling to the movie itself. The protagonist hurries to the exit as the kidnapper bleeds to death on the floor. Although her speech is impeded by her injuries, she pauses before leaving to mock the kidnapper one last time, calmly telling him that he cried tears of blood and therefore had to die according to his own rules. The film abruptly cuts to an unspecified point in the future. Now wearing a face mask to hide her disfigured mouth, the protagonist walks down the street to her apartment, ignoring a crowd of paparazzi around her. When she finally reaches her bedroom, the protagonist calmly takes off her mask and looks at herself in the mirror. She stares silently at the missing lower portion of her face and sheds a tear. Over the course of several minutes, her weeping slowly builds into frenzied sobs and shrieks. The film cuts to black and the credits roll, but the sound of the protagonist's cries continue to play with no other audio until the credit reel ends. The other audience members largely remain silent after the movie ends, exchanging only whispers as they exit the theater. Subjects have claimed to have seen small red puddles and stains on the theater floor on their way out. Those who remain past this point will experience an escalating feeling of unwelcomeness until they are driven to leave. Item number: SCP-4666. Object Class: Keter. Special Containment Procedures. Web traffic and law enforcement channels worldwide are to be monitored for evidence of SCP-4666 activity, and particularly for cases of stalking or reports of anomalous phenomena involving families with young children. Should a Weissnot event be suspected to be in progress, the nearest containment task force is to be dispatched to attempt containment of SCP-4666. Standard PDP-8 humanoid first contact protocols apply. Media coverage of family deaths attributed to SCP-4666 is to be suppressed or falsified to make said deaths appear as non-anomalous home invasion murders. Forensic evidence and SCP-4666-A instances collected by non-Foundation agencies are to be confiscated and witnesses amnesticized. Description: SCP-4666 is currently believed to be a single, exceptionally long-lived humanoid entity of unknown origin. Survivors of Weissnot events typically describe SCP-4666 as a very tall, between 2 and 2.3 meters, elderly male of European descent, with an extremely emaciated appearance. The entity always appears completely naked, even when observed outdoors in freezing weather. Though the nature and extent of its anomalous properties remain uncertain, SCP-4666 appears capable of instantaneous or near-instantaneous travel to any location north of 40 degrees north latitude, and possibly to any location on Earth. SCP-4666 activity occurs exclusively within a period of 12 consecutive nights every year, from the night of December 21st to 22nd to the night of January 1st to 2nd. This period is known as SCP-4666's active phase. During this phase, in what are termed Weissnot events, SCP-4666 will appear at dwellings in one or multiple locations north of 40 degrees north latitude. In all known Weissnot events, these dwellings have shared the following characteristics: isolated rural location, home to a family with at least one child under the age of 8, and situated in an area with snow cover lasting throughout the duration of the event. Weissnot events consist of the following general progression. Nights 1 through 7. Children report seeing SCP-4666 in the vicinity of their family's dwelling. The entity will typically be observed watching the dwelling from a distance, such as from across a nearby field or from the edge of a neighboring forest. In some cases, children report waking up at night to find SCP-4666 watching them sleep through a window. Nights 8 through 11. Family members, including the parents, report sounds of footsteps coming from the roof or the attic. An extremely unpleasant odor will also frequently be noticed inside the dwelling. No cause for these phenomena will be found. As a result, parents will often begin to suspect that their family is being stalked, or even that their dwelling might be haunted. Night 12. Over the course of the night, one of two scenarios will occur. The first and most common is that SCP-4666 will kill all members of the family, save for one child under the age of 8, whom it will abduct. SCP-4666 will inflict incapacitating injuries to family members while they are sleeping, then herd them into a single room of the dwelling, where it will proceed to kill them in view of each other. The method of killing varies with the event, and will typically be preceded by some form of torture, which appears to serve a ritualistic purpose. See Weissnot Events Log below. In the second scenario, which has occurred in roughly 15% of known Weissnot events, SCP-4666 will not harm the family. Family members will report hearing footsteps inside their dwelling during the night, though no signs of forced entry will be found. In the morning, children will discover presents at the foot of their beds. These will consist of toys crudely crafted from the remains of human children. See SCP-4666-A Instances log below. The criteria, if any, by which SCP-4666 determines the outcome of a Weissnot event are unknown. Document 4666-V-30091. Log of notable Weissnot events. Location: Unknown Village, Croatia. Year: circa 1498. Description of Weissnot event: unconfirmed. An entire family was killed, with the exception of one of the children, age unknown, who was abducted. Though specific details about the event are not available in recovered documents, it was noted that the killings presented strong paganistic elements, and that the family members had been made to suffer greatly prior to death. The archbishop who oversaw the investigation wrote that he believed the family had been killed as part of a demonic ritual. Location: Unknown Village, Rupert's Land, present-day Ontario, Canada. Year: 1689. Description of Weissnot event: unconfirmed. An entire family was killed, with the exception of two of the children, one of whom was abducted, and one of whom, female age unknown, escaped during the killings and was able to reach a nearby village. She told authorities that a naked man had broken into her family's dwelling during the night and proceeded to torture them, exact method not specified in recovered documents. Upon investigation, the bodies of the family members were found inside their dwelling, hanging upside down from the ceiling. All had been exsanguinated. Location: Eichstätt, Germany. Year: 1913. Description of Weissnot event: an entire family was killed, with the exception of the youngest child, male, age 3, who was abducted. The bodies of the parents and 5 other children were found inside a stable adjoining their dwelling. They had been restrained by having knives, pitchforks, and other sharp implements forced through the palms of their hands and into the walls of the stable before having their tongues removed, leading to hemorrhaging and death. Blood from the family members had then been used to paint elaborate patterns of unknown meaning on the hides of the mule, goat, and 2 cows present in the stable. The animals themselves were not harmed. Neighbors told authorities that in the week preceding the killings, the father of the family had mentioned finding tracks in the snow around the family's dwelling, which appeared to have been made by bare human feet. Location: Plios, Soviet Union. Year: 1956. Description of Weissnot event: an entire family was killed, with the exception of the youngest child, male, age 4, who was abducted. The bodies of the parents and 1 other child were found in the living room of their house. They had been restrained and their feet held over the flames in the fireplace for an extended period of time, calcining the tissues of the feet and exposing the bones. They had then had their heads crushed with an unknown heavy implement. Hundreds of bite marks, believed to have been inflicted post-mortem, were found on each of the bodies. Analysis of recovered police photographs has shown that the size, shape, and configuration of SCP-4666's teeth do not match those of a human being or of any known animal. Branches cut from a fir tree outside the house had also been placed over the bodies, to unknown purpose. Location: Skudenshaven, Norway. Year: 1971. Description of Weissnot event: an entire family was killed, with the exception of the second youngest child, female age 5, who was abducted. The bodies of the parents and 2 other children were found in the basement of their house. Each had had at least 1 limb pulled off by brute force before being stabbed precisely 39 times with an unknown sharp implement, possibly a piece of bone from one of the removed limbs, resulting in massive blood loss and death. The family members had then been eviscerated, and their small and large intestines removed and cut into 30 to 50 centimeter long pieces. These had been arranged in radiating lines around the bodies. Feces from the intestines had been used to trace symbols of unknown meaning on the walls of the basement. Location: Eaglestader, Iceland. Year: 1996. Description of Weissnut event. An entire family was killed, with the exception of the youngest child, female age 4, who was abducted. The bodies of the parents and 7 other children were found inside their house. All had large pieces of skin removed from their backs, necks, and groins prior to death. Removed skin was found to have been partially consumed. They had then been killed by decapitation with a bucksaw that had belonged to the family. Following death, the family members' headless bodies had been carried to their respective rooms and placed on their beds. Each of the removed heads had also been placed upright on a step of the staircase leading from the first to the second floor, with the parents' heads on the top 2 steps and the children's heads on the lower steps in decreasing order of age. Document 4666-V-30985. Log of notable SCP-4666-A instances recovered. Location: Nurmes, Finland. Year: 1811. Description of SCP-4666-A instance: a small wooden drum with 2 wooden drumsticks of uneven length. Drum skin consists of a 390 cubic centimeter piece of skin belonging to a human child, stretched with thread made from human tendons. Location: Gallagher, Wales. Year: 1857. Description of SCP-4666-A instance: a small knife, 15 centimeters in length. Blade is 6 centimeters in length. Sculpted from a single piece of bone belonging to a human child. Symbols of unknown meaning have been carved into the handle. Location: Makat, Kazakhstan. Year: 1903. Description of SCP-4666-A instance: a flute made from the hollowed-out femur of a human child. Holes have been bored at uneven intervals along its length. The femur appears to have been dyed with human blood. Location: Bangor, Michigan. Year: 1960. Description of SCP-4666-A instance: a wooden box containing 13 miniature human-like figurines, each 4 to 6 centimeters in height. Made from the phalangeal bones of human children, tied together with strips of human tendon. The figurines have been decorated with human hair and small pieces of torn clothing. DNA testing revealed that the remains belong to 18 separate children. Location: Cape Broyle, Canada. Year: 1976. Description of SCP-4666-A instance: a ball, 23 centimeters in diameter, made from 19 layers of human skin wrapped tightly around the desiccated head of an unidentified human child, male, ages approximately 2 to 3 years. Layers of skin are held in place with pine resin. Location: Bard, Netherlands. Year: 2006. Description of SCP-4666-A instance: a hairbrush. The handle is made of wood and poorly carved. In place of bristles, 43 deciduous human teeth have been set at irregular intervals into the handle. DNA testing revealed that each tooth belongs to a different child, and only 2 of the teeth could be matched to known abduction victims of SCP-4666. Teeth vary in age from a few days to over 400 years. Discovery: SCP-4666's existence and ongoing activity were first detected in 1974 through the Foundation's newly implemented Anomalous Signature Recognition Program, when several highly similar home invasion incidents resulting in family deaths were found to have occurred throughout the Northern Hemisphere during the night of January 1st to 2nd. Extensive research into civilian and law enforcement archives worldwide eventually uncovered evidence of probable Weissnut events for nearly every preceding year, going back to the late 18th century, average of 3.1 known events per year. Numerous historical documents were also found, which appeared to describe SCP-4666 activity occurring prior to this period, in some cases as early as the 2nd century AD in Europe and Russia, and as early as the 1st century BC in Scandinavia. Fingerprints belonging to the same humanoid entity have been discovered at the location of all Foundation investigated Weissnot events. These have been matched to a partial fingerprint found preserved in dried blood on a recovered SCP-4666-A instance dating from 1873. The fingerprints present characteristics not known to occur in human beings. See image. Human-like white hairs were also discovered from the locations of several Weissnot events, though no DNA, human or otherwise, could be extracted from them. Addendum 4666-01. On January 2, 2018, several SCP-4666-A instances were discovered at a family's residence in Hoonah, Alaska, following the conclusion of Weissnot Event 060198. Among these instances was SCP-4666-A-0960, which consisted of a crude, life-size doll made from the emaciated body of a female child, to which the following modifications had been made. A dress made from various pieces of dirty, discolored clothing had been sewn around the body, and in several places into the body's skin. The mouth had been sewn shut with thread made from human tendons, and the lips painted red with a solution consisting primarily of human blood. The fingernails of another child had been glued over the body's fingernails with pine resin. These had been painted red with the same human blood-based solution. 3 of the body's fingers were missing. The entire scalp had been removed from the head, and the scalp of another child with long blonde hair sewn onto the head in its place. The hair had been tied into 2 braids. Both eyes had been removed, and 2 large round pebbles on which eyes had been crudely painted placed into the empty orbits. Upon examination by the family, the child from whom the doll had been made was found to be still alive, albeit unconscious. Authorities were notified, and the child was airlifted to Bartlett Regional Hospital in Juneau, Alaska, where she survived for 18 hours. 2 Foundation agents were dispatched and were able to interview the subject. See interview log below. Following the subject's death, her body was confiscated by the agents, and all witnesses amnesticized as per standard procedure. DNA testing revealed that the subject had been Ekaterina Morozova, age 7, a known abduction victim of SCP-4666, taken from her family's residence in Dubovka, Russia on January 2, 2016. Autopsy of the subject's body showed that she had been severely malnourished during the 2 years following her abduction, which had resulted in considerable stunting. Weight was only 15 kilograms and height was only 90 centimeters. A number of scars and burns were present on her skin, and she had suffered 2 bone fractures, left tibia and left ulna, that had not been reset and had healed improperly. Hands were heavily calloused. Cause of death was attributed to multiple organ failure, resulting from severe, sustained malnourishment. Document 4666-V-35814. Interview log. Audio log 4666-06201. Date: January 2nd, 2018. Time: 23:27 to 23:49 Alaska Standard Time. Location: Bartlett Regional Hospital, Juneau, Alaska. Interviewers: Agent Anthony Kowalczyk, Agent Susan Muse attending. Subject: Ekaterina Morozova, SCP-4666-A-0960, female, age 7. Notes: the subject regained consciousness for a period of roughly 30 minutes prior to expiring, during which she was interviewed. Hospital staff had previously removed the thread that had been sewn into her lips, allowing her to speak. Despite having been administered a morphine drip, the subject was largely coherent throughout the interview. The subject did not understand English and initially spoke only a language that was unfamiliar to Agents Kowalczyk and Muse. However, after several minutes, the subject began addressing the agents in Russian, which she spoke poorly. Agent Kowalczyk, who spoke rudimentary Russian, was able to conduct the interview without the need for an interpreter. Begin log. Hello, I'm Anthony. What's your name?
Are you going to take me back to him?
No, I promise. I'm just here to talk to you.
I don't want to go back.
You don't have to. You're safe now, Mishka. Can you tell me what happened to you? Do you remember the night he came to your house?
I remember remember. He hurt Mama and Papa and Katja and Yuliana for a long time, and they were bleeding. After they stopped screaming, he put me in his bag.
His bag?
He had a big bag. Other children were in the bag too. I think we go to other houses. I hear people screaming outside the bag all during the night. Each house he put another child in the bag. Then after the night he'd take us away.
Where did he take you?
Underground. Deep.
Underground? You mean in a basement?
Deep. Everything earth and mud and ice. Bones everywhere. Everything cold. I can't sleep because it's too cold.
Were there lots of other children there with you?
Lots of children. Lots of tunnels, lots of holes, but I can't see all. I can't see the other. Too dark. My hole is with Renee and Helga and Sasha and Paul. We make the toys together.
The toys?
If you don't make the toys, you don't eat. Don't stop making the toys, don't fall asleep, or he hurts you.
He hurts you? How?
He hit you, or he burn you, or he bite off your fingers, or he cook you on the fire in his room and eat you. He eat Felipe and Sally.
What about you? How did this happen to you? Did he do this?
Renee and Helga and Sasha and Paul do this. They have to.
Why?
I get sick. When you can't make the toys, you become the toys.
End log. Note: file under review. This document has been flagged for possible methodological issues. Please be aware that the following information is subject to change and may contain inaccuracies. Item number: SCP-5031. Object Class: Keter. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-5031 is to be contained in an airtight iron cell in Biosite 59. The structure must be inspected for imperfections on a bi-weekly basis. No other interaction necessary. Description: SCP-5031 is a non-sapient quasi-humanoid creature of unknown origin. When directly observed, SCP-5031 will temporarily cease to exist until the viewer stops observing the space that SCP-5031 formerly occupied. Traces of its existence, like scratch marks and blood trails, continue to exist when SCP-5031 does not. Video and photography devices do not capture SCP-5031's appearance. However, observing SCP-5031's shadow does not cause cessation of existence, allowing certain physiological traits to be inferred from its silhouette. Abnormally small head with no discernible neck. Elbows branch into 3 sets of lower arms each. Elongated torso, approximately 1.9 meters in length. Pelvis terminates in a crescent-shaped protrusion of osseous tissue with a blade-like lower edge. Levitates above the ground at a fixed height of 0.5 meters. While SCP-5031 has no nutritional needs, it will nevertheless hunt and consume any human or animal it encounters by using its pendulous lower body to down targets. SCP-5031 does not sleep and is incapable of expression or verbal communication. Addendum: as of February 14, 2018, Senior Researcher Stanley Huxtable is now acting in the role of HCL Supervisor for SCP-5031. The following is a selection of relevant correspondences from SR Huxtable to Site Director Yusuf Mustafi, elucidating research progress. February 14, 2018. Initial impressions. I have no idea who wrote this, but there's a lot I'd like to say to them. I'm not a fan of abandoning a living creature inside a metal box for 10 years, no matter how pragmatic it may be. It's difficult to fathom that such things were considered the norm a decade ago. Have you ever heard something scream from behind 10 inches of iron for hours on end? When I do my redraft, remind me to add anomalous resistance to hoarseness somewhere in the description. Could you work your magic and get the boys to retrofit the containment cube with an aperture and security vestibule? I'd like to run some tests that require exposing SCP-5031 to certain stimuli. March 8th, 2018. Round 1 test summary. Sound. Forward. installed speakers in the containment vestibule, and played various albums of natural ambience and popular music. SCP-5031's propensity for screaming worked as a convenient way to measure its stress levels. 100% would be considered its typical screaming, volume and duration, over 48 hours, and 0% would be no screaming at all. Selection: Morning forest ambience. Stress level: 43%. Seaside paradise ambience: 48%. Deep grotto ambience: 62%. The best of Mozart: 13%. The best of Enya: 18%. The best of Ben Folds: 6%. The best of Jethro Tull: 59%. The best of Kiss: 23%. Afterward, efficacy of music for stress reduction gradually decreases over time. I've assembled a playlist of SCP-5031's favorite music to play on shuffle in its enclosure in perpetuity. Stress levels consistently remain in the 15 to 25% range, baseline adjusted accordingly. March 22nd, 2018. Round 2 test summary. Play. Test: threw softball into enclosure. Result: SCP-5031 sliced the ball in two. Tossed basketball into enclosure. SCP-5031 sliced the ball open. Rolled bowling ball into enclosure. SCP-5031 scratched a couple of grooves into the ball, then rolled the ball around the enclosure with the blunt end of its tail for 20 minutes. Stress levels remained at less than 60% after play. Rolled another bowling ball into enclosure. SCP-5031 used the blunt end of its tail to hit the balls together for a while. Stress levels remained at less than 40% after play. Bowling ball chipped and would no longer roll around properly, unplanned. Stress levels increased to roughly 115%. Replacement bowling ball provided. Stress levels fell back to roughly 40%. Tossed basketball into enclosure. SCP-5031 picked up and played with the ball. Stress levels remained at less than 20% after play. Afterward, SCP-5031 began to use its hands to play with the basketball, possibly to avoid accidentally damaging it. Motor skills comparable to that of a toddler. SCP-5031 still prefers bowling ball for kicking. April 5th, 2018. Round 3 test summary. Food. Forward. SCP-5031 was given the choice between two potential food sources placed at opposite ends of the enclosure. Choices: human corpse or pig carcass. Selection: pig carcass. Pig carcass or chicken carcass. Pig carcass. Pig carcass or rotisserie chicken. Rotisserie chicken. Chicken carcass or rotisserie chicken. Rotisserie chicken. Live chicken or rotisserie chicken. Rotisserie chicken. Roasted turkey or rotisserie chicken. Neither. Presumed sated. Afterward, while it's true that SCP-5031 doesn't necessarily need to eat, feeding it regularly has caused a marked decrease in average stress levels. Stress reduction seems to scale proportionally with the quality of food provided. Also of note is that SCP-5031 prefers to use its tail to pry and cut meat into bite-sized portions, rather than rip the meat into chunks with its teeth or hands. April 12th, 2018. Round 4 test summary. Coexistence. Test 1. SCP-5031 fed until sated. Live subject, common chicken, introduced to enclosure. Result: SCP-5031 observed subject from a distance for several minutes and then rolled a bowling ball towards the subject at a high speed. Subject was killed instantly. SCP-5031's stress levels rose immediately and drastically. Test 2. Bowling balls removed from enclosure. SCP-5031 fed until sated. Live subject, common chicken, introduced to enclosure. Result: SCP-5031 gently rolled a basketball toward the subject. Ball hit subject lightly. Subject responded with a small cry and moved away. SCP-5031 did not engage with subject any further. Test 3. SCP-5031 fed until sated. Live subject, Class D, Blindfolded, introduced to enclosure, and instructed to sit and roll basketball forward, then wait until it came back and roll it away again. Result: subject in SCP-5031 successfully rolled the ball back and forth for several minutes. SCP-5031 eventually abandoned the activity and approached the subject. Per safety protocol, subject removed their blindfold to terminate the activity. Test 4. SCP-5031 fed until sated. Live subject, Class D, introduced to the enclosure and instructed to toss a tennis ball at the wall, let it ricochet behind them, then catch and repeat. Result: SCP-5031 stood behind subject and successfully engaged in a game of catch, mimicking the subject's actions of letting the ball ricochet against the wall. Afterward, SCP-5031's motor skills appear to be rapidly improving. May 16, 2018. Round 5 Test Summary. Symbols. Forward. 5 LCD displays were fitted into the wall of SCP-5031's enclosure, each with a lit button and a food dispenser underneath. Test 1. 2 stations activated. Screen 1 displayed the image of a rock. Its button dispensed rocks. Screen 2 displayed the image of a rotisserie chicken. Its button dispensed pieces of chicken. Result: SCP-5031 poked at the image of a chicken for a few minutes and eventually hit the button. Chicken was dispensed until SCP-5031 was satisfied. Test 2. Screen displays and the materials dispensed were swapped. Result: SCP-5031 hit the button it had hit the previous day and received a rock. It then went to the other screen and hit the button to dispense chicken. Test 3. Screen displays and materials dispensed were swapped back to their original positions and set to swap again at random intervals after first distribution. Result: SCP-5031 went directly to the button next to the image of a chicken, experienced apparent confusion after the first mid-distribution swap, but quickly learned to watch the images. Test 4. 3 more stations, screens, buttons, and dispensers, were activated. 4 stations displayed the word rock and dispensed rocks. 1 station displayed the word chicken and dispensed chicken. Arrangements set to change randomly several times over the following days. Result: through trial and error, SCP-5031 determined which station dispensed chicken. SCP-5031 subsequently went to the station marked chicken whenever displays were swapped. Test 5. All stations deactivated except 1. Screen displayed the word chicken. Several wood blocks were set in front of the station, each marked with one of the letters in the word chicken. The station's button was set to remain unlit and inactive until the blocks were arranged in the correct order. Result: SCP-5031 expressed apparent frustration, hitting the inactive button repeatedly and striking the wall with its tail. Test 6. Same as previous test, but screen displayed the word chicken with each letter overlaid on a photo of a wooden block. Result: after 12 minutes, SCP-5031 successfully assembled the word chicken. Afterward, it can learn language, Yusuf. August 29, 2018. Round 6 test results. Vocabulary. Forward. SCP-5031 has learned to use letter blocks to form the following words: foods: chicken, turkey, pork, tofu, beef, bread, more salt, more pepper, more cooked. Music: Mozart, Enya, Ben Folds, Forest, Seaside, White Noise, more volume, less volume, silence. Play: basketball, bowling ball, tennis ball, cat, dog, human, Robert, also known as D52125, Stanley, alone. Afterward, through its increased vocabulary and human interaction, SCP-5031 has made the following progress: established food preferences and dish pairings, learned to sing non-verbally, and learned to juggle. 6-handed juggling is something to behold. October 5th, 2018. Round 7 Test Summary. Activities. Test 1. Introduce table, paper, and crayons into the enclosure. Live subject, D52125, instructed to demonstrate drawing for SCP-5031. Result: SCP-5031 learned how to draw. Discernible subjects depicted in its artworks include D52125, SCP-5031, a rotisserie chicken, a cat, and myself. Test 2. Introduced a piano into the enclosure. Live subject, D52125, instructed to play chopsticks, blindfolded, and invite SCP-5031 to play along. Subject had time to practice beforehand. Result: SCP-5031 learned chopsticks in 2 days, though it appeared more interested in making its own original music, complete with vocals. These compositions might be considered crude by human standards. Test 3. Introduced spice rack into the enclosure. Live subject, D52125, instructed to demonstrate seasoning meats. Result: SCP-5031 spent almost 3 straight days experimenting with different combinations of foods and spices. SCP-5031 assembled the words more, more, more with its letter blocks after running out of garlic powder. Afterward, SCP-5031 only engages with art and music when accompanied by D52125, but it continues to be preoccupied with food preparation even when alone. January 4th, 2019. Round 8 test results. Cooking. Forward. Basic kitchen utilities were installed in the enclosure. Live subject, D52125, was instructed to demonstrate preparation of various recipes. Recipes learned: quesadilla, taco, hamburger, fried rice, Mongolian beef, spicy chicken curry, chocolate chip cookies, sponge cake with buttercream, fudge, clam chowder, steak, macaroons, chicken adobo, smoked salmon, profiteroles. Afterward, SCP-5031 has a severe peanut allergy. This should be included in the revised containment procedures. I would also like to note that SCP-5031 is now a better chef than the average human, and it's begun to create its own recipes. D52125 has volunteered to taste test. June 30th, 2019. Update. SCP-5031 has said its first word: salt. We are all immensely proud. November 29th, 2019. Final test. Summary. SCP-5031 was given 2 months to develop a 3-course meal to serve at the Biosite 59 cafeteria for personnel working over Thanksgiving. Its selections were as follows. First course, sweet potato turmeric miso soup. Second course, duck confit with apple cider glaze and cranberry compote topping, paired with butternut squash gnocchi on a bed of kale seasoned with truffle salt. Third course, a slice of spiced cassava pie topped with French vanilla ice cream and a maple hazelnut syrup. SCP-5031 also debuted its original composition Piano Concerto for 6 Hands in a live performance broadcast from its enclosure. Personnel response was overwhelmingly positive. SCP-5031 stress levels remain at 0%. Testing successfully concluded. Revised documentation submitted for approval. I need to write this down because I forget things sometimes, and I think what I heard today was important. Not to me. The time for me or almost anyone else alive on Earth today to make a difference has passed. But someone, somewhere, might be able to make something of this, or at least find it helpful or something. Once I'm done, I'm gonna seal it up in a pipe, coat it in wax, and chuck it into the ravine. Maybe someday someone will read this and try to put things together, if they're allowed to. I'd love to start at the beginning, but I'm honestly not sure when the world started to end. Could have been years and years before the final bits, or it could have been all at once. Everything was so grim, what with warmer air, cooler seas, too little gas, and too many people. Things could have been unraveling for ages before things bubbled up to the public eye. What I and most others remember most was when the Disney magic sank. It was then, I think, that most people started to think that things might be worse than they seemed. The Disney Magic was a big cruise ship, one of those liner jobs that tools around islands and stuff. One day the news was all screaming about how suddenly it just went down when it was trying to put into port. The weird thing about it was how there was no video of it for a long time. Some still pictures of it floating fine, but none of it actually going down. Then, somehow a tape showed up, and the news started playing it. I have to imagine they didn't review it first. The ship was puffing along, strong and fast, little boats bobbing around it, looking like every vacation lover's dream, when suddenly it stopped. I mean stopped, just a dead halt, like it had just slammed into a mountain. You could see people go lurching forward all over the deck, a bunch of junk fall off the sides, a real mess. It's all still for a few seconds, then suddenly there's this foaming behind the ship. Most people assumed it was the engine trying to fire up again. Then the arm came up. I'm not sure if it actually was an arm, but it was some kind of limb, and it must have been 100 feet long at least. It reached up along the side of the boat and just ripped it open. I mean, unzipped it like a coat, and you could see all the people inside screaming and running. It was awful. Then you saw something lurch up, a big spiny shape pushing against that gap, shoving in. Then there was an explosion on its back and the camera whipped up to show a couple of jets whizzing by. Then it ended. I remember just sitting there, stunned, looking at the TV, barely noticing the president coming on to declare a state of emergency. I think it was 2 or 3 days later when the TV went under full government control, but it may have been a week, I'm not sure. Internet got clamped later, but soon all you could hear, read, or see was "Remain calm, everything is under control." The oddest thing was that life didn't really change much for a while. Bills still came, still had to work, go to school, all that. Just a lot more scared faces and a lot more weird talk. Pretty soon we were getting told that whole towns were being evacuated, that there was a plague or a riot or a terrorist bomb or some other nightmare. My brother down south said that they got moved because of a huge wildfire. The weird thing was, he said, that the fire moved oddly, seemed to shoot right for gas or brush, and didn't travel evenly. That after a while he swore he saw what looked like a 20-foot tall man of fire walking and eating everything. The call got dropped right after he said that. I haven't talked to him since. So things got worse, little by little. People kept being moved, and there was no real way to communicate with each other anymore that was really reliable, so it was hard to say just how bad things were. Still, word of mouth was going strong, and it was creepy. Crazy shit, really. Stuff about zombies in the north, killing frenzies in the east, a place near the ocean where the ground was alive and eating people, a cult screaming about the second coming and killing people to buy off God. I started pulling more and more away from people, just to get some ignorant peace of mind. Looking back, that probably saved my life. Finally, one day, I woke up and there was blood on my window. It was outside, and I could hear some insane shit going down outside. Screaming, clanking, gunshots, and a smell like burning wires. I hid. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I left my fellow man to rot and hid inside for almost a full week, long after the noise stopped. After the 5th day, the electricity and gas gave out, along with the running water. When I finally got hard up for supplies, I poked my nose out and saw that the whole west side of the world was gone. Now, I don't know for sure if it actually is gone, but there's a cliff that starts 30 feet to the west of my house, and I can't see the bottom of it. I also can't see the other side of this ravine, so for all intents and purposes, that part of the world is gone for me. The suburb I was in looked like a war zone. Blood and broken stuff everywhere, houses carved up. No bodies, though, which I still think was weird. I scrounged up some food and stuff from some of the houses, then went back home. I've been doing that for a while now. I'm not sure how long, really. Might have been years and years, or just a few months, it's hard to say. Sometimes the sun just sticks in one spot for what feels like days. Other times these clouds roll in and you can't see 2 feet. There's things around too. I run at the first noise, but I think they're about man-sized, and they seem to like metal. Other little things scramble around in the rubble sometimes, so I try and keep clear. One time a thing that looked like a pill bug the size of a cat crawled out and looked at me and screamed "stop" in perfect English. I hid inside for days. There are also these big blimp things that float around sometimes. They have little bug legs on their undersides and they look kind of like maggots, but with eyes all over. They eat everything when they land, but most of the time they stay high up. One of these had just passed when I found the hurt guy. He was all ripped up and looked like one of those SWAT team guys you see on TV sometimes, but his combat suit thing was all ripped to hell. I dragged him back home and then we talked. He said that he had been hunting the blimp thing, but had gotten attacked. He wouldn't say by what, but he looked like he was on his last legs. I fed him some canned beans and some water, and he seemed to come around a little. Asked me who I was, and if I was alright and all that. He seemed kinda shocked when I said he was the first person I'd seen since the rest of the world vanished. He told me it wasn't gone, just relocated, but wouldn't say what that meant. I helped him heal up and kept asking who he was, but he wouldn't say. Finally, he said screw it, that his orders were probably no good anymore anyway, and told me. He said he worked for a foundation or something, and that they were like a combination jail and research center. He said that he was one of the agents who went around trying to find strange stuff and keep it from hurting people. I said he was doing a hell of a job so far, and he laughed pretty hard. He said something had happened, and that a bunch of these things had gotten loose at the same time and caused this foundation place to lose control. He said it became a GH0 dead greenhouse scenario. I asked him what that meant, and he looked at me for a while before going on. He said that's what they call a situation where everybody on Earth dies, but the Earth itself is still okay and can support life. I asked what did that matter if everybody's dead, and he smiled strangely. I asked him if anyone else on Earth was still alive, and he said yes, but carefully spread out and contained. After that, I just sort of sat and digested things for a bit, and the man started stretching and checking his cuts. He was starting to pull his boots on when I asked what happens now. He said they have to reboot things, said that they have the technology to recreate almost anything, and that making people is actually pretty easy. Said that they would clean out and contain things, rebuild the broken cities, and repopulate them. It would take a long, long time, but he said that they would eventually get things back to the way they were before. Even said they could recreate memories and stuff. I just sat, kinda stunned, and watched him as he just kept going along, getting dressed like this was all no big deal. I told him he was nuts, that there was no way people could just forget, that this could all just be swept away. He stopped, looked at me, smiled, and said, "Why not? It's been done before." I don't know if that man was crazy or not, but I think he was sane. As he was leaving, he said something about putting my house underwater. Please, don't let them brush me away. Don't let them hide us. Try and find more. I know there's gotta be more people who tried to leave something behind. Don't let the world die in vain. Remember us. Item number, SCP-2193. Object class, Keter. Special Containment Procedures. The Artificial Intelligence Applications Division, also known as AIAD, is to monitor the Foundation database for instances of SCP-2193-1. The instances are to be logged and removed, and the holding site's personnel, if applicable, will require amnestic therapy. Provisional Site 5 personnel are to be reminded that there is no Site 5, and Observation Site are to be exempted from this procedure in order to facilitate observation of the phenomena. Contact with these sites at any level, whether through in-person visits or simply phone or email communication, is restricted to prevent further contamination of mission-critical sites. Description: SCP-2193-1 is an infohazardous anomaly affecting the documentation for items and entities in the Foundation database. It often appears in the object's special containment procedures or addenda and references an operation referred to as the monthly termination of Class D personnel. No evidence for the initial adoption or implementation of such a policy exists in any Foundation records, as verified by an RAISA investigation into all prior O5 administrator mandates and SDE-COTW resolutions. SCP-2193-1 is automatically inserted into a random digital SCP slot at irregular intervals. The method by which it is generated is unknown. Individuals who are exposed to SCP-2193-1 are subjected to a mimetic effect, wherein they fully believe the monthly termination of Class D personnel to be a valid Foundation operation. This belief can be easily spread through any and all forms of communication solely by containing the phrase monthly termination. Uninfected personnel that possess doubt or suspicion are able to be overcome with simple rhetoric supporting the policy. The infected continue to operate as if SCP-2193 has always been a Foundation-held policy, and there is a noted lack of cognitive dissonance when presented with conflicting information. Aside from the excessive expenditure of Class D personnel, sites and individuals infected are able to perform their duties exceptionally and without undue complications. The first known document to host SCP-2193-1, SCP has been removed from the database and is undergoing review from the Foundation Counter-Conceptual Division. No internal documentation or instructions exist that detail the actual termination process. Regardless, infected individuals and departments operate and terminate Class D personnel in a uniform manner. Remote observation of sites and as well as security footage from affected sites prior to SCP-2193's discovery have revealed the monthly termination process. On the final day of the month, testing is suspended on any SCPs which would involve D-Class testing. Approximately 1/3 of the site's resident D-Class population will stand facing their cell doors. Affected Class D are fully compliant and cooperative throughout the entirety of the process. It should be noted that the affected Class D will still verbally assault and threaten nearby personnel. A sufficient detachment of security personnel will arrive to escort the Class D in a single-file line throughout the facility. Though the guards will be armed, no restraints are placed on the Class D. Researchers, Level 0, and other personnel not directly involved in the process will avoid the path the officers in Class D follow. This is perfectly choreographed, despite the lack of planning and forewarning. The Class D will be led to a point outside the facility and taken to an area that is not covered by surveillance systems. Hidden cameras sewn into the guards' uniforms have been intentionally obscured, including in cases where they have no foreknowledge of its existence. Subdermal tracking implants on the Class D cease function. The security guards return to the facility. The officers will claim to have terminated the Class D via their sidearms. To date, the officers' firearms have been returned without a single discharged round. Recovery. SCP-2193 was discovered on October 31st, 1994 by AIAD Project Corinthian, also known as Glacon, after its initial upload to Site-17. The site was undergoing an SCP-2193 event, which the AI observed through the surveillance system. It attempted to contact then-Site Director J.R. as the AI interpreted the procedure as illogical and without precedent. Its communications were disregarded. The AI correctly deduced the presence of a mimetic effect. It began the process of removing SCP-2193-1 throughout the site's backup digital files, as well as every entry of the main database accessible by Site-17 personnel. It completed the process before the D-Class had been removed from their cells, and disabled the door's electronic locks. Dietrich M. Lurk was contacted by the Site-17 security chief, who requested his assistance in disabling the AI system override. D. Lurk investigated the situation and, finding the AI to be acting in accordance with standard principles, instead alerted MTF Edit 10, See No Evil. Site-17, along with 12 other sites, had to be quarantined, with their corresponding records wiped of SCP-2193-1. Provisional Site and Observation Site were exempted for testing purposes. Addendum. Incident Log 2193- Forward. On January 31st, 1999, at 1:30, Provisional Site underwent an SCP-2193 event. During the transportation of Class D, behavioral changes were noted in both the detainees and the guards. The Class D repeatedly expressed concern over their fate, while the guards apologized profusely. The following is an excerpt taken from Agent Yissen's headcam as the event reached its conclusion. 1:59:23. The group approaches a rounded clearing in the woods, 2 kilometers south of the site. 2:01:46. The Class D continue directly towards the clearing's center. The guards branch out and form a ring around the group. This formation is congruous with previous observations. 2:04:32. The guards around the Class D's perimeter turn away from the group and obscure their headcams, excluding Agent Yissen. Agent Yissen, indecipherable due to sudden interference, presumably,
Not again.
20505, D1920 lifts vertically and hovers in place 0.3 meters off the ground. 20509, D1920 continues upward at an estimated speed of 35,000 kilometers per hour. D1823 begins to hover. 20512 through 20658. This process repeats for each present Class D. They are taken individually. Neither provisional site nor orbital assets were able to view this phenomena, despite the fact that the area was covered by the surveillance systems of each. 20658. Agent Yissen watches the final Class D depart and fixates on the full moon. 20733. The moon appears to blink. Personnel stationed at Lunar Area 32 reported no corresponding abnormalities at this time. 20735. Agent Yissen begins to run. In the background, the other guards can be seen remaining in their position. 20739. Agent Yissen is lifted in a manner similar to the Class D. 20741. Camera feed cuts as the agent reaches the stratosphere. Afterward, under questioning, the guards asserted that Agent Yissen had been attacked by the Class D and that he had been killed in the resulting altercation. Scanning for brain state. Please view the following image. Please input the phrase you feel is suggested by the above image. Blackest, Howl Ye, and the Moon. Hypnotic suggestibility confirmed. Randomizing social norms. Social norms randomized. False normalcy generated. Consistency confirmed above threshold. Welcome to Containment Team CT-5856. Your name is
Fabian K. Lengthways.
This has always been your name. You will now read the following document in its entirety. Press any key to continue. Loading file. Item number SCP-5856. Anomaly class Robertson Jackal. Threat level Saddle Brown. Special containment procedures. SCP-5856 is currently contained by the combined efforts of Containment Team CT-5856, Unfettered Mares, of which you are the newest member. You find this normal. It is contained within Containment Complex 5856, which consists of the following main components. R5856-1, the boardroom. This is the room within which SCP-5856 is contained. It is outfitted with decor and furniture in a style which is considered by some to be socially normal. You find the style to be a tad gaudy. For religious reasons, it is located at the center of the complex, with barred windows to all other rooms and a balcony overlooking washroom number 4. R5856-2, the scullery. The purpose of this room is known to every person except yourself. R5856-3, Desmond's bedroom. This is the room within which Desmond sleeps. You must never enter this room unless Desmond contacts you via telegram. The room houses a variety of oriental mannequins and scented candles. The former of these is considered normal to you. You have never witnessed the latter before, and find the concept scary and bewildering. The possession of one or more of the latter objects is punishable by death in your homeland. You will never meet the occupant of this room, as they are currently on an expedition to Peru, an event to which you were initially invited, but rejected from at the last moment. R5856-4, Bulwark Street Station. This is a shared common area where you may mingle with the other members of CT-5856. It is outfitted with a coal scuttle and tanning salon. There are complimentary supplies of powdered milk, your favorite food. You dislike others eating your favorite food, and often make this known. R5856-5, the parlor. This is your private residence, and decorated in a way you find entirely normal and appealing. One of the other members of CT-5856 finds your decor to be in poor taste, while two others feel it is mildly blasphemous. You care about the opinions of at least two of these people. R5856-6 through 12 are the private residences of the other members of CT-5856, whom you are eager to meet. There are also numerous supplementary rooms and installations throughout the complex, the functions of which will likely become clear. The exception to this is the menagerie, which has been locked. You wish very much to gain entry, and know that another member of the containment team has the key. At the end of your week-long stay in the parlor, you will be amnesticized. This is morally and ethically acceptable to you. You may then be administered another course of hypnotic suggestives, re-educated regarding social norms, and reintroduced to an altered version of the complex, alongside multiple people who you may or may not have met before. This is also morally and ethically acceptable to you. Currently, the only members of CT-5856 who you have pre-formed opinions of are Langley Debaucher, whom you despise due to your differences in opinion regarding dogs. Viscount Charles, whom you regard ambivalently due to unspoken sexual tension. Zachary F. Callahan, whom you wish to marry due to her fabulous antique eggs. Of those you haven't yet formed opinions of, exactly 3 have already formed opinions of you. In order to contain SCP-5856, you must attempt to befriend Dr. Leopold Frank Polio and set Langley Debaucher up with a romantic partner. Do not let Lee Richter reveal that you are secretly racist. Avoid all contact with the complex's several hundred gargoyles, and deduce the blood type of every person more popular than yourself. Description: SCP-5856 is a sociokinetic and teleempathic humanoid entity kept in a state of permanent disorientation within the boardroom. It is capable of manipulating any and all coherent social bonds with entities who know of its existence in any form, which renders it incredibly dangerous and nigh uncontainable in normal situations. In casual conversation, SCP-5856 may be referred to by you as the Secret George. You find this normal. It will remain a non-threat so long as the special containment procedures above are upheld. The SCP Foundation thanks you for your part in these procedures. Please now return to your quarters. The remainder of CT-5856 will join you for dinner at 1800 hours. Your ceremonial scepter and Auckland 2004 Yellow Pages telephone directory will arrive shortly. They are familiar items to you, and your first instinct regarding their use is entirely correct. End of file. I work for an electric company that provides power to over a dozen warehouses and manufacturing complexes. Think of me as an over-glorified security guard. I ride around checking substations to make sure an OCB hasn't tripped or an eagle hasn't nested on top of a transformer. I work the graveyard shift, which means most of my nights are spent sitting in a trailer and fighting for enough cell reception to stave off the crippling boredom. The only time this job involves any actual work is when it rains. First, some background. Whatever image you've got in your head of this place, you're probably wrong. It's a couple thousand acres of woodlands, rivers, and country roads, with the occasional warehouse and a field. Calling this place remote doesn't do it justice. Even folks in the boonies don't know we're here. There's nobody around except deer. You'll see 50, maybe 60 a night. The substations are just shacks out in the woods. The hardest part of the job isn't checking them, it's finding them. I don't want to give out too many details. I like my job and would like to keep it, but there used to be a mining town near here. When they built a dam downstream, the whole place turned into a lake. Townsfolk were forced to relocate. The mine and factories were flooded. When the lake receded, they demolished everything and built new factories. Now here's where things get interesting. When they demolished all those buildings, they didn't demolish the basements. And most of these substations had underground tie-ins into them. Beneath each of these little overgrown shacks is a sprawling network of tunnels connected to hundreds of basements for buildings that no longer even exist. This underground complex basically goes on forever. When it rains, the basements flood. When it rains hard, the water rises out of the basements and floods the substations, which are filled with extremely sensitive high-voltage equipment. Starting to see the problem? This is where I come in. My job is to drive out to each of these substations, go down into the basement, and make sure the sump pumps kicked on. They usually do when the water hits a certain height, but the floats can get hung up or the pumps need to be replaced. I know what you're thinking. Why not plug the basements up? Well, besides the cost, and having to shut down each substation while we work, there's also the fact that this job partly exists because someone has to check on those sump pumps, so none of us are exactly chomping at the bit to point this out to upper management. When you first get hired, old-timers will all tell you the same thing. Don't fuck around in the basements. Don't wander. Don't explore. Go down, do your job, come up. Watch where you step, and always bring 2 flashlights. Some of these tunnels are nearly a century old, made when being up to code just meant it didn't collapse 5 minutes after you built it. On top of that, any blueprints describing these places were lost in the flood. No one knows what's down here or what connects to what. The guy that trained me once walked from one substation to another without ever catching a glimpse of the sky. That's over 3 miles of tunnels. 3 miles. In case you're wondering, yeah, everyone says don't fuck around in the basements. But everyone still fucks around in the basements. You just have to watch your step, stay alert, and always bring 2 flashlights. And trust me, you would not believe some of the shit we find down there. This tunnel right here, this is below, let's call it Substation 9. The farthest any of us have gotten down this tunnel is about 500 yards. That's 5 football fields, or under a third of a mile. What's past that, you ask? Nobody has a clue. The tunnel slants down, leaving the rest of it completely submerged. We've tried pumping it out, but the water won't go lower than what you see here, which means that there's who knows how much more tunnel and a basement past this point. I've got more to share, including pictures. I'll write more about this tomorrow. Okay, first things first. A bunch of people have PM'd me saying that the picture isn't legit, there's no way there's miles of tunnels down here, etc. Let's put this to bed, shall we? Now that we've gotten that out of the way, I'll answer a couple of questions people have been asking. We use cheap disposable sump pumps because our company doesn't want to spend the money to install anything else. That being said, a few of the substations do have some old centrifugal pumps, either right there or in an adjacent basement. We run hoses and use them as backups for areas that get flooded really bad. The problem is that some of these pumps are over 50 years old. It's hard to find compatible parts, and not many of us, besides me and a few others, know how to fix them. None of us are actual electricians. We're dispatchers for electricians. Rather than paying trained pros to watch the place, they pay us a fraction of the rate. When we find a blown fuse or downed transformer, we call the electricians and they handle it. We're also responsible for checking the OCBs and keeping the substations dry. The electricians don't go down into the basements. We handle a lot of substations, over 50. The two biggest have 220 kilovolt transformers. They drop down to 66 kilovolts. We've also got a couple of booster stations, a potable water plant, and some other stuff. I don't want to get too specific about the mining town or when it flooded, because I'd rather not have people figuring out where this is or who I am. Again, I like my job, but I will say that after the flood, the mine was collapsed and never reopened. The scariest thing I've ever seen down here is a family of raccoons. If that doesn't sound very scary, then I presume you've never had your flashlight catch a pair of eyes flashing out from the shadows while you're stumbling around in an underground tunnel several miles from the closest human soul. Some people have been asking about the always bring 2 flashlights thing. Let me show you something. See how dark it gets when I turn off my flashlight? Now imagine that's your only flashlight, and you just lost it. Imagine having to navigate these tunnels in absolute darkness. To make matters worse, see this? This is a hole full of water. These basements are full of stuff like this. Drain trenches, collapsed floors, elevator shafts, even just straight up pits. Some are just several feet deep, others are several dozens of feet. A coworker of mine has fallen into one of these things, and let me tell you, they ain't no joke. Some even go down to a lower sub-basement that's been completely flooded. There's entire chambers down here full of old pumps and machines that have been submerged for decades. Again, you would not believe some of the shit we find down here. Okay, it's been a while since I last posted, but I wanted to answer a few more questions. When we go down, we carry an O2 monitor. Mainly, we're worried about things like pockets of nitrogen. We also wear heavy gloves, rubber steel-toed boots, and ventilation masks, in case of asbestos. A lot of these places smell pretty much exactly how they look. Sometimes, they smell worse. You can still find some things from the old town above ground, in the woods. Mostly concrete slabs, but there's a rusted husk of a truck sitting in a tree somewhere. We have no idea where the collapsed mine is, and quite frankly, none of us are interested in looking for it. It's probably filled with poisonous fumes and other toxic, nasty shit. There aren't a lot of animals down here, because there aren't a lot of ways in that we don't directly control. I still have no idea how the fuck those raccoons managed it. Some of you have been asking me if anyone's ever actually gotten lost down here. Well, about that. Remember the 2 flashlight thing? It's just good sense. It's hard enough to find your way around down here. How are you gonna manage without light? There's no phone reception either. Just you, alone, with miles and miles of decaying concrete, rancid pools of water, and rusted machines, in pitch black darkness. But we've got a saying in industrial work. Every rule is written in blood. The reason we all carry 2 flashlights is because of what happened when someone didn't. I had a coworker, let's call him John. He was a good guy, clever, good head for numbers, kept to himself, real quiet. Along with me and 3 others, we handled the graveyard shifts for the whole crew. One year, during a thaw, the sump pumps were getting overwhelmed. Too much water coming in, they couldn't dump it fast enough. John wanted to hook up some of these old centrifugal pumps that were just sitting around in these basements, use them to give our own pumps a fighting chance. It was a good idea, but a lot of work. Some of these pumps hadn't seen action for decades. But John stuck with it. He hunted down every pump he could find, serviced them, hooked them up with hoses, and managed to keep our substations dry all the way into late spring. A few days after we got things under control, I did a swap and ended up coming in during a day shift. I was John's relief. When I got to the trailer, the truck was missing, and John was gone. The last entry in the logbook mentioned heading out to check on the sump pump in one of the substations. I had to walk there. The truck was right outside, still idling. I went downstairs and searched over 2 hours for John. Then I called the police. There was an investigation, a search, whole 9 yards. Most of us came in off the book to help. We looked through those tunnels for a month, maybe even longer. Never found so much as hair or hide of him. About a year later, another coworker, we'll call her Patrice, took me aside. She showed me something she found during one of her rounds. A flashlight with dead batteries. It had some tape wrapped around the pommel with John's initials soldered on it. People are expressing skepticism regarding the size of these basements and whether they're not all really interconnected. I took a short video to try and give you a sense of scope. Here. Pardon the heavy breathing. New mask. See that tunnel at the end? That's part of a whole other facility that's just as big as the one I started in. I'll try to take footage of it later. Anyway, more answers to questions. Company policy is that we're not supposed to be exploring these spaces. They know we do it, but they pretend not to know. No, we never found John. As far as the police are concerned, he wandered off into the woods. As far as we're concerned, he fell into a flooded sub-basement and drowned. For those of you saying we ought to have shut the facility down, drained the basements completely, and kept looking for John, that's basically what we tried to do. Again, some of these sub-basements cannot be drained. Water just keeps getting in, either from the river or from the flooded mine, possibly both. Remember, you're dealing with massive underground structures that have been filling with water for decades. Unless you're willing to start a billion-dollar excavation project to dig out all of these basements, there's literally no way to recover that body. If you think it sounds creepy to work inside a massive underground complex, knowing that the drowned corpse of your coworker is lurking in a flooded sub-basement somewhere under your feet, well, you're right. It's creepy as hell, actually. It's why most of us stay far the fuck away from the substation he vanished under. A lot of you have said you want to hear about some spookums. Well, I know this is going to be disappointing, but outside of what happened to John, literally nothing spooky has ever happened to me here. A few of my coworkers have told me about some things they've encountered, though. I don't know whether you should trust them, but I'll provide a few examples. Patrice says that on at least 3 separate occasions, she's heard something like muffled old-timey radio music playing from below. She didn't recognize the song, but says it was the same one all 3 times. Ed, the guy who trained me, says he's heard some of the old original pumps kicking on by themselves. This actually isn't all that weird. John repaired a bunch of them, some we still use even today. But Ed claims the ones he's heard kicking on aren't the ones John repaired. They're deeper in, somewhere in the parts of the complex that we haven't explored yet. That's another thing I should clarify, and I guess counts as a spookum. We haven't explored the entire complex, not yet. There's still dozens of passages, doorways, and stairwells that we haven't gone down. Phil, one of the old-timers, claims he once saw some pale naked guy squatting in one of the tunnels, but we're all pretty sure he's either bullshitting us or it was really just a raccoon. He also says he saw a section of Substation 9 that ties into the collapsed mine. 2 new hires claim to hear knocking and yelling on the other side of a sealed door. Several doors down here are welded shut. In both cases, the guys left for a different job. I mentioned we have a potable water plant, but I should have clarified. We had a potable water plant. It's abandoned now. No one's ever been able to get clean drinking water working in this place. All the faucets and drains would get gummed up with this congealed gray paste that smells like rotting fish. We use a portable toilet and bring in bottled water by the truckload. That's basically it. Like I said, I haven't encountered any of this stuff myself, so I'm pretty skeptical. Okay, so it's been a while since I posted, but there's been some news. Ed found John's phone. He nearly broke the damn thing when he was sloshing through the water trying to fix a sump pump. Felt something hard and flat under his foot. John kept his phone in one of those industrial-strength cases, so it was actually in good condition. It can still manage to hold a charge. We went through his shit, and, well, like most of us, he took photos of what's below. We recognized most of them, but not the most recent ones. Here's the messed up part. Ed found this phone in Substation 9. But according to the logbook, John didn't even go near Substation 9 the day he disappeared. We're all kind of spooked right now. Patrice and some others are talking about quitting. Either way, we've all talked it over and decided the best option is to turn the phone over to the police and let them sort it out. I almost forgot. That last picture? Phil keeps saying he's seen that tunnel before. He says it's the collapsed mine. Police are involved. Somebody must have lit a fire under the company's ass because they're moving heaven and earth to get Substation 9 drained. Brought in some gigantic pumps to do it with. We've all been working overtime. The pay's good, but nobody's really that happy. None of us want to be here. This is a waste of time, honestly. John's phone just drifted. We're not gonna find him down there. On the bright side, at least we'll get to see what the hell is at the end of that hall. Patrice and 2 others quit today. Company's offering me time and a half to cover shifts while they look for new workers. Nobody goes into the basements anymore. Not unless we have to. The flooded hall in Substation 9 ends in a set of stairs that go down deeper. They think they found John's body. It wasn't John's. Item number SCP-3499. Object Class Safe. Site Responsible. Director Dr. Robert Montauk. Research Head Not applicable. Assigned Task Force Not applicable. Level 1. Threat Level Green. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-5499 is to be stored, unpowered, in the Equipment Storage Wing. Due to the nature of its primary project, transfer of SCP-5499 to a proper containment site has been deemed unfeasible at present. Description: SCP-5499 is an L7 brand smart refrigerator, Model 2S. Prior to its installation in the break room on January 31st, 2005, SCP-5499 displayed no anomalous properties. Outside of direct observation, SCP-5499 is capable of damaging foodstuffs placed within its chassis. Such damages occur in bursts of 1 to 4, typically spaced at least 4 hours apart, and are accompanied by a series of messages played across SCP-5499's touchscreen. The process by which SCP-5499 chooses foodstuff is unknown, although it shows considerable preference towards foodstuffs of sweet and savory flavor profiles. SCP-5499 was discovered following a series of complaints to the Human Resources Department. Addendum 5499-001. Observed activations. The following is a rough approximation of the date and time of select activations, based on available security footage and subsequent tickets filed with the Human Resources Department. In the interests of budget, no tests were conducted on SCP-5499's anomalous properties. Date and time: February 1st, 2005, 1344. Damage: bottle of iced tea, completely drained. Observed messages.
Just what I needed.
Date and time: February 1st, 2005, 1801. Damage: Containment Specialist's lunch disappears, and Officer Brownie is reduced to half its original mass. Observed messages.
That hit the spot.
Date and time: February 2nd, 2005, 1448. Damage: Technician's birthday cake is covered in a series of uneven depressions, with a plastic fork stuck into its side. Additionally, a carton of milk has been nearly drained. Observed messages.
Yeah, this is the good stuff.
Date and time: February 3rd, 2005, 1336. Damage: Officer's lunch disappears, and Dr. Tandoori chicken is missing a rough semi-sphere of mass. Observed messages.
Not my thing, but maybe it's an acquired taste.
Date and time: February 4th, 2005, 806. Damage: Vacuum flask of blood partially drained, and blood splatters across the interior of SCP-5499. Observed messages.
Ew, 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 fuck, ew, holy shit, why was this here?
Item number SCP-1545. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-1545 is to be kept in Containment Locker 1545 at Site 40, with access barred to all personnel with a clearance level under 3. Following Incident 1296-1545, testing of SCP-1545 with additional anomalous objects requires approval of personnel with a clearance level of 4 on a case-by-case basis. No other containment procedures are necessary at this time. Description: SCP-1545 is a 2-person llama costume wearing galoshes. SCP-1545 can be opened along its midsection. Its interior is consistent with an average costume of its type, with space for 2 people, one with their legs in the rear legs bending over into the midsection, and the other standing in the front with their 2 legs in the costume's front legs standing straight up through the costume's neck. A tag near the costume's rear refers to it as Larry the Loving Llama. SCP-1545's anomalous effects do not become apparent until it is worn. Subjects wearing SCP-1545 will become extremely in character, with the frontal person speaking as if they were Larry the Loving Llama, and the rearward person performing various jigs. SCP-1545 behaves in an extremely docile manner. Subjects inside SCP-1545 are not physically able to exit SCP-1545 without being pulled out, and show no desire to do so, although they will not resist removal. Unless forcefully removed from SCP-1545, subjects will continuously act as Larry the Loving Llama until they expire. Most common cause of death is dehydration. Infection is also common due to the non-attendance of soiled clothing. Subjects with a dead partner will still act as their appropriate half until they also expire. Removed subjects show memory of their time within SCP-1545. However, they show no knowledge of its anomalous properties. Subjects do not show any negative attitude towards their time inside SCP-1545, instead behaving as if their actions were typical. SCP-1545 was discovered by authorities in an abandoned suburban home. Victims had died from dehydration. Autopsy indicated that the rearward operator had died 1 day earlier and had severe bruising on her body from being dragged throughout the household by the frontal partner. SCP-1545 was confiscated by Foundation personnel after its anomalous properties had been discovered. Class A amnestics were administered. Addendum: Audio Log 1545-A. Interviewed: D-5362, having just been removed from SCP-1545. Interviewer: Dr. Fredericks. Forward: Subject had been inside SCP-1545 for approximately 3 hours. Begin log.
Hello, D-5362.
Good afternoon, sir.
How are you feeling?
A little exhausted, sir.
Oh yes, I saw that dancing around. Must have gotten tiring.
Oh, it was, sir. But you have to keep the people entertained.
But surely you would consider leaving to get a drink.
Can't do that, sir. It would ruin the illusion.
It's a talking llama wearing rain boots. What kind of illusion is that?
Well, you just don't know Larry the Loving Llama like I do, sir. End log. Audio log 1545-B. Interviewed: D-5483, voicing Larry the Loving Llama. Interviewer: Dr. Fredericks. Forward: Subject has been inside SCP-1545 for 2 days. Voice was extremely raspy due to dehydration. Begin log.
Hello, D-5483.
Oh, I'm not James. I'm Larry the Loving Llama.
Okay. Larry, how are you feeling?
Super D-duper, Doctor. My bum's a little sluggish today, but that's okay. Note: D-5484, SCP-1545's rearward operator, had expired approximately 2 hours earlier. D-5483 had been dragging D-5484.
Larry, are you aware of the men inside you?
You mean my helpers?
Yes, your helpers.
My helpers love helping me. Together we bring joy to everyone.
Are you aware that D-5484 is dead, Larry?
He's just taking a nap, Doctor. End log. Item number: SCP-1296. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-1296's contact information is currently on file within Secure Archive 11. No other security is necessary, as SCP-1296 cannot manifest without use of this contact information. All testing of SCP-1296 is currently carried out in Remote Testing Area 3. All specimens acquired through use of SCP-1296 are to be stored in the biological storage unit within the testing area, and disposed of after recovery and study according to standard biological specimen clearance protocols as outlined in Document CDP-BIO-EN-1. Accounts of contact with SCP-1296 outside of Foundation jurisdiction are to be investigated and addressed as they occur. Description: SCP-1296 is a Volga M24 model automobile belonging to a service identifying itself as Dial a Llama. The vehicle itself displays minor physical alteration. Baggage bars have been installed on the roof, the rear seats have been removed, and the vehicle is incorrectly labeled as manufactured by the Toyota Company. The Dial a Llama Company's account information and slogans are painted on the sides of the vehicle. Upon calling the provided telephone number, callers will be put in contact with a sales representative from Dial a Llama, henceforth referred to as SCP-1296-A. Attempts to find the location of SCP-1296-A or to acquire information not regarding orders have failed. SCP-1296 will manifest within 2 hours of placing the order at the caller's location, regardless of any changes in location made during the time between the call and the delivery. No maximum range to SCP-1296's manifestations has been found, but it will require adequate space for the vehicle to manifest. Attempts to track SCP-1296 have failed. GPS devices attached to the vehicle have ceased function after SCP-1296 has left view, and it has consistently evaded pursuit. SCP-1296 will always manifest with one driver of varying appearance and 2 to 8 llamas. The cost of the order will vary without apparent pattern. Interview Log 01. The following log was made during testing on September 7th, 2012. SCP-1296-A.
Welcome to Dial a Llama. How may I help you?
Dr.
Yes. Could you please explain what exactly your company does?
You need a llama? Dial a Llama gets you a llama. Anytime, any place. Like, it's the name of the place.
Yes, I know.
Like, you call us, you order a llama, we get you a llama. Not that hard.
Where do you get these llamas?
Look, man, do you want a llama or not? This isn't the 20 questions hotline. This is the 2 questions hotline. Question 1, do you want a llama? Question 2, what kind of llama do you want? If the answer to the first question is no, then why are you calling?
Let me speak to your manager.
Nope, sunk that ship. Clearly you don't want a llama, and you just want to harass us here. Good day to you, sir.
Okay. I'll buy a llama. Just 1 llama, nothing special.
Alrighty then, that'll be 45. Cash or credit?
Cash.
The llama mobile will be there in 2 hours or less. Have a wonderful day, jackass.
Interview Log 02. The following log was made upon delivery on September 7th, 2012. The driver of SCP-1296 has been designated SCP-1296-B.
Hey, you the guy who ordered a llama?
Yes, that's me.
45, please.
Dr. pays SCP-1296-B.
If it's at all possible, could I ask you a few questions about your...
Not this again. You just won't give it up, will you? You order llamas, we get you llamas. From the top of Mount Everest to the bottom of the Marianas Trench, if you need a llama, we will get you that llama. Now stop being nosy. Yours is the gray one in the back.
SCP-1296 testing logs. Ordered 3 llamas. Time for delivery 3 minutes. Cost $33. Result: 2 female and 1 male llama. No anomalies were detected in the specimens. Ordered 1 pregnant female llama with a brown spot on the left side. Time for delivery 17 minutes. Cost $50. Result: 1 llama matching the description ordered. No anomalies were detected in the specimen. Ordered 1 alpaca. Time for delivery, 1 hour and 43 minutes. Cost, $17. Result, 1 male llama. Specimen had the hide of an alpaca glued to it. Closer inspection revealed that the hide had been freshly skinned. Ordered, 1 llama, spelt with 1 L instead of 2. Time for delivery, 1 hour and 27 minutes. Cost, $200.02. Result, a Buddhist monk. Subject had no recollection of events preceding delivery. Subject was administered amnestics and released without incident. Ordered, 1 robotic llama. Time for delivery, 1 hour and 13 minutes. Cost, $3,561.87. Result, 1 automaton in the shape of a llama. Behavior was identical to that of a biological llama. Ordered, SCP-1545. Time for delivery, 15 seconds. Cost, none. Notes: SCP-1545 was observed to vanish from its containment locker upon ordering. SCP-1545 was delivered 15 seconds later, containing 2 deceased individuals, both unidentified. Autopsy revealed that they had been deceased for at least 24 hours. Delivery consisted of SCP-1296 driving past the delivery area at approximately 150 kilometers per hour. SCP-1545 was thrown from the roof by a second SCP-1296-B subject. SCP-1296-B-2 was heard to scream, "Just fucking take it!" before departure. Item number, SCP-4213. Object Class, Keter. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-4213's movements are to be monitored from outside audiovisual range by MTF Row 4, the Neapolitans. Following SCP-4213's departure from a location, all individuals who have interacted with the object are to be administered Class A amnestics. Description: SCP-4213 is a man of Tibetan descent, and presumably in his 50s or 60s. SCP-4213 is capable of bypassing all cognitive resistance within humans, effectively allowing SCP-4213 to control the actions of others. Prevention of this effect is impossible once SCP-4213 has been perceived. SCP-4213 solely utilizes its anomalous properties to facilitate travel to a location with a high concentration of frozen dairy products, and then uses them to compel the holder of those products to grant SCP-4213 access to them. It will then begin to consume any acquired products. It is unknown if SCP-4213 is capable of utilizing its anomalous properties for reasons other than the acquisition of frozen dairy products, as it has never been observed to do so. However, all attempts to effect long-term containment of SCP-4213 have been unsuccessful due to the frequency of these acquisition events. Incident 4213-1. On January 15, 2019, SCP-4213 succeeded in entering Site-88's cafeteria during its Free Ice Cream Day, a bi-monthly event implemented to boost employee morale. SCP-4213 then proceeded to acquire several servings of frozen dairy product. During this event, SCP-4213 was confronted by Dr. Jacob Curtis. The following interview was recorded from site surveillance equipment. Interviewed, SCP-4213. Interviewer, Dr. Jacob Curtis. Date of log, January 15, 2019, approximately 12:15 local time. Irrelevant information omitted. Begin log. Excellent. To begin, how did you first come to learn about your abilities?
I don't know.
Do you ever think about how your abilities affect others?
Huh?
Well, for instance, imagine you've taken some ice cream from a child. SCP-4213 smiles and begins to lick ice cream from a cone. Both are silent for 3 seconds. Never mind. Can you recall an incident where someone has resisted your commands?
No.
What do you remember? SCP-4213 continues to lick its ice cream cone while maintaining direct eye contact with Dr. Curtis. Look, we've been monitoring you for years. Now that you're actually here, I just want you to answer a couple of questions, alright?
You're weird.
I'm not. Hey! SCP-4213 begins to walk away. Dr. Curtis follows. I just want some answers, alright?
I don't care.
Can you at least wait here for a second? I think I know of something that could help.
Fine.
Dr. Curtis runs quickly towards the cafeteria. SCP-4213 begins to slowly walk away until Dr. Curtis returns, holding a styrofoam bowl filled with ice cream. At this point, SCP-4213 appears to relax. Can you use your abilities to acquire anything other than ice cream? There is silence for approximately 5 seconds. Then SCP-4213 points to the bowl Dr. Curtis is holding.
Give me that bowl.
Dr. Curtis falls under SCP-4213's effect at this point and is unable to continue the interview. End log. Item number: SCP-2964. Object Class: Keter. Special Containment Procedures. Foundation censoring protocols currently active in internet service providers worldwide and filtering devices installed on significant internet backbones are currently being employed to prevent access to SCP-2964. Foundation web crawlers are actively searching for direct mentions of SCP-2964, along with articles potentially describing SCP-2964 or supplying directions on how to connect to SCP-2964. Any such detected articles are to be purged, and their creators are to be traced and administered Class A or Class B amnestics as appropriate after interrogation. SCP-2964 represents a significant risk of security breach for the Foundation, and as such, keeping knowledge of its existence hidden from the public is vital until such a time that it can be properly contained. Under no circumstances are Foundation personnel to intentionally take action that would result in the view from any stream on SCP-2964 being permanently blocked. Description: SCP-2964 is a video streaming service operating under the name Extreme Videos, accessible in any modern web browser by connecting directly to IP address. Attempts to trace this address have so far been unsuccessful, as it fails to resolve to a valid location. Once connected to SCP-2964, it functions in a similar manner to contemporary video streaming services, with the exception that the majority of the content available is non-existent outside of SCP-2964. This includes films and television shows starring or created by non-existent actors and producers, films and television shows by known actors and directors of which the supposed creators have no knowledge, and documentaries on a vast array of sensitive and classified subjects. New video content becomes available on SCP-2964 daily and frequently displays up-to-date knowledge on world events, exhibiting a speed of video creation and editing that is not believed to be humanly possible. For example, 17 minutes after the events of in 2000, a 3-hour documentary on the subject appeared on SCP-2964, featuring footage from inside the still radioactive structure. Due to the significant breach of security that would result from SCP-2964 becoming public knowledge, including the loss of secrecy regarding the existence of the Foundation, all efforts must be made to keep SCP-2964 out of the public eye. MTF-MU7 car downloaders are to remain on standby to address any such breaches of security and to contain the source of SCP-2964 should its location be determined. Content on SCP-2964 is to be monitored regularly for any potential information revealing said location. Excerpt of Observation Log 2964-A. The following is a brief rundown of notable content discovered on SCP-2964. For a full log, contact the senior researcher. 26 unreleased movies from the Police Academy franchise, featuring the full original cast, including those who have been publicly declared dead since filming. Since monitoring began, an average of 2 new movies in the series are added per year. An animated series stylistically matching common Saturday morning children's cartoons called Mobile Task Force Extreme, detailing the adventures of a non-existent MTF team called MTF Alpha Omega as they travel around the world containing anomalous objects. Notable for the fact that, with a fair degree of accuracy, it depicts actual containment events as they occur in Foundation records, albeit in a highly exaggerated fashion. Despite the visual styling, the content could rarely be considered acceptable for young viewers. A 37-minute-long documentary about the Foundation, dealing with the existence of anomalous objects, the methods by which they are contained, and details on a number of Foundation sites. The documentary includes 3 minutes and 48 seconds of footage filmed inside of Foundation facilities. Analysis of security recordings has shown this footage to be accurate, although no sign of how it was recorded has been found. Addendum 1. On July 23, 2015, 2 months and 1 week after containment procedures on SCP-2964 began, a series of over 200 documentaries about the Foundation appeared on SCP-2964 over the course of 3 weeks, at a rate of approximately 10 episodes per day. The documentaries total over 1,000 hours of video and cover a wide array of subjects in detail, including specific Foundation facilities, anomalous objects in Foundation custody, details of specific containment breaches, and an estimated 350 hours of footage filmed inside Foundation sites. Reviews of these videos has shown their content to be accurate. Addendum 2. Ongoing monitoring of new content added to SCP-2964 has highlighted an alarming increase in the rate of material that would represent a significant security breach should it become public. In the last 2 days, a 7-part documentary on the Davite civilization and its history was added. It has been confirmed to be accurate with Foundation records, with the exception of the final entry, which details events and individuals occurring after the known extinction of Davite culture. Following this was a series of interviews with a number of senior researchers on Keter-class objects. The subjects of these videos claim to have no knowledge of participating in such interviews. Addendum 3. As part of its ongoing daily updates, a new section appeared on SCP-2964 titled Live Streams. Video streams from over 500 locations can be viewed, many of which are mundane, the inside of a number of unidentified people's homes, retail outlets, and streets in various cities of the world feature prominently, and have been confirmed to be live where confirmation is possible. Of note is that 11 of these streams are apparently broadcasting from inside Foundation facilities, including the offices of site directors at Site 81, Site 87, and Site 172, and inside the containment chamber for SCP. No recording equipment has been discovered at any of these locations, despite numerous sweeps. Addendum 4. Site Director Khan at Site 112, after becoming aware of the video feed streaming from his office, placed a piece of paper with written in capitals in such a way as to block the view of the camera. 17 minutes later, the stream from his office was replaced with a static screen reading, "Please wait, technical difficulties." 13 minutes after this, outside of the normal daily update schedule for SCP-2964, a new livestream appeared titled The Incredibly Exciting Life of Abid Khan, styled as a reality show in which 2 unidentified voices add commentary over the actions of Site Director Khan in real time. The show now uses multiple cameras, and at the time of writing has been broadcasting non-stop, even while Director Khan is asleep, for 3 days and 13 hours. Addendum 5. Periodic psychological reviews of senior staff have shown increasing symptoms of paranoia and stress in Site Director Khan, who has been filmed for 3 weeks and 6 days at the time of writing. Whether this is a natural response to the perception of being watched or some anomalous effect of SCP-2964's videos is currently being investigated. Psychological support is being provided to mitigate these effects. Addendum 6. Site Director Khan is currently undergoing medical treatment for severe burns and poisoning after accidentally consuming secretions from SCP. Researcher Camlin, who was reviewing SCP-2964 streams at the time of the incident, believes that the commentators on the stream following Site Director Khan knew this would happen in advance, stating that they had replaced his coffee with... Researcher Camlin was unable to contact Site-112 security in time to prevent this, though it is believed that the rapid response enabled by his attempt saved Dr. Khan's life. Estimated recovery time for Site Director Khan, 2 weeks. Investigation into how the substance got into his coffee cup is ongoing. Update: the stream following Director Khan continued for the full duration of his recovery. Addendum 7. Site Director Khan was killed following a containment breach involving SCP. Review of the livestream implies that the commentators knew in advance that the breach was coming and were building up to it over a period of several minutes. Following his death, a 5-minute black and white montage featuring various clips from the show played before the stream terminated. In the subsequent daily update, a full unedited copy of the stream along with a condensed episodic version were added to SCP-2964. Whether SCP-2964 possesses some form of precognition or was actively involved in the containment breach that killed Site Director Khan is currently under investigation. Upgrade from Euclid to Keter class has been suggested and is currently under review. Note: upgrade confirmed by 05-8. Item number: SCP-990. Object Class: Keter. Special Containment Procedures. Currently, no containment for SCP-990 has been devised. Any personnel with suggestions for the containment of SCP-990 should report to Dr. Any and all ideas are welcome, regardless of who suggests them. Description: SCP-990 is generally a human male, dressed in a Cold War-era business suit who appears to Foundation personnel through dreams. Thus far, no Foundation personnel have encountered SCP-990 in the real world. If he corresponds to an actual human being, we have yet to find him. Presently, there have been no reports of SCP-990 appearing to non-Foundation personnel. SCP-990 has been appearing to Foundation personnel since... SCP-990's existence came to light when several agents discussed having dreams involving a similar individual. Numerous other agents reported dream sightings of an individual matching the description of SCP-990. The phenomenon did not officially receive SCP classification until the aftermath of Event 990-07. Event Log 990-07. Agent failed to report for duty at his assigned time. He was instead found in his quarters, asleep. Subject had been asleep for roughly 18 hours, and all subsequent attempts to wake him up were unsuccessful. Subject was transported to medical bay. After over 40 hours of sleep, the subject awakened in a highly agitated state. Subject reportedly ran through the facility, yelling loudly about the end of the world. Even after being heavily sedated, all of his bodily functions remained in a dangerously accelerated state. Increased heart rate, high blood pressure, etc. Subject described a man matching the regular appearance of SCP-990. According to Dr. report, Agent described with great detail a series of events that would lead to several tactical nuclear missiles being launched into mid-Europe and Eastern Asia, ultimately resulting in the extermination of nearly 98% of the human race and the total collapse of human society. Agent claimed that the information had been outlined to him by SCP-990 while he was trapped within his dream. Mobile Task Force was dispatched to eliminate the initial threat that would begin the chain of events. MTF was successful and the crisis was averted. Agent, however, did not survive his ordeal and died of shock-like symptoms. Since Event 990-07, SCP-990 has appeared to many Foundation personnel and made similar threats. As of yet, no situation on the scale of Event 990-07 has occurred. However, SCP-990 has successfully predicted the deaths of doctors and as well as the destruction of Watch Station Epsilon 38 and Any threat made by SCP-990 should be reported to Foundation authorities, regardless of its severity. Foundation personnel are considered free to converse with SCP-990 if he should appear to them, and are encouraged to try to obtain information from the subject regarding himself. Additionally, Dr. has stated that anyone who can determine whether or not SCP-990 has a corresponding body somewhere in the world will be well rewarded. Document 990-02. The following is an interview conducted between Dr. and SCP-990. Although the interview was not recorded until Dr. awoke, his memory has historically been highly accurate and reliable. State your name.
Are you trying to conduct an interview?
Yes. Is that alright?
Sure, I'm game.
Please state your name.
How about Tony?
Tony? Your name is Tony?
I believe a person has the right to be called whatever they want to be called.
Very well then. Tony it is.
Actually, I changed my mind. How about Richard?
That's fine with me.
Richard it is. What's the next question?
Why do you threaten Foundation personnel?
Threaten? Who's making threats?
You've predicted a number of unfortunate events involving the Foundation, including the end of the world.
And has any harm actually come of it?
You murdered Agent...
Doctor, I believe you have the wrong impression about me.
How so?
I'm not the bad guy here.
I wasn't aware that there was a bad guy involved.
Oh, there is.
Who?
SCP...
There is no SCP with that designation, and there won't be for some time.
Well, of course not. She hasn't even been born yet, much less classified by your Foundation.
Is this another prediction?
This is your wake-up call.
At this point, Dr. was awakened by his alarm clock and proceeded to transcribe the interview. Item number, SCP-4823. Level 1 Unrestricted. Containment Class Safe. Disruption Class Dark. Risk Class Notice. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-4823 is kept in a standard containment chamber at Site-77. In case of entry from U-3567, an armed guard is positioned in the room at all times. In order to maintain diplomatic relations, Foundation diplomats are scheduled to visit U-3567 once a month. Due to the effects that ionizing radiation has on the human body, Foundation personnel are to consume pills containing potassium iodide daily while remaining in U-3567, and individuals who have returned from U-3567 cannot enter again until at least 3 months have passed. Edit, as of December 20th, 2019. Diplomatic relations have been halted. No contact with U-3567 is to be made. Responding to attempts at contact from U-3567 may be allowed if and when such a situation arises. Description: SCP-4823 is a ripe specimen of Musa acuminata, more commonly known as a Cavendish banana. It is indestructible and does not suffer from normal biological degradation. It appears to be ancient, with thermoluminescence placing it as at least 20,000 years old. The main anomaly of SCP-4823 is a localized transdimensional two-way gateway in place of fruit flesh. The gateway becomes exposed when the banana is peeled, which can only be done halfway. Upon exposure, the gateway will draw the peeler in, exposing them to a noodle effect caused by a strong non-homogeneous gravitational field in order for them to fit through. Following entry, SCP-4823 will unpeel itself. The other end of the gateway is an identical object in U-3567. It was under the control of the U-3567 version of the SCP Foundation, and located in their version of Paris, France, in the arrondissement of Butte-Montmartre. U-3567 is devoid of all animal life, instead inhabited by mobile and sentient plants, most notable of which is a species of sapient humanoid entities, collectively referred to here as SCP-4823-1, who refer to themselves as Bananans or Musa sapiens. The external morphology of SCP-4823-1 greatly resemble humans, aside from having a substance identical to a banana peel in place of skin, lacking all bodily hair, and having an extended cranium, similar to the shape of a baseline banana. SCP-4823-1 lack all internal organs commonly found in humans, and their flesh is identical to that of a banana. Their internal support structure more closely resembles wood than bone. Their joints and tendons are made of plant fiber, and their esophagus leads to an acid-filled vat, similar to the trap of a pitcher plant. Due to the lack of animals and animal byproducts, as well as different evolutionary paths resulting in the lack of several baseline plants, including baseline bananas, many cultural and economic aspects of the societies on U-3567 vary greatly from baseline reality. This includes religion, trade, and geography. Despite this, social structures are largely unaffected. Following the containment of SCP-4823, diplomatic relations with U-3567's version of the SCP Foundation were established for the purposes of sharing information and researching U-3567. However, due to the repercussions of Incident 4823-39, the state of U-3567 and its inhabitants have been affected to such an extent that diplomatic relations are no longer possible. See Addendum 4823.1. The origins of SCP-4823, or why U-3567 is connected to baseline reality through SCP-4823, is unknown. Addendum 4823.1 Incident Report 4823-39. On December 5, 2019, 5 ambassadors of Baseline Foundation entered SCP-4823, as usual. They were scheduled to stay in U-3567 for a week. On the second day, one of the representatives of the U-3567 Foundation failed to show up to a scheduled meeting. Stay of the ambassadors was extended, searches were conducted, and after 3 days, the corpse of the representative was found in a storage room, infested with fruit fly larvae. The larva had most likely hatched from eggs that were laid by a fruit fly that accidentally came with our ambassadors, as fruit flies are not a naturally occurring species in U-3567. The corpse of the representative was promptly incinerated. However, the original breeding pair was not found. A week later, a fruit fly infestation in the storage room was discovered. The site was locked down, and extermination efforts involving pesticide and flamethrowers were enacted, but eventually proved unsuccessful, and control of the infestation was lost. U-3567 Foundation demanded that the representatives leave, and after their return to baseline, no attempt at contact from U-3567 has been made. Addendum 4823.2 Incident Report 4823-40. On June 3, 2020, SCP-4823 unpeeled itself, and a journal was ejected out of it. The words "Valerie's Journal" have been handwritten on the cover. The following are digitized versions of select pages from the journal, translated from French. December 18, 2019. Dear Diary, I can barely hold this pen, for I'm exhausted after today. Regardless, I'm happy, for I had a lot of fun. Firstly, my mother told me in the morning that Aunt Latundin is coming home for the holidays, all the way from Portugal. We haven't seen her in years, due to her being so busy with her herd of nectar stomachs. Footnote 2. Nectar stomachs are large, sentient, and quadrupedal plants that gather their nectar in a large sac on the underside of their body. SCP-4823-1 used these creatures to produce nectar for distribution and consumption. Then in school, I sat next to Williams again. He has such perfect skin, it's unbelievable. I couldn't concentrate on the lesson at all, LMSO. Footnote 3. LMSO stands for Laughing My Stem Off, a slang term used to express amusement. Then, after school, me and Alil went to the Strider stables, and I got to ride with my sweet girl Fargus again. Footnote 4. Striders are sentient and hexapedal plants that SCP-4823-1 commonly use as transportation due to their agility. They seem to have evolved from a plant resembling baseline bamboo. Oh, and we have a new school nurse, because the previous one unfortunately died due to crown rot a few years ago. That disease apparently makes you lose your fingers. Absolutely horrible. Anyway, we finally got a replacement. Her name is Java, and she's originally from Northern Asia. Some of the boys in our class called her a rude name, but I think her blue skin is absolutely beautiful. I also gave self-made mittens as little gifts to the 2 guards in front of the office building near our school. I walk past the building on my way to school and back every single day, and they're always standing there, no matter the weather. And it's cold this time of year, so I decided to give them something to keep them warm. They looked very happily surprised and immediately put them on. I think I made their day. December 19th, 2019. I hope you haven't been waiting all day for something exciting, dear diary of mine, because this day was pretty standard. We got a new assignment from Mr. Awok, which is kind of dumb and annoying right before Christmas like this, but whatever. I came straight home after school in order to get started on it. We're supposed to make an essay about evolution, and it turns out that our ancient ancestors were weird crescent-shaped fruits that grew from giant flowers. Evolution is weird, man. One thing of note, though, the guards in front of the building weren't there today. They're always there. I think that they do something really important in that building, so I don't know why on earth they would leave the gate unattended. Oh, I almost forgot. I also got invited to a party. Fee's parents are gone for the weekend, so she's throwing a huge party. I hear William is coming too. It's gonna be so much fun. December 20th, 2019. I don't know what to write. I don't know what to think, really. This feels pointless right now, but for some reason I still want to do it. Habit, I guess. Williams is dead. Earlier today I heard him complain to his friends that he wasn't feeling very well. I can't believe I was hoping that he would still come to the party. And then when he did, I was super happy. I caught him alone, and we started talking and we were having fun, but then his eye came off, and these tiny white creatures began to slither out of his socket. He tried to say something, but then he just dropped. He was dead, I know he was. He had no expression, and his eye was wide open, but he kept twitching. Oh God, the twitching and the buzzing and the dark cloud that came out of him. I just ran, and I heard screams, but I just ran, and I didn't look where, and I only realized after an hour that I was going to the wrong direction, and then I had to take a train home, and oh God. I didn't tell my parents, I just locked myself in my room. Unintelligible due to being crossed over multiple times with a pencil, causing the page to tear slightly. What were those things? December 21st, 2019. The news are talking about the creatures. Nobody seems to know what they are or where they came from, but they're spreading. They've taken over the entire 9th arrondissement, which is why we're preparing to leave to the shelter. Helicopters have been flying over our house all day. This can't be real. December 22nd, 2019. I'm writing this from the shelter. There are maybe a few dozen of us here. We should have food and water for 6 months, and the solar lamp in the ceiling apparently lasts forever, so through relying on photosynthesizing as much as possible, we should be able to stretch that to a year, if necessary. There's a television here. We're watching the military trying to get rid of the creatures, or carvers, as people have started calling them. They don't seem to have a lot of success, though. At least my parents and Alil are here with me, as well as that new school nurse. We're gonna get through this together. I know we will. December 30th, 2019. We're not at the shelter anymore. We're in an abandoned coffee shop. We, meaning me, Alil, and Java. Everyone else is dead, even my parents. The carvers attacked out of nowhere, probably got in through the ventilation. Java noticed before everyone else, and helped me and Alil get out before we were eaten alive like everyone else, though we didn't get out in one piece either. One of the carvers managed to plant its seeds in Alil's arm. Java had to cut off everything below the elbow using a knife from the shop. Right now she's helping her with the pain, and I'm writing this. I don't really know why. I guess it kinda calms me down. Everything is gone. The sky is darkened with countless carvers, and the streets are littered with twitching bodies filled with the offspring of those vile creatures. These things just keep spreading and eating and spreading, and nothing is slowing them down. Most of the military has retreated. There are still some copters far away trying to keep the infestation to Paris, but it's only a matter of time until they break through and devour all of France, maybe all of the world. January 7th, 2020. We finally found another group of survivors, about 30 or so individuals. They were hesitant to let us join them at first, but a few of them were wounded, and Java is a nurse. We really do owe our lives to her. The people here are pretty hardy and cynical, no-nonsense kind of people, but a few of them seem nice. Alil has been really depressed ever since her parents died and she lost her arm. It pains me to see her like this. She used to be so happy and bubbly. Why did all of this have to happen to us? What did we do? I've tried to keep track of the date for you, my dear diary, but I'm afraid I've lost track. I guess it doesn't really matter anymore anyway. Our numbers are dwindling. Just today we lost 3 people because Mysore, that idiot, went into a room with a carcass in it while we were scavenging in someone's former home. That carcass had carvers in it, and of course they got excited over fresh meat and came for us instead. We had to lock the door behind Mysore, Palm, and Silk, or else they would have eaten us as well. I can still hear them screaming and pounding at the door. Alil killed herself. We couldn't find her this morning, and after searching for a while, we saw her sprawled on the sidewalk below. She had thrown herself out of a window of the apartment building we were staying in during the night. There was so much we wanted to do together. We had big plans of traveling the world, from the petrified forests of Russia to the beaches of Australia. One of her biggest dreams was getting to swim with the algae leviathans that inhabit the southern oceans. I almost murdered Crew when he said that Alil was only weighing us down with her disability. In other news, we're back at Montmartre. Home. Yay. I wonder if those guards I gave the mittens to are still alive somewhere. I doubt it. Anyway, we're scavenging in the office building that they were guarding. There are bodies everywhere, like more than I have seen anywhere else before. It's like these people didn't even try to escape. A lot of them have guns, too. I wonder what they did in this building. This place is starting to creep me out. We stayed the night, and now we can't find the exit anymore. It's like the hallways and rooms have switched places overnight. Footnote 5. It is possible that some item contained at the site had caused the architecture of the building to change due to containment procedures not being followed. But surely that's impossible. I did find some weird papers, though. They were in what looked like some sort of lab, and they were describing something that could have been straight out of some science fiction flick. I'm alone. The carvers came out of nowhere. It was as if they just popped into existence, right in the middle of the group. We were getting ready for bed, and I was a bit further away from everyone else when I started to suddenly hear screaming. I managed to get out the door and slam it behind me before they got to me fully. I left them all to die, like a coward. But it doesn't matter, for I am not long for this world either. I'm pretty sure at least one of the carvers managed to plant its seeds in me. Fuck. Rest of the page is unintelligible. I know what you did. All of you. Alil, my parents, Java, Williams, and millions of others are dead because of you. That's right. I found SCP-3823, or whatever you call it, and the document that describes everything that happened. How your people came here through this and brought this plague upon us. I'll be dead soon, just like everyone else. I can already feel the seeds sprouting and the carver offspring burrowing through my flesh. For that reason, I'm not going through, for there is no hope for me anymore. Instead, I'm sending this diary through, so you would know exactly what you did to us. Note, the journal has been stored in item locker 7128 of Site 77's non-anomalous storage wing. Item number, SCP-1006. Object class, safe. Special containment procedures. SCP-1006 is contained within a 213-meter radius in National Park and should be checked bi-weekly. Civilian access is to be denied by means of an endangered species cover story. Relocation of SCP-1006 is strongly discouraged due to the fragility of individual members and their sensitivity to habitat changes. Observation Post 45 has been set up within the containment zone and supplies SCP-1006 with various audiobook versions of communist and classical literature at SCP-1006's request, as well as black ink and poster board as necessary. All personnel entering the containment zone are required to wear Level C hazardous materials protection due to the presence of fine particulate contaminants. Upon departure, a standard decontamination procedure, as per document FSP-0371, is to be undertaken to prevent uncontrolled spread of SCP-1006. Description: SCP-1006 is an organized collective of an unknown species of the genus Araneus. Individual members have achieved sapience through unknown means and have established a rudimentary system of government resembling Marxist communism. The original mass of SCP-1006 was discovered on April 1st, by a hiking couple who alerted park authorities. The Foundation took over after the discovery of written propaganda inside the central web, along with evidence of marked use of extremely simple tools, webs resembling faces of passerby, and simple attempts to block off the area via fallen branches. SCP-1006 is a social community, with some members maintaining the web, and others apparently chosen to maintain the agenda of the whole. Once supplied a source of black ink and poster sheets, SCP-1006 will communicate with humans by creating signs written in English. These communications are largely centered around demands for the dismantling of Western imperialism, a scathing critique of the bourgeoisie, and a request for less mosquito spraying in the surrounding area of the park. The head of the government is a large spider that resembles a wolf spider, taking up refuge in the largest tree of the cluster. Communication has been relayed with this spider, who views the outside world as something that belongs to us that is merely being maintained by the bourgeois humanoids. It has given its name as Benevolent Leader. SCP-1006 is currently located in a cluster of black oak trees within a massive and complex central web and several secondary webs. The webs appear to be very well maintained, with damage being constantly repaired. The surrounding area has a nauseating odor due to the presence of thousands of dead insects, individual members of SCP-1006, and an occasional dead bird and small animal. Close study by arachnologists and sociologists have discovered that the members of SCP-1006 utilize a central collective think tank that passes on ideas of the benevolent leader to the collective numbers through complex frequencies in the web. Addendum: the skeletal remains of a male human being were found in an area of the web, surrounded by dead insects and a variety of small shiny objects such as bottle caps and pebbles, along with the occasional pocket watch and bits of metal in apparent reverence. SCP-1006 does not allow the skeleton to be disturbed, but passive analysis indicates that the male died decades prior from a blunt trauma to the back of the head. Identification located near the body identifies him as a known political radical, reported missing from the nearby town of Texas in 1976. Item Number: SCP-4503. Object Class: Safe. Upgrade to Keter under consideration. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-4503 is to be kept within the secure storage locker in Site's galley. Access to SCP-4503 is restricted to galley staff only, and the locker is equipped with a time lock that will only open 5 minutes before official meal times. Any abuse of SCP-4503 or containment breaches will be met with increased security measures and possibly even indefinite lockdown. In order to prevent any further accidents with the use of SCP-4503, warning labels have been posted in the galley, and notes on its proper use have been officially added to the site training regimen. Sensors planted in SCP-4503's holding area will trigger an alarm should SCP-4503 exceed capacity, and the holding area itself must be under 24-hour surveillance at all times. Currently, there is no practical way to respond to SCP-4503 should containment be lost in a catastrophic fashion. The most effective way of dealing with it for now is through exhaustive prevention measures. Description: SCP-4503 appears to be an ancient iron cooking pot with a volume of roughly 20 liters. However, unlike normal pasta pots, SCP-4503 has the ability to infinitely generate pasta that is cooked and ready for consumption. How exactly this works is currently unknown, but Foundation researchers have managed to determine how to activate and deactivate SCP-4503. There are a varying number of specific phrases that must be verbally recited in order to both activate and deactivate SCP-4503, along with multiple variations. Each variation corresponds to a certain type of Italian pasta, and there are currently 57 unique activation codes that are known. The deactivation code is exactly the same as the activation code, except that it also requires... It is absolutely vital that be performed. A comprehensive list of the activation codes can be found in Lab Report 4503-A. It should be noted that the verbal commands can only be issued when the speaker is near SCP-4503. Sound recordings have no effect. When activated, SCP-4503 will slowly begin to fill with cooked pasta. There is no requirement for anything to be put into the pot beforehand, as the pasta will merely spontaneously materialize. If left unchecked, SCP-4503 will fill itself to capacity in under a minute, and will continue to produce pasta until deactivated. Examination of all pasta SCP-4503 creates has shown that it is completely identical to normal pasta in every way, and is perfectly suitable for human consumption. Though little is known of the exact nature of SCP-4503, agents have managed to track its history with surprising ease. Standard testing has shown that SCP-4503 is several centuries old, and that records of its ownership can be traced back just as far. SCP-4503, unsurprisingly, first surfaced in Italy around the year and was passed through a long line of owners. Since the majority of the owners tended to be nuns in secretive convents, or people referred to roughly as witches, it appears that SCP-4503's ability was not common knowledge. The Foundation obtained SCP-4503 after the death of its most recent owner. Because of the numerous rumors surrounding her, the Foundation inserted a deep cover agent posing as attorney. All of her personal effects were quickly confiscated and replaced with duplicate items. Though the examination process is still ongoing, SCP-4503 was the first of the items definitively proven to be an SCP. Lab Report 4503-A. Data expunged. See Disciplinary Report 1145. Lab Report 4503-B. We've tried to create our own activation codes in order to see how far we can take SCP-4503's pasta production capability. We've managed to create activation codes for penne, orzo, bucatini, 3 types of pasta we previously were unable to create. However, when we decided to input activation code Delta 26, SCP-4503 instead produced, which caused several casualties and forced a containment breach alert. Further experimentation has been put on indefinite hold. Dr. Notes. For the last time, remember to... When you're finished with SCP-4503, we've already had at least 6 accidents so far. Dr. Okay, I know that somebody is purposely abusing SCP-4503 as some form of sick prank. There's a new standing rule for any would-be troublemakers. You make it, you eat it. Dr. I know SCP-4503 is saving us a fortune in food costs, but seriously, can we actually have a menu that doesn't have pasta in it? I'm already starting to get sick of the stuff. Dr. Excerpt of Incident Report 5632. Due to failure to properly deactivate SCP-4503, the pot began to produce more pasta completely unsupervised. By the time the site staff were aware of the error, it was too late. The entire galley facility had been completely filled with pasta, and site staff were unable to get close enough to SCP-4503 to administer the deactivation code. As a result, a full containment breach alarm was issued, and evacuation protocols were set in place. By the time SCP-4503 was deactivated, 60% of site was filled with pasta. The cleanup and repair efforts took nearly 18 months to restore the site to full capacity. The incident is officially listed as a simple human error, but there is currently investigation into the possibility that this may not have been an accident at all. Disciplinary Report 1145. Due to numerous incidents and pranks caused through the abuse of SCP-4503, its use is now restricted to specially chosen galley staff. All staff in site are to submit to a compulsory lie detector test. Any and all unauthorized personnel with knowledge of SCP-4503's activation codes are to be administered with a selective amnestic to erase their knowledge of the codes. Administrative note. Due to the destructive potential of SCP-4503, as well as the results of Lab Report 4503-B, upgrade of SCP-4503's status from safe to Keter is currently under consideration. 05. Item Number SCP-1437. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-1437 is to be contained behind a perimeter of 2-meter-tall electrical fencing, which is to be patrolled by groups of 3 security officers at all times. Any trespassers attempting to access SCP-1437 are to be brought into custody, interrogated, and if found to be ignorant of SCP-1437's nature, dosed with a Class A amnestic and released. Any items or organisms which emerge from SCP-1437 are to be immediately tested for hazards, and if found safe, examined further. Experimentation involving SCP-1437 is strictly forbidden. Description: SCP-1437 is an apparently endless hole measuring 3 by 3 meters, located in the desert. Attempts to dig into SCP-1437 from the side results in the diggers encountering solid rock, where logic would dictate SCP-1437 would be. SCP-1437 is thus only accessible from its entrance above ground. SCP-1437 appears to be an access point to an as-of-yet unknown number of parallel universes. Objects have been known to periodically emerge from SCP-1437 at great speeds, including 1 U.S. quarter, first known object emergence. Large quantities of dirt and rocks, believed to be an attempt by a parallel containment team to fill in their corresponding SCP-1437. A map of North America written in Spanish. According to said map, the government of North America is La República Popular de Aguas Nuevas, or the People's Republic of New Waters. A photograph of a skyline, believed to be a radically altered version of New York's. Structures resembling coral are visible, and a large flying organism can be seen in the distance. Several discs made from solid gold. Accompanying the discs was a sheet of paper reading, "Please send rain." During a period lasting from 2000 through 20, numerous individuals, most of whom wore D-Class uniforms, emerged from SCP-1437. All of them were dead on arrival. Footnote 1. It is theorized that the nature of SCP-1437 kills living organisms at the point at which crossover between universes is achieved. All emerging individuals carried documents which appear to be their respective universes' documentation on SCP-1437. It is currently believed that these D-Class personnel and previously mentioned documentation were sent as a gesture of desired cooperation. Emerged Documentation 1437-1. Individual carrying documentation appeared to be in adequate physical condition. Individual was wearing a pressure suit with an attached oxygen supply. Item Number SCP-1437. Safety Rating: Safe for public. Safety Procedures: Unauthorized citizens are to be kept at a safe distance from SCP-1437 at all times. Any authorized tours of the area are to be accompanied by 2 security officers for their own protection. Taking of photographs is to be permitted. Any citizens attempting to go past safety fencing are to be arrested and handed over to local law enforcement. Description: SCP-1437 is an apparently endless hole measuring 10 by 10 meters located in the town of Promise. Attempts to dig into SCP-1437 from the side result in the diggers encountering solid rock, where logic would dictate SCP-1437 would be. SCP-1437 is thus only accessible from its entrance above ground. SCP-1437 appears to be an access point to an as-of-yet unknown number of parallel universes. Objects have been known to periodically emerge from SCP-1437 at great speeds, including one small pyramid composed of concrete, first known object emergence, believed to be a building material. Large quantities of dirt and rocks, believed to be an attempt by a parallel safety team to fill in their corresponding SCP-1437. A landscape painting, believed to be of a location in Scotland. According to the painting, its originating universe's sun is blue, and its sky yellow. Several discs made from solid gold. Accompanying the discs was a sheet of paper reading, "Please stop plague." A photograph of several scientists. All scientists pictured have unusually long fingers, estimated to be nearly 25 centimeters long. A sheet of paper reading, "Thank you. Please send more gifts." During a period lasting from 2009 through 2012, numerous individuals, most of whom wore bright orange jumpsuits, emerged from SCP-1437, all of whom were dead on arrival. All emerging individuals carried documents, which appear to be their respective universes' documentation on SCP-1437. It is currently believed that these individuals and the documentation they carried were sent as a gesture of desired cooperation. On the 15th of August 2012, a volunteer from the Foundation, Marco Purton, entered SCP-1437 wearing safety gear, taking with him a copy of this document. Emerged Documentation 1437-2. Individual carrying documentation was in adequate physical condition. The phrase, "Property of SCP Corporation," was branded on the individual's left arm. Item Designation: SCP-1437. Threat Level: Little. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-1437 is to be contained behind a perimeter of 2-meter-tall electrical fencing, which is to be patrolled by groups of 3 security officers at all times. Any trespassers attempting to access SCP-1437 are to be charged with the crime of industrial espionage. Any items or organisms which emerge from SCP-1437 are to be immediately tested for hazards, and if found safe, examined further. After examination, suitable items are to be auctioned off to interested collectors. Description: SCP-1437 is an apparently endless hole measuring 1 by 1 meter located in the outback. Attempts to dig into SCP-1437 from the side results in the diggers encountering solid rock, where logic would dictate SCP-1437 would be. SCP-1437 is thus only accessible from its entrance above ground. SCP-1437 appears to be an access point to an as-of-yet unknown number of parallel universes. Objects have been known to periodically emerge from SCP-1437 at great speeds, including a statue of what is believed to be a reptilian entity sporting numerous eyes and tails, first known object emergence. Large quantities of dirt and rocks, believed to be an attempt by a parallel containment team to fill in their corresponding SCP-1437. A glass bottle of water. A human femur covered in saliva. A cube composed of several smaller cubes, all of which are different colors, purpose unknown. A soccer ball. Ball only has 5 sides. During a period lasting from 2000 through 20, numerous individuals, most of which wore D-Class uniforms, emerged from SCP-1437, all of which were dead on arrival. The fact that it's apparently impossible to travel through SCP-1437 and survive has prevented the corporation from utilizing SCP-1437 for commercial purposes. All emerging individuals carried documents, which appear to be their respective universes' documentation on SCP-1437. It is currently believed that these D-Class personnel and previously mentioned documentation were sent as a gesture of desired cooperation. Several D-Class personnel have been sent through SCP-1437, carrying copies of this document. Emerged Documentation 1437-3. Individual carrying documentation was wrapped in bandages and appears to have been blinded in the recent past. Lacerations were present on the arms and legs, and the individual's tongue had been cut out. Object Number SCP-1437. Heathen Level Unforgivable. Holding Measures. High Priest is to bless the holding site of SCP-1437 every 2 years, and blood sacrifices are to be dropped into SCP-1437 after each blessing. Blood sacrifices are to hold copies of these scrolls as a warning to any demons to stay away. Spirits are to be consulted after these sacrifices, and suggested changes to holding measures are to be carried out immediately. Description: SCP-1437 is an apparently endless hole measuring 3 by 3 meters, located in the desert. Attempts to dig into SCP-1437 from the side result in the diggers encountering solid rock, where logic would dictate SCP-1437 would be. SCP-1437 is thus only accessible from its entrance above ground. SCP-1437 appears to be a portal to the underworld. Objects have been known to periodically emerge from SCP-1437 at great speeds, including several discs made from solid gold. Accompanying the disc was a sheet of paper reading, "Please kill foes." Large quantities of dirt and rocks, believed to be an attempt by demons to harm the High Priest, who was present at the holding site at the time. The broken remains of a human arm, covered in saliva. A photograph of a metal bird flying away from a city. What appears to be a large mushroom is visible behind the bird, believed to be an attempt by demons at mocking us. A human eye, which moved when touched, believed to be a lesser demon, was burnt immediately. During a period lasting from 2000 through 20, dead demons wearing the skins of men emerged from the pit. They were thrown back in immediately, and the site was re-blessed by High Priest. Emerged Documentation 1437-4. Individual carrying documentation was a heavily emaciated pre-adolescent who appeared to have been lobotomized in the recent past. Item Number SCP-1437. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-1437 is to be contained behind a perimeter of 2-meter-tall electrical fencing, which is to be patrolled by groups of 3 security officers at all times. Any trespassers attempting to access SCP-1437 are to be delivered to our masters above for enhanced interrogation. Any items or organisms which emerge from SCP-1437 are to be immediately tested for hazards, and if found safe, examined further. Any useful technology which emerges from SCP-1437 is to be delivered to our masters above immediately. Description: SCP-1437 is an apparently endless hole measuring meters by meters, located in Zone 29 of the Brazilian sector. Attempts to dig into SCP-1437 from the side result in the diggers encountering solid rock, where logic would dictate SCP-1437 would be. SCP-1437 is thus only accessible from its entrance above ground. SCP-1437 appears to be an access point to an as-of-yet unknown number of parallel universes. Objects believed to be gifts intended for our masters above have been known to periodically emerge from SCP-1437 at great speeds, including 1 diamond, first known gift, delivered to our masters above. Large quantities of dirt and rocks, purpose unknown. Bark from the extinct Quercus buckalii, delivered to our masters above. The lower half of a human body, delivered to supervising servant of our masters above. It is currently unknown how the gift sender was aware of the diet of our masters above. A document was sent into SCP-1437 thanking the gift giver for the object and requesting further tributes to our masters above. A bottle of human-intended wine. See Incident 1437-1. Incident 1437-1 on A bottle of human-intended wine emerged from SCP-1437. Recognizing an assassination attempt upon members of our masters above, the supervising servant ordered that a Don Burton explosive device be delivered down SCP-1437. Its orders were followed, and the threat appears to have been resolved. This is a reminder of why we must be vigilant in our containment procedures. From now on, I don't want any of these gifts being taken out of containment. They are a clear and present danger to our masters above. 05-1. Item number SCP-3764. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-3764 is to be contained in a standard safe class object container. Requests to use SCP-3764 for clinical, utility, or humanitarian purposes are to be sent to the project director, acceptance pending their decision. Instances of SCP-3764-1 are to be regularly distributed to all staff members at meal times, if requested. Standing permission is granted for use as rations for D-Class personnel, though special precaution must be taken to provide supplementary food in addition to SCP-3764-1. Description: SCP-3764 is a small burlap sack with cursive writing on the front that reads, "For those in need, a friend." Written in the native language of the reader. Illiterate subjects typically see some variation of a simple picture, typically of a steaming loaf of bread. Inside SCP-3764 is a loaf of wheat bread, warm and typically smelling freshly baked, designated SCP-3764-1. When taken out of SCP-3764, SCP-3764-1 will have a small string tied around it, with a note attached to it. The note is personalized to whoever reads it first. Notes typically range from 1 to 2 words in length, though some occasional instances have had lengthier notes. Notes are typically in the most formal version of whatever language they are written in, and are almost always signed, "A Friend." Some notes suggest that SCP-3764 is conscious, possibly even sapient, as a few notes have been found that spoke directly to Foundation personnel. Notes are always in the native language of the first reader, and do not alter after the first reading. See Experiment Log 3764-1. Once an instance of SCP-3764-1 is taken out of SCP-3764, a new instance of SCP-3764-1 will appear in SCP-3764. The number of SCP-3764-1 instances that can be generated is limited by the number of people within a 200-meter radius of SCP-3764. Initial testing revealed that SCP-3764-1 is safe for human consumption. Subjects who consume SCP-3764-1 describe it as having a pleasant taste. All subjects report a feeling of satisfied hunger and experienced no feelings of hunger for the rest of the day, coupled with reports of pleasant feelings and reports of a restful sleep. Subjects eating exclusively SCP-3764-1 and water for a period of 3 weeks experience no malnutrition symptoms and could have possibly survived indefinitely until an instance of SCP-3764-1 crumbled to dust when a researcher pulled it out of SCP-3764. Its note read,
"You know what they say, men cannot live on bread alone, and all that. Be nice. Variety is the spice of life. A friend."
Instances of SCP-3764-1 continued to crumble when removed from SCP-3764 until researchers included side dishes of fruits and vegetables with them. Experiment Log 3764-1. Subject D4568 suffers from severe night terrors and sleep paralysis, resulting in sleep deprivation. Result: Standard Loaf. Note read, "Sleep well. A friend." Notes: Subject reported a deep and uninterrupted sleep. Requested permission for use of SCP-3764-1 as a sleep aid, which was granted. Subject D4678 clinical depression. Result: standard loaf. Note read, "I care about you. A friend." Notes: notable decrease in depression symptoms, such as improved hygiene and healthier sleep patterns. Research into possible medical applications of SCP-3764-1 ongoing. Subject: Site-19 personnel who consented to SCP-3764-1 being included in their cafeteria meals. Result: pleasant effects resulted in increased adoption by other members of the staff. Latest psych evaluations show a notable increase in morale. Notes: proposal for SCP-3764-1's use as field rations for MTFs submitted by Project Director to Foundation leadership. Subject: D-8934 and D-8942 in Cell Block F cafeteria. Result: D-8934 was accidentally overlooked during a handing out of SCP-3764-1 instances, and the guards left without giving him anything. D-8942 noticed this and tore his loaf in half to share with D-8934. The two halves spontaneously became whole instances of SCP-3764-1. Notes: while not intentional, this incident possibly shows further evidence for SCP-3764 having consciousness and situational awareness. Subject: D-8654 and D-8681 in Cell Block K cafeteria. Result: D-8654 asked to read D-8681's note, who declined. D-8654 forcibly seized the note, and upon attempting to read it, the note read, "Be polite. A friend." Notes: description updated due to new data. Subject: D-3457, convicted of multiple homicides, reportedly suicidal. Result: standard loaf with note that read, "Eat and live. You owe them that much. A friend." Notes: no further reports of suicidal activity. Subject taken off suicide watch by Psych Team. Subject: D-4561, convicted of a string of rapes and murders of small children. Result: SCP-3764-1 instance came out of the bag charred black and crumbled to ash upon being touched by D-4561. The note read, "Sweet dreams. Not your friend." Notes: subject was very shaken by incident and went to bed shortly after. Upon falling asleep, the subject began screaming in their sleep, presumably having a nightmare. Every attempt to wake D-4561 failed, including a powerful electric shock. 14 hours later, D-4561 woke and began whimpering incoherently for the rest of his waking hours. D-4561 was hysterical in his desire not to go back to sleep, and eventually resorted to self-harm in an attempt to prevent himself from falling asleep. D-4561 was moved to a special containment cell for his own safety and to monitor his condition, which remains unchanged to date. At first, he was everything. We went to the same university, but never even heard of each other while we were there. While I was studying English, he was studying quantum mechanics. While I was partying and drinking, he was making headlines and winning awards. While I was sweating over a thesis, he was overseas pioneering research. Korea, Switzerland, Singapore, Hartford, New Haven, Danbury. Dark hair. In the sun it looked like a swirled cup of rich coffee. Green eyes with enough radiance to pierce across a room into mine. The first time we touched, I wanted to trace around his entire body with my finger. I wanted to remember him. Then came the interview and the job offer. Of course he took it, and it paid more than enough to send our kid through college. Our kid, our daughter. I was 6 months pregnant when he left for his first day. From the very start, he told me he couldn't tell me anything about the job. All he could describe it as was something right up his alley. Some days he would come home in high spirits. One of those days he told me he was doing God's work and making the world better for all. One night, he came home drunk and locked himself in the bedroom until morning. Another night I found him sitting naked in the center of our living room with all the furniture pushed against the walls. He had hidden everything that was sharp in our house. I found the knives, scissors, and other kitchen utensils stashed underneath the porch the next morning. This pattern repeated itself until he began to be absent for days. "I can't tell you," he would say, "but trust me, it's for the best." The tipping point was when I started having contractions. 3 months gone by in the blink of an eye. I told myself that there would be no way he would miss the birth of his own daughter, but then he vanished for 2 weeks. That morning, I put myself in front of the door. I hid his car keys and his briefcase. I was ready to fight for the truth, and all I got was, "I work for the State Department." Growing up, everyone's parents worked for the State Department. CIA or NSA, I thought, putting himself on the line for our family and our country. Bullshit. State Department my ass. Since when does the State Department need a scientist in a lab coat to be gone for weeks at a time for work? To be so secretive that the ones closest to him don't even have an inkling of what he does during the day. I let him go. I loved him. That night in bed, he told me that one day he might not return. "Don't try to look for me. Don't try to find out what happened to me. It'll all be taken care of." I received his lab coat in the mail yesterday, with no address to return it to.
Thank you all so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like and consider subscribing for more videos just like this. Huge thank you to all of my patrons on Patreon, and a special shout out to Everborn, Joe Light, Tanis, Ruler of All, Kenway, and Doomsday LLC, Prince and Design. If you'd like to help support the channel, check out my Patreon, link in the description.